Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Neglected and Becomes the God of Creation and Destruction Part 14. Before we start, please go support Ethan 1939 for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. This is the translated version I made. There will be some wrong he or she calling here because it's translated, so let me clear this. Issei is a male in this story. Heart 85 The Jump. You can see a brown girl about 6 or 7 years old crying. She is wearing boyish clothes, she was covered in dust and had a couple of bruises while she was kneeling at the foot of her bed while crying a little, but she seemed to be praying. Irina. It's me again, the little girl prayed. The boys at my school bothered me again. Sniff sniff. I just want a friend. Someone who doesn't leave, maybe. Could you send me an angel? The most beautiful and good angel you have. Currently in paradise. The Gremory group was heading towards the fifth paradise where Irina's father was, but while they were dodging and facing several attacks from evil dragons, strange roots covered the entire area. Layden. Hello DXD team, said the face of the huge dragon made of roots and branches. Riaz. Layden, he said it would be looking at the dragon. Layden. I would like you to play with me for a moment, he said, activating a huge barrier around him. Zenobia, Yu and Kiba quickly counterattacked with strong attacks that left damage and cracks in the barrier, but she was quickly restored without a scratch. While the Redeed concentrated an enormous amount of destruction energy to launch a powerful attack, a barrier enveloped her hands, disappearing the attack. Layden. I'm sorry but you won't, he said, wrapping the Redeed in her roots, trapping her. Everyone. But you, her servants shouted. Yui and Lin were ready to burn the dragon to ashes, but at that moment a flash surprised everyone. A flash of light crossed the battlefield, thus eliminating several evil dragons that were in the heights, colliding with one of Layden's barriers, completely disintegrating it. Layden. That spear, he said, surprised while he let go of the Redeed. The entire Gremory team looked at the black-haired man with Chinese clothes. Asper. It's Coco, he said, something surprised. Ow cow. It's Cow Cow, the black-haired man replied, annoyed while recovering his spear. Yui. Why are you here? He said it would be looking at the black-haired man. Ow cow. I thought about joining the hunt for evil dragons. I came here through a gate of purgatory just like them. Riaz. Yes, how interesting, but you know that you are a war criminal, right? Ow cow. Also your boyfriend girl. He said with a mocking smile. But let's leave this talk for later. He said, looking at the dragon made of roots and branches. Layden. The holder of the strongest longinus. I hope you are stronger than the Sekiryuite or the hybrid boy, he said, looking seriously at the black-haired man. Ow cow. I say the same, he said while making some movements with his spear. Riaz. Asia, Zenobia, advance with Irina and Yuri, we will catch up with you later, said the Redeed. 4. Hey, they said you are ready to run to the fourth paradise. The trio from the church along with Yuri did not stop worrying about the situation. Finding the brunette's father became a priority, despite no longer being servants of the church, seeing the resting place of their beliefs being destroyed. It gave a feeling of terror, sadness and hopelessness, but that didn't matter for the moment. They had to hurry up and help the brunette. Upon crossing the portal that divided the paradises, they were impressed when they saw the beautiful place they had arrived at, a place full of vegetation, animals, a clean and blue sky. The sound of the wind through the leaves and animals gave a feeling of tranquility. Eden had not yet been desecrated by the evil dragons. While the church trio tries to find a way to go to the next paradise, a flock and groups of animals escaped from the place, breaking all the peace of the place, showing the indication of their enemy. At that moment a great scream echoed throughout Eden, and the brunette identified the voice as that of her father. Irina. Odo-san, she screamed worriedly, full of tears as she ran to the source of that scream with her friends, trying to catch up with her. As the girls approach, they notice the black-haired man holding the brunette's father by the neck while letting him fall to the ground. Irina. Odo-san, she screams, she is full of tears and will go, let him go now. Igaki. I wanted to come to complete my shame, exactly in this place called paradise. I think I'm being too compassionate with you. He said, holding the chestnut's neck. Quite the opposite of how you were with us, isn't it, Taoji? Taoji. Yugaki. He said with blood coming out of his mouth. If you only kill me, would that erase your grudge? Irina. Odo-san, how can you say that? Taoji. Irina, said the brunette, still weak from the poison. If I can give my life to save yours and quench that man's thirst for justice, that's fine. Yugaki-kun. I can't deny my sins, but if I can get your revenge with my death, I only ask you not to touch Irina. Yugaki. Tell me, Taoji. Do you love your daughter? She said with a tone that gave the brunette goosebumps. Taoji. Yugaki. Yugaki. Answer, said with the same tone. Taoji. That's right. With all my being, Yugaki, said the brunette, looking for compassion within the young man, so please don't. Yugaki. That's enough for me. Also, we loved each other. We never hurt anyone and yet yet you seek the compassion that was never given to us. Taoji. You and that demon Bale took something that I loved and now I take something that you love. Taoji. Yugaki, no, he shouted the brunette while they crawled trying to stop the black-haired man, but he escaped by kicking the brunette a couple of times. Irina. Odo-san, he screamed when he saw how the black-haired man kicked him. Zenobia. I've had enough of this, he said to launch himself, pointing his sword at the black-haired man. Even the brunette was beginning to fill with anger. But the black-haired man activated the 8 dragon heads of his sword, throwing them at them. Yuri also joined Zenobia to fight. Both cut off several heads without difficulty. But when they were cut, they regenerated quickly, while Irina tried to activate her sacred sword, but it had no effect, managing to get stuck in the flesh of one of the heads. Which, by extending his long neck, he managed to draw his sword out of the chestnut's reach. Ouchie. Irina, run, he said, this one lying on the ground. Irina. Why doesn't it work? She thought the brunette with concern while she spread her white wings to recover her sword, dodging each head until she managed to take it and head at full speed against the black-haired man. Iaki. This is one of the disadvantages of your nature, said the black-haired man. Well, one of the heads received the edge of the sacred sword without problem. You angels cannot be bothered. You cannot be blinded by anger. You cannot let your emotions they dominate them. They can't love. He said, leaving the brunette in shock. Because the more they feel the more human they become. Asia. Irina-san. She said worriedly as she saw how the brunette's wings were turning black little by little, although the brunette tried not to give up. Iaki. Maybe that's what you angels were missing. A little humanity. She said while 2 of the dragon heads on her swords were preparing to attack her, one to her left and the other to his right. Zenobia. Irina, she screamed, cutting everything around her, faltering a little, but her heads began to hug them like a snake, spilling poison from her fangs. Each cut seemed to throw one of these off balance, but it always managed to regenerate. Irina. Could you send me an angel? The most beautiful and good angel you have. They were thinking at the last minute before being hit. The girl closed her eyes, waiting for the blow that surprisingly never came. When the girl opened her eyes, she only saw a head of black hair that she recognized. In front of her was a black-haired man who was holding the heads of Igaki's snakes in his hands. When the brunette saw that figure, she only smiled while she already knew perfectly well who that person was. Issei. I'm sorry, God couldn't hear your prayers. But king of demons could, she said, looking at Irina with a smile. Irina, seeing her beloved Issei save her from her, could only smile while she shed some tears. Irina. Issei, she said with a smile, looking at the black-haired man. In another side, one of the laboratories of heaven, varies figures listening to Gabriel's message through that messenger angel. Impossible, said a female voice. It was a blue-haired angel with long hair. Gabriel-sama wants us to activate the Icaros project. But it was she and Michael who decided not to use that power in front of the demons. Doodless-an, I know it's impossible to believe. But paradise is in danger. Maybe it's time to teach the demons and fallen what we are really capable of doing, said one of the members with an arrogant tone. That person was a blonde angel, with an arrogant smile and voice as he approached carefully. Doodless. Minos. Said the blue-haired angel. Minos. We lose faithful and followers on earth every day, and now demons and dragons manage to enter paradise, taking advantage of the absence of God. All we have left is to use Metatron's power against them. Doodless. Metatron died in the event 666. Minos. Minos. Yes. But both you and I know that his power is not now part of Metatron, lives in those 7 forms of life. And with them paradise will recover his glory. Doodless. Paradise no longer needs glory, only peace with the other races. Minos. And is there peace at this moment? Aren't those out there our enemies? What will happen the day when the Los Angeles faction is no longer taken into account? And what does it no longer have its glory? If our enemies leave us alive. She said while many of these angels listened to him attentively. Doodless. Michael-sama and Gabriel-sama will bring peace. Minos. Just like Raphael tried. Paradise needs a leader, a god to govern it. Doodless. And you will be that god. She said sarcastically. Minos. Not exactly, you see. My devotion and loyalty belongs to a true god. And Michael is not one. Doodless. You're not talking. Minos. The factions know the 3 great ones who with their sole existence were able to bring order to the universe with their sole existence. Time, death and darkness. The angels at that moment were surprised since that topic was taboo in heaven. Doodless. Minos, that is considered blasphemy and is paid for with exile. After this we. Minos. Don't worry, Depless. I won't stay here long. In fact I plan to take some things. He said while girls with white wings and black touches appeared, pointing the cannons of his hands. Doodless. Minos, those are. Minos. Kill anyone who resists. And then take their sisters. Angel. You are a traitor, said one of the angels, trying to stop the angel, but one of the angeloids used her lightning to completely disintegrate him. Quickly, when people saw that, fear took over the place. Angel. Kai, one of the angels screamed with terror. Some of the angels fell to their knees in fear, while others thought about how to get out of that place. Minos. Brothers, sisters, he said arrogantly as he looked at the other angels, I plan to return glory to our faction, giving us a new leader, someone who will take the place of God, someone who will not fall into weakness, just like Michael did by recruiting humans, turning them into the ours, or allying with pagans, demons and traitors. The angels will once again dominate over the factions, as we did with the other gods and civilizations. We will create a new paradise called Synapse.and with our new leader. I guarantee you, none of us will fall again, he said, opening a portal through which his new bodyguards passed some types of capsules with female figures inside. Some angels tried to stop them, but the result was the same, magic or celestial mana didn't seem to work. Daedalus. Minos, please stop, he said, watching how they took some of these angels as hostages and others went of their own free will. Minos. Ooh, Daedalus is undoubtedly the one I will miss the least. Your weakness for humans always seemed pathetic to me. That would be something we will not allow in the Synapse, he said, giving it the order to one of his bodyguards who fired a small projectile, seriously injuring the blue-haired girl. Minos. Are they all already? He said, looking at one of his angeloids. Angeloid? Not yet. We are missing Queen Uranus. Minos. And what are you waiting for? Boom. A huge explosion breaks out all over the place, not just in the laboratories. The exploration was felt throughout paradise. The blonde quickly sees the situation on the monitors. Minos. What the hell? The man saw how thousands of angels, apparently made of light, quickly killed the evil dragons, how the wounded were wounded by white flames and other things. Angeloid. Sir. Minos. What? Angeloid. Queen Uranus. Has been activated, he said with shame. It was like one of the angels who had resisted joining him. He was dead on the controls, with the computer monitor repeating, Project Icaros activated. On another side, all the angels were in shock. A huge explosion had crossed all of paradise. Not only, what had the image of a huge spaceship crossed at least 3 or 4 floors of paradise. Irina, Zenobia, Asia, Yuri and the other two were in shock while Issei, already in his normal form, sighed when he saw that. A flash came out of the ship while Itsukun and Rito emerged from the rubble, totally scared and somewhat restless. Rito. What kind of station is that woman? Sukun. You almost killed us. Behind them a woman in military clothing with a sword on her waist appeared, showing the captain of the intergalactic prison, Makina. Makina. Stop crying, I did my best. Issei. I'm glad you've arrived, he said with a smile. Makina. Yeah, sure, just hurry up and give me what you promised me. Issei. Gasa babaka hijahabavo. Zenobia. What? Rito. Issei, you still have the space translator on. Issei quickly took off the translator and saw the brunette who was on the ground. Issei. Nice to meet you, sir, I'm his daughter's boyfriend, he said, looking at Tauji, who was in shock. The slightly injured Hela, Rainer and Tiamat also left the ship and their clothes were a mess. Flashback. While the boys were planning their escape from prison, other things were happening. Apparently the prison's criminal boss was planning a mutiny to kill everyone and take over the prison. When Issei and his friends had discovered it, it was too late. The riot had already started. Little by little the most dangerous aliens took over the prison. While Issei and Tsukune killed and massacred some aliens, Rito prepared an emergency escape ship for one of the captains who died trying to stop the mutiny. For Issei and Tsukune it was really easy to kill those disgusting aliens, but according to Issei, he felt that something bad was happening on Earth, so they had to hurry. Issei. How long until Rito? Rito. Give me a few seconds, apparently he has an anti-theft security system, booking shit, said annoyed. Issei brought out Cerberus to play. He devoured the aliens along with several other creatures made of shadows. Issei really enjoyed massacring them, but at one point he heard how the guards that remained with their captain Makina were fighting to stop the mutiny. Issei, seeing how little by little they died, simply didn't care, but a part of him said that he had to save them. Succumbing to that strange feeling, Issei used Cerberus as a tank to make his way through the many intergalactic criminals. When Issei had reached where they were, Makina simply smiled so that with his chains, they could take them to a safer place. Makina. Hey, what are you doing? Let us go. Issei. Shut up, scandalous, I'm trying to save them. Makina was surprised when she heard that, but she could only let herself be carried away by the moment and trust him. Issei quickly put most of the soldiers still alive in escape capsules so that they could escape. In the end only Issei remained in that prison, along with Makina and his other companions. Issei. Guys, we will have an unexpected guest on our ship, he said, while Makina sat in the co-pilot seat while Rito prepared the ship. Rito. It's ready, come on fast. Issei and Tsukune quickly boarded the ship as it took off. They finally escaped from the place, but they could hear how the aliens, seeing that they were able to take control, only began to scream and howl in victory. Makina. Those sons of bitches, she said, upset they took control of my prison. Issei. Not by much. Rito the hatch. Rito. Sure. Issei. Just leave it to me, he said with a smile. Issei placed a small oxygen mask on his face to exit through a hatch into space. Issei had to admit that it was cold in space, it's like he was more than 100 degrees below zero, but his black flames could prevent him from freezing in space. The now black-haired man saw the prison from afar with a mocking smile while he raised his hand. Issei. Dark moon. As he said that, a black sphere the size of a tiny moon appeared in his hand. Issei's companion saw this somewhat surprised and wondered what would happen. Issei with a smile threw the great sphere of darkness into the prison. When it hit the prison it created a large black hole that completely absorbed and swallowed the prison, and when it finally swallowed it, it exploded completely without leaving any trace. Seeing that, Issei just smiled and returned to the ship while Makina looked at him in shock. Makina. Why you? Issei. Impressive, don't you think? It's the first time I do something like this, but it's really fun, she said with a smile. The brunette looked at Issei in shock, but he really didn't know what the boy was capable of. Issei. Okay, Earth right now. Rito. Well, we will take a few jumps to get home, but they will be few. Issei. How long would that take? Right. 2 hours. Issei. It's a lot, we'll have to shorten that, he said while pressing some buttons. Makina. Wait. Issei had pressed a button causing the ship to quickly begin to move and jump. The ship began to make multiple jumps in different types of places in the galaxy, even going through some dimensions, passing through all of them. The ship began to make hundreds of jumps without stopping, causing the boys to scream. Rito. Idiot, what did you do? Not only did you make us jump at great speed, you made it more than 700 jumps at the same time, he said, holding Issei by the neck. Issei. Ha 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 ha, this is fun, he said with a smile. Sukyun. You are an idiot. Makina. You Earthlings can't even last more than 50 jumps together, and now you're going to do 700. They are crazy. In the best case we will remain in a coma for years, and that is the best if we do not end up with our DNA deformed, or if we do not land in the middle of the core of an idiotic planet or star. Everyone. Ai, they screamed while he saw how their faces were deformed, and reality became something like a psychedelic painting. Sukyun. This could be worse. At that moment some strange figures crashed into the pilot's window. There were 3 girls with their clothes in a mess, full of wounds, and one of them was still conscious. Tiamat. Issei, he said looking at the boy with a smile full of madness and passion, while they were from outside the ship. Sukyun. Quickly, someone activate the windshield. Issei, using his shadows, put the 3 girls into the ship while they continued jumping around the galaxy without stopping. While everyone was screaming in the snow, Issei had to leave since they needed him on Earth, so he left the others still jumping all over the space while he laughed and went into one of the shadows of the place. Then flashback. Elsewhere with the Gremory group, you can see how the DXD group saw the spaceship on the ground completely buried and emitting smoke while Rito, Sukyun and other people came out of it. Riaz. But what? Tiba. I think Issei has already returned. You? I think so. The boys saw how angels of light began to appear and support the angels and demons who were fighting against the evil dragons. While Rito and Sukyun were preparing to fight in the sky, and Issei could be seen in his normal form while showing off his black and white wings in all his splendor. Issei. Avengers United. While Issei was preparing to teach a lesson to the black-haired man who tried to kill Irina and her father, at that moment a dry and unpleasant laugh caught his attention. Rizan. Ha 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 ha, you certainly come to impress me a lot, boy. He said as he walked towards him. Every encounter is a surprise for me. First you helped me with the name of my army, and now you help me destroy the sky. I certainly believed that I would even achieve terror in the hearts of Los Angeles, and when I found out that you had been arrested, I knew that I should take advantage of this opportunity. And what are you doing? Teleport a bucking spaceship destroying and passing through several floors throughout the sky. Issei, you are like the son I never wanted. After what you have done surely Michael and Serziches will chase you. So tell me Issei hyoudou. Will you join my army? Art 86 Paradise to Hell. Paradise was a chaos in much of its skies. Large groups of angels fled in terror from the enormous evil dragons that crossed the skies and also the ground, not to mention the enormous purple flames that left their companions injured. The oldest angels thought that such a tragedy, a massacre, had never happened before, not since the time of the war. The streets of the flights were full of debris, dust and fire. Pools of blood gave them goosebumps. Some of these angels arrived intact, only full of dust, but the less fortunate arrived without an arm, without a leg, even a wing. The wounded were quickly treated by heavenly doctors, while ranks of military angels protected civilians with magic and heavenly technology. On the floor where they came from, the battle line of the angels began to celebrate that these dragons were decreasing in number, thinking that victory would soon be theirs, but a strange war horn was heard while the evil dragons continued to leave. The leader of this group quickly launched a large attack of celestial magic, which were very effective against the others, but their efforts were useless. This new group of dragons were completely resistant to the attacks of celestial magic and sacred weapons. Angel. May God protect us. He said well the dragons killed all the angels that protected that place. Before one of the dragons devoured him, an angel made of light and with a sword and shield, cut that dragon in half. The angel leader, upon seeing this, was surprised, but he was even more surprised when he saw how angels made of light continued to appear out of nowhere to quickly kill the evil dragons. Thousands of angels appeared and he simply shed tears while thanking God Issei for his help. Support. Meanwhile you can see the Gremory group fighting against a dragon laden. They were fighting against the enormous dragon made of roots and whose roots were beginning to recede when they were burned by the swords of Yu and Kiba and also Azara and her sisters. Sukyun. Death, he said, cutting an evil dragon in half with one blow. Shit, why the hell does my head hurt so much in this place? Rito. He said well he had some blasters in his hands and disintegrated a dragon. Totally white floors and walls, blonde people with white wings on their backs, celestial music in the background. I do not know, you tell me. He said sarcastically. Sukyun. Yes, I understood. Rito. Well, we have to help or else this place will go to shit, he said while firing his blasters. Sukyun. Hey Rito, personal problems at 6, he said looking at the Gremory group approaching. Riaz. Where is Ice, he said this as she approached along with Akeno, Kaneko and Kiba. Kiba. I think a better question would be where the hell did they come from? And why did they teleport a large spaceship to the sky? He said, looking at how the spaceship was still stuck in the ground while a brunette cut an evil dragon in half with her sword. This will only increase his sentence more, and I guess Issei brought that beautiful girl. Sukyun. First of all, Issei did bring that girl. Riaz and Akeno. Damn. Kaneko. Sentence. Will they increase security? Riaz. Just answer the rest. Rito. Second, we had no choice. The prison was rioted by the space criminals of the place, and Issei together with us saved most of the guards together with the head of that prison over there, he said, pointing to the chestnut, and Issei also destroyed that prison completely. There was nothing left, so we just came back and it seems just in time for the action. Sukyun. And about your last question. Where is Issei? He said sarcastically. How the hell are we going to know? We are not her babysitters. Why don't you put a leash or a bell on her neck? She said with some mockery. At that moment, Riaz, upon hearing the mockery, only got angrier and grabbed Sukyun by the neck and lifted him up, greatly surprising him. Sukyun. Guys, let go of me, he said while being hanged by the reed. Riaz. Where? Sukyun. Rito. Help. Rito. We really don't know. When we were on our way to Earth he disappeared into one of his shadows and left the rest of the jumps to us, he said, while Sukyun was still being choked by Riaz. Sukyun. I suffocated. He said while his color changed to purple, but before being completely suffocated, Riaz let him go. Kiba. Is your friend okay? He said while he was catching his breath but still holding his head because of the pain. Right. He is a vampire and we are in heaven, he said simply. Kiba. Ooh, it's true, I understand. Well, he's lucky. If he didn't have his rosary and was a complete vampire, he would have turned to ashes by even stepping foot in the place. Rito. That also explains his irritable behavior. By the way, your boss. He said while Riaz looked everywhere for Issei. Akeno. Fufufu. Riaz wants to make sure that he hasn't brought another girl, he said with a smile. Kiba. Just leave her, don't get between a predator and her future prey, he said while Riaz at one point started talking to Makina. Sukyun. Guys, he said while he saw how angels of light came out and quickly killed the evil dragons. I think I already know where he is. That idiot gets all the fun. He said while also seeing this one in the sky while lightning came out of his body and the sky became cloudy. With Issei. Meanwhile the sky began to cloud over in Eden, the albino, and the platinum-haired man kept looking at each other, while not only the trio from the church, the other two figures did not stop looking at the old man and the albino in astonishment. Issei. Join you, oh really? Rizvan. Yes, he said with a chilling smile, just think about it boy, the world. No, the entire universe at our feet, battles throughout the universe with different civilizations, warriors, powerful weapons. Beautiful girls and aliens, he said, moving his eyebrows. Issei. That doesn't sound so bad but do you really think I'll join you? Rizvan. Why not? Once the war is over, which will take several centuries, maybe millennia, I will name you Mayu, Leviathan, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, or even the new king of heaven, whatever title you want. The Mayu and Lord hyoudou is say one of the kings of the galaxy. Why settle for a small territory in the underworld or an insignificant planet? When you can have all the stars and planets you want, what's more, you can be the heir to my empire. What do you say? He said with a smile. Issei. Everything is really tempting. But there is something that bothers me a little about all of that. He said while his hair covered his eyes. Rizvan. And that's it. Issei at that moment took out the robot leg that he bought from the alien in prison and, covering it with rays, threw it at Rizvan. With a little magic he repelled the attack and looked at Issei again. Rizvan. Do you think that with this scrap you can kill me? He said looking at the robotic leg. Did you think that you would defeat me with that? I am a son of Lucifer boy, even without my sacred gear canceller, I am still powerful. I am what the lower class call a super demon, like that Redeed Surziches or that nerdy Ajuka. Superior also, how rude, you didn't tell me what was bothering you. Issei. If you are a super demon. Then I must be a phase 2 super demon. Rizan. Yes. That makes sense. If you could at least reach phase 1, he said with a mocking smile. Issei at that moment raised his head so that Rizan could see the crazy smile that Issei had on his face. He simply plummeted to the ground and upon touching the ground a large pillar of black fire came out of Issei. Rizan, upon feeling that power, was surprised and from the great pillar of fire, the black-haired Issei came out ready for the fight. Issei. Answering your question about what bothers me. Well. It bothers me that you will be the king of the galaxy. He said well Rizan was confused. Me I want much more than to be the idiot who will inherit what is yours. I want to kill you and take over everything he said with a big crazy smile that made Rizan shiver. Also as you can see, this is whether he is a real super demon or a phase 2 super demon. So. Let's dance Rizan. Rizan, upon sensing Issei's demonic power, only retreated a little while he saw it in a serious and analytical manner. While this was happening, the battle against Iaki became a little complicated. He tried to kill Irina and Zenobia with his snake-headed swords, but he couldn't. Seeing how his target was being cured, Iaki only got angry as he intensified his attacks. The heads at least tried to bite the girls, but at that moment a girl with a pink dress next to a large 2 meters long katana appeared to support the girls. Iaki. Now who are you girl, he said looking at the blonde girl. Shinobu. I'm sorry, idiot, but my lord asked me to support his friends, he said while he was leaning his katana on his shoulder. Iaki. I don't care, do not get in my way, he said to attack again. One of the heads tried to bite Shinobu, but she with her katana easily cut off the head of the sword snake. Seeing that, Iaki got upset but noticed something. The head of the snake sword was regenerating slower than normal. Shinobu. The sword kills eccentricities. Maybe it doesn't work completely against that sword, but it still works enough, he said while launching into battle. Iaki threw his other snake heads to kill the blonde, but he skillfully cut them off easily. Shinobu. It's better to finish this quickly, my head hurts in this place, he said while he pointed his katana towards Iaki. The man only frowned when he saw how all the heads of his Irachi had been cut off and the blonde was approaching him. The man tried to collide his sword with the girl's, but he collided his sword against the katana of the girl. Blonde had passed through the sword as if it were air. The man saw the girl still next to him, he tried to attack her again, but when he raised her hands he noticed that they were gone. The man, seeing his hands cut off, just screamed and saw how his hands were on the ground still holding his sword. Shinobu. That pathetic sword can't match my Kakorwatari, he said he would be while Iaki fell to the ground feeling the pain and somewhat scared of the blonde girl. As she was approaching to execute the man, but at one point she stopped missing the man. Iaki. Won't you kill me? Shinobu. No need. Besides he will do it, he said pointing behind him. The man turned around and only saw an Issei with a smile while he felt something piercing his chest. Issei in one movement had pierced Igaki's chest and had his heart in his hand. Igaki. Puig. So this is my ending. Issei. I know it's painful to lose someone. And I know you think you have the right to take revenge. But unfortunately for you, that man here is my father-in-law. So no. I can let him die. Igaki. You are. Just like them. When the same thing happens to you. I will laugh at you in my grave, he said while he dissolves into ashes. In the end Igaki's body turned into ashes and the wind carried his remains away. Issei. So actually if he was dead. You revived him with the grail, Rizan, he said, looking at the platinum-haired man who was in the air. Rizan. That's right, this is irrefutable proof, I will be the new god of this universe, I have already dominated death with the holy grail, I hear who lives and who dies, soon I will dominate reality, and time. I will pass to dominate the 3 powers that brought order to that universe. Issei. Then I will return with a golden gauntlet with 6 gems in it and I will kill you with one idiotic snap. Rizan snapped his fingers so that a large dragon came out of nowhere and tried to attack Issei, but he only summoned Fafnir and he quickly started a big fight while Issei and Rizan returned to their battle. On another side, but the angels awaiting their imminent end for defending their land, several of their companions had died in battle, the so-called celestial dragons were immune to their attacks, the leader of this line was panting with his armor in pieces, his weapons missing. Sharp and without energy to invoke magic, hoping to stop a stampede with his bare hands, knowing that he would be crushed in the attempt. But a huge explosion destroyed the first rows of dragons, which let out a huge roar. The angels present looked surprised at a figure with enormous wings and pink hair. Hundreds of rockets flew from his wings that hit the dragons, while he was holding a bow and arrow that caused an explosion so big that it was felt throughout paradise. Purgatory assured, said the pink-haired angel as he focused his attention on the top, an enormous amount of energy is concentrated in Eden. Permission to intervene. With Issei, you can see how a shocked Rizan saw a black-haired Issei while he was raising his right hand. He little by little gathered a large black energy that formed a sphere that appeared to a black moon. Issei. I should thank you, I guess. Rizan. Thank me? Issei. Because of this great power, perhaps you have not noticed it. But I feed on everything that you have caused, pain, hopelessness and much more. All. This great spectacle gives me power. I'm like a sponge that feeds on other people's suffering and other things. Ha ha ha, thanks to all this, you will die too, so get ready, old man, he said while a crazy smile appeared on his face. Rizan, sensing the power, tried to retreat while little Lilith seemed to protect her master from him. Lilith. Rizan. Danger. Protect. Rizan, upon receiving the alert from his bodyguard, knew that this attack could kill him perfectly. Trying to prevent that, he sent thousands of his evil dragons to attack Issei, and the now black-haired man, seeing that, just smiled. Issei. Dark moon. This released the great expectation of darkness into the air, so that a black hole will begin to absorb the dragons. The great force began to absorb everything around them. Trees next to the evil dragons were absorbed along with many debris. Fafnir protected Asia and the others so that they would not be absorbed by the vortex, and in the end, when all the dragons were absorbed, the vortex disappeared without a trace. Rizan, seeing that, was surprised, while Lilith saw Issei. Issei. Sending your creatures so that you don't get absorbed was really interesting, using them as bait. You really are a despicable person, he said with a smile. Lilith tried to attack Issei, but she was hitting him. Issei smiled. Issei returned the blow, killing Lilith, sending her flying with Rizan. When she got up, she noticed that her nose was bleeding, and not only that, he was vomiting a little blood, leaving Rizan in shock. Issei. Sigh, how weak they are. Really, if I wanted to I would kill them right now, so let's end this. Issei raised a single finger so that a small ball of black energy formed. Lilith. Danger. Protect. Lilith quickly created a magical barrier, and Rizan supported her by creating even more barriers. Everyone saw again the great energy that Issei accumulated while his companions were waiting. Issei. Dark shot. Saying that, he pointed towards Rizan and Lilith and fired the great energy. Upon impact, a large flash that followed everyone along with a gigantic shock wave had been signed by the boys' attack. The impact of the attack made the earth rumble. In Eden, everyone closed their eyes before the blinding light. The air felt heavy, the trees and stones were sent flying, while the roar echoed in everyone's ears. Receiving the impact seemed to Rizan eternal, but he did not care, since he knew that all of Eden would be destroyed thanks to that attack. He simply began to laugh madly while being consumed by the great attack. The impact finally ended. The land was hot and desolate. Asia's eyes were somewhat afraid, while Fafnir saw how everything was destroyed, and on top of all that was a black-haired Issei with a smile. Ouchie. That was surprising. This is what Issei-kun can do, he said looking at the black-haired man who had a big smile. Asia quickly healed her friends, while Issei continued looking around her for her enemy. Rizan. Damn boy, he said coming out of some rubble, annoyed. Hey you. The blonde girl. You see a little of your healing power and heal my hands. The blonde, looking at the old man, was amazed to see how that platinum-haired man and Lilith both had their clothes completely destroyed, although Lilith had enough to cover her small parts, but Rizan was naked, and Issei looked at how the old man's hands were completely charred to the core. Forearm. Zenobia. Ha, Issei's is bigger, he said looking at Rizan's little friend, and it's less wrinkled. How disgusting. Rizan was only bothered by what the girl said, and Issei simply laughed, mocking the old man. Rizan. Lilith, please bring that girl to heal me. Lilith was approaching the blonde, but a huge spear of light stopped her. Meters in the air, Michael could be seen with an expression full of anger. Rizan. Kai Michael pervert, said while he covered his parts. Michael. Enough Rizan jokes, it's time to finish you. Rizan. No, it seems that you are the one who doesn't understand it. Giggles, he said mockingly, this is just beginning. Michael. Invading paradise was the worst mistake. Rizan. I wouldn't say invade, I only came for what is mine. For my mother's inheritance. Said while little Lilith picked two fruits. The fruits of wisdom and life. Courtesy of my mother. Irina. It can't be, but the tree has no fruit. Rizan. No, it doesn't have them, but they were preserved. So Michael, are you saying that my worst mistake was invading paradise? Well, yours was having expelled my mother without first having taken measures. Now I would stay to chat, but I have things to do, gods to revive and monsters to create. He said, creating a magic circle that he began to teleport him. By the way, tell the boy for me that. Nyarlathotep sends him greetings. Michael thought about throwing his spear, but he knew that if he didn't reach it, he could hurt someone, so he decided to spread the fire, while the platinum-haired man laughed out loud, leaving a huge bad taste in the mouths of those present. Heart 87 Evil. In a large ancient temple, made of black bricks, covered by red and gold flags, there were several monks with black robes and masks of different styles, some of skeletons, goats, horses and others made of octopus and squid. They sang a dark song that gave goosebumps to anyone who heard it. A group of sorcerers were chained, waiting for the opportunity to flee, but the temple was guarded by demons, like the emblem of the ancient faction of Lucifer, the witch from balconies very, very high up he was watching the ritual. The sorcerers were taken one by one in front of a blasphemous altar in front of where there was once a great image. The sorcerer was forced to read a dark song in a strange language, and as soon as he read it, he bled from his eyes and fell to the ground convulsing. Until he died, while pulling out his hair. The EMON1. Next said one of the demons of the Lucifer faction while passing another sorcerer who was begging for mercy, but when he refused to read it he was pierced by a spear. The demons left his body in front of the others as a warning. The girl with pink hair hugged the platinum-haired girl in armor with tremendous force, who took it calmly, but she can feel her partner's fear. She knows she can stop that, she knows that with some she can end it, but if she does, she can also destroy the innocent at his side. Monk. This is useless, it will be easier with some ancient or dimensional magic sorcerer he said while he had a goat mask. The EMON2. Is there a sorcerer with magic capable of traveling between worlds? If there is, this will end faster. For us, said whispering the last thing. The pink-haired girl, upon hearing that, hugged her companion, closing her eyes in fear, escaping from reality, remembering her home, next to her grandparents, whispering their names, waiting for all this to be just a bad dream. But the nightmare was just beginning. Wizard1. The girl said, an elderly wizard with dirty clothes, while he trembled. The girl from the Hagar clan said, pointing at the pink-haired girl. Louise quickly turned pale and got into the fetal position to wake up from that nightmare. Wizard1. They can travel between worlds. She said so those words will cause a stir among the monks. EMON1. Are you sure about that, old man? Wizard1. Completely. She said with some fear and shame. EMON2. Pass the girl to the altar he said, so that the pink-haired girl would cling more to the silver-haired girl, which was being pulled with great force by one of the guards, so that she would let go of Louise. One of the guards, already tired of trying to wrestle with the platinum-haired girl to release the pink-haired girl, decided to try to hit the platinum-haired girl, but a whisper made him stop. Euclid. Stop, he said in a whisper. When he said that, no one in the place could move, since a strange force was stopping them. Euclid, seeing how everyone was paralyzed, wrote with his magic on the ground. Euclid. We have to escape. She wrote this on the ground with her magic, but a large silhouette appeared in front of them. It was a silver-haired man with Mau's clothes and a small black-haired girl at his feet. Rizan. You must be careful with your words, little one. You can hurt someone, said the old man while the girl tried to whisper, but Lilith covered her mouth with her small hands. Rizan smiled while he gave a signal to his men to continue his work. Louise was crying. The monks asked her to hurry up or else they would kill her. She quickly began to read slowly, in the hope of not dying like her predecessors, but something happened. The wall where the image was to be found began to crack. Sounds of tremors were beginning to be heard, but there wasn't actually one. The Lord of the Night, the brunette and an albino with pigtails, watched everything with amazement and excitement from the balcony. Louise quickly began to read with more fear, afraid that something much worse would happen to her than to the others, but her cracks grew larger and a green glow and a sickly smell escaped from them. Rizan. Yes, she said as she watched what was happening with a smile. The wall began to fall completely, the song of the pink-haired woman had finished, and a dimensional door opened. Through it a pyramid could be seen with an enormous glow, and instead of sand there was snow. When trying to go deeper they could see several moons, planets and bodies in the distance, but an enormous roar invaded the hearts of all those present with fear. A tremor shook the temple, and from this portal, enormous tentacles came out that grabbed a couple of monks and soldiers. Their screams left echoes in everyone's head. Rizan. Ha 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 ha, I welcome you, powerful deity of chaos, he said approaching the portal, while the soldiers retreated a little out of fear. Tell me. How should I refer to you? Maybe Shub-Niggurath. Yog-Sothoth. Or the great Cthulhu. The creature at that moment began to speak in an unknown language and began to take on a humanoid shape with a large black robe that covered its entire face, but its enormous red eyes shone. Rizan. No. Better yet. Wait, he said thinking of a better name. What times are these? He said with a dark voice. I haven't crossed this plane in eons. Rizan. I'll summarize it for you. My name is Rizan Livan Lucifer, the heir of the original Demon King. Demon King. The figure said with some mockery. Little children looking at titles and surnames, when in reality they are nothing more than protozoans in a universe that they do not understand. I should. He said trying to invoke a spell, but nothing came up. Rizan. Have city, Lord, deity of chaos. Yes, it is true that I invoked you in my universe, plane or dimension, call it whatever you like, but right now it is nothing more than an image. Don't get me wrong, you can take that octopus form again, but that's all it would be. You lost all your powers back there. Right. He said with mockery. What does he want? He said annoyed looking at the old man. Rizan. I had said that I didn't know my universe, right? That's why I seek to conquer it. And you want my help in exchange for Rizan. His freedom. Or perhaps he prefers to return to that place where minor gods still live around the corpse of his friend. My power goes beyond what you can understand, Rizan. I don't need to understand it. Just master it. Do you think you can treat me this way? The figure said with great anger as he extended large tentacles, but these were cut off by a black-haired figure with golden touches. Rizan. Vera, my bodyguard Krom Kruich can take care of you, he's probably stronger than you right now, so shall we return you to his territory and try our luck with another god? Or does he join our cause? What does it say? I'll need mana. Rizan. I think we can fix that, he said looking at the kidnapped sorcerers. The figure quickly approached them and began to extend its body to devour them, while Rizan took Louise and Euclid so that they would not be devoured. Rizan. Not you little ones, you are very valuable and I can't do without you. Yet, ha 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 ha. In another side, somewhere in the underworld, the four Mass, Azazel, Barakiel, Michael and Gabriel, were arguing about what to do with their prisoners. The three teenagers were tied to a chair with multiple seals that suppressed all their power. Issei. I demand a lawyer, this is not fair. Surziches. Hyoudou Issei, Yukirito, Aono Tsukyun. Sighed. Despite having been accused of being imprisoned. They tried to escape, not only that they also crashed a spaceship in the sky and apparently bring a woman from another planet, he said looking at Makina. Rito. Hey Issei, she became a Christian when she went to heaven, right? Tsukyun. Hahaha, now she prays on her knees and she will also do other things on her knees, right, Issei? He said with mockery. Michael. Keep silence, Issei. Wow Michael, calm down, as good Christians we repent of our actions, and you, too, as a good Christian, must forgive, right? She said mockingly while Michael got angrier. Michael. You children of your holy mother. Gabriel. But Michael is right, if you repent all your sins can be forgiven. Michael. Gabriel, you don't know these guys, he said, pointing to the three who were just chatting and laughing among themselves. Issei. Come on Michael, don't be mean, we helped you, shouldn't you thank us? Rito. Hey Issei, that girl looks like one of your girlfriends, he said looking at Gabriel. Tsukyun. Why don't you seduce her and we can get out of here faster? Issei. Shut up, besides she is S sister. At that moment a mocking and somewhat evil smile appeared on Issei's face. She is Michael's sister, right? It would surely be a shame for you if I became your brother-in-law, right Michael? She said making Michael shiver. Michael. Silence and stay away from my idiot sister. Majuka. I'm sorry, but we can't ignore the fact that you are intergalactic criminals. Just having them on our planet can lead us to cause a conflict with other planets. So, it would be best to take temporary custody of you. Well, we also discussed the fate of the three of you with Mr. Deviluk. Azazel. Well, we already told this to your daughter, and they informed us that we have the green light to take care of you three, and they also informed us that you saved most of the prison guards in addition to your captain, so reduce your sentence for good behavior. Serafal. He won't come, I really thought he would like me to see Issei in jail after what happened. Azazel. Apparently Princess Lala's mother, she will come to Earth to meet her daughter's fiancé. She will also discuss a little about the diplomatic issue. Issei. Ooh, are you going to meet your mother-in-law? Rito, how do you feel? Rito. See, shut up. Serafal. I understand, it's very interesting, but what do you think we should do to them? He said while thinking about tying Issei to a bed and playing with him all night. Surziches. Well, Riaz told me that he would hate me if I freeze him for more than 100 years. Barakiel. Akeno, he told me the same thing. But he gave me the green light to torture her. As long as she did it. Azazel. I don't know, surely Akeno will make up for it more than torture. Gabriel. And then what do you suggest we do? Time skip. After the leaders' discussion, an Issei can be seen with his companions, helping with the reconstruction of paradise with orange suits, while they were watched by guards, while the leaders discussed something important. The boys found it really annoying, especially Issei since he could quickly repair everything with his magic, but the leaders, knowing this, forbade him from using his flames to repair everything. Although it was somewhat annoying and tiring for the boys, it was not so bad since they could still have fun, like playing tricks on Michael, putting some cakes on his face, making his butt muddy, and Issei also had some conversations with Gabriel, who seemed to him to be a very pure woman. Gentle. Although the main problem was that the angels were amazed when they saw Issei's face, no angel was as handsome as him, apparently, and the fact that he looked like a bad boy made him somewhat attractive to the girls. Now you can see how the leaders discussed some things. Azazel. Well, it's time to move on to the next topic, let's talk about our new enemy. They call themselves Synapse. He said so that Michael would remain silent. I am not going to blame the fact that the sky hid such powerful weapons, since each faction has its secrets, but. Gabriel. The angeloids are not weapons. Or at least they were not created for that purpose. But I admit that all that weaponry in their systems once belonged to Metatron. In the wrong hands they could. Ajuka. Help against the Devolukians. Gabriel. Wipe out the entire planet. Azazel. And now they have 6 at their side, Grady said sarcastically. Michael. Yes, at least we have Queen Uranus, she is the strongest so there will be no problems. Azazel. Well, I guess for now it's better that we enjoy the party he said getting comfortable and relaxing a little. Elsewhere, Issei's house mansion. At the end of the day the 3 boys said goodbye and each went to their respective homes. Apparently they were only allowed to return home to go to sleep. The albino was tired from all the work, this being in his living room. Each was greeted by the dark and cold gazes of each of his girls, and among all of them, Arias with a dark aura saw Issei. Breg. Quickly boy run don't look back runs. Issei, upon hearing the dragon's warning, only turned around and tried to run, but he was caught by his girls while he silenced Dreg. Arias. You go to Mars without our permission to start an intergalactic war. And then you are taken to a prison far from me, to then crash a ship in paradise, cause problems for my brother. And the worst of all is that you brought a very beautiful woman from space. Issei. In my defense I simply saved her from being murdered, don't blame me for being a very good person she said simply. Arias. Yes, of course. But do you have something to say before we punish you? He said while she had a cold and serious look. Issei. Yes, when I spent it in that prison. I can't help but think about you he said missing the girls as they slowly calmed down. I know that sometimes I can act like an idiot or a carefree person. But really the one thing I thought about when I went so far into space was that unfortunately I would leave you. Sorry for that and I promise it won't happen again girls. I'm really sorry he said bowing a little while every word he had said had been sincere. The girls, upon hearing Issei's words, were moved and stopped looking at him so seriously and now seemed calmer. Issei. I will accept my punishment, no matter what it is he said seriously. Yui and Lin stood in front of everyone while they looked at Issei. Lin. Master, you are a fool he said hugging Issei while also kissing him. Yui. Our master is really irresponsible she said kissing him too. Each of the girls finally hugged Issei and also kissed him while they made up. Akeno. Ice-kun is really a fool, we worry, but we forgive him because we love him, right girls? All. Hi. Issei. I love you girls a lot too, I really missed you. Issei was about to kiss his girl again, but at that moment someone had appeared out of nowhere and hit Issei. Shinobu. Shinobu punch he said hitting Issei. Issei simply crashed into one of the walls of the house while the girls watched the little blonde. Shinobu. Yes, your reconciliation is nice, my lord, but you have not yet compensated me, he said it would be. Issei. But why the hell did you hit me? Shinobu. It was just to get your attention he said with some mockery. Yui. Hey, aren't you that ex-legendary vampire? Shinobu. That's right, but now I'm hungry and my lord has to feed his servant, right? My lord he said with some mockery. Issei. Sigh yes, let's go he said while uncovering his neck. The blonde loli quickly bit Issei's neck while Issei explained what was happening to the girls. Issei. Girls, she will stay with us, I half reconciled with her while we were in jail and well. She will live in my shadow for a while. Lin. Will she live in your shadow, master? Shinobu. Stopping biting Issei's neck. That's right, I have the power to use my lord's pocket dimension as a kind of dimensional house. I have a nice room in that place, so I hope it don't bother you. Akeno. What a shame for you, since now Issei will have to accept his punishment, so now we will make a lot of noise he said, while having a flirtatious smile on his face. What a shame, I hope that little house you have has thick walls. Saying that, the girls smiled in a perverted way as they saw Issei's body like a piece of ID. Issei. It's good to be home she said with a smile. Heart 88 Christmas. The Occult Research Club was returning from a school Christmas meeting. They had received the news that the person in charge of the occult club would be Asia and Kiba as president and vice president. The blonde was very happy about the news and she was sad because she did not feel capable of playing this role like her predecessor, but her friends did not stop encouraging her to continue. When they arrived at her house, they told Issei and the others the news. Issei, on her part, did not hesitate to congratulate Asia by caressing her head, causing her to blush. Issei. Congratulations Asia, I'm very happy for you she said, giving him a smile. Asia. Gigi, thank you Issei said something blushing. Sarah. Yes, Asia-chan will be the new butchu. Became. It will be fun. Basara. Congratulations Asia-chan. She said happily. But didn't Issei go with you? Azara. Well. Issei is punished. Red. Punished. Issei at that moment showed a shackle on her leg. She as she had some lights and it seemed like she also had a GPS. Issei. If I leave the house Urziches and Michael will come to scold me, apparently I'm still in custody and isolation for being a criminal. They also entrusted Makina to keep me out of trouble she said looking at the brunette. Makina. Well. When we arrived you told me that they would give me a job. Unfortunately they put me as your babysitter, but knowing you and knowing how dangerous you are it is necessary she said it would be. Basara. And what did Issei-chan do? Issei. Let's say I desecrate a sacred place he said a little nervously. Basara. What? Red. By sacred place do you mean Asia? Or the girl who is playing on the Christmas tree? She said the dragon watching Kaneko playing with some Christmas spheres and breaking some of them. Rias. Not again. She said while she stopped her friend next to a Keno. Issei. No. Well I destroyed a church. Tiba. Church. You. What you destroyed with Rito and Tsukyun was a historical heritage. Issei. You guys don't help. Both. You neither. Red. Ha 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 ha, you're already looking like me destroying things by accident or not, ha 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 ha. Basara. I understand, so Issei will be under house arrest, what a shame. But hey, we will all still be there. Even his grandparents will come. Issei. Will the grandparents come? Basara. That's right, they really missed you last summer, so they will come to the house for Christmas he said happily. Red. Will I have to ask Issei or his grandfather for permission to go on a date with Kasara? He thought while Issei had a bad feeling about what Red was thinking. Time skip. A chestnut with a somewhat grey-haired chestnut had arrived at the residence. They saw the mansion somewhat surprised. It was really very different from the old house where Issei and her brothers lived, but upon seeing that quality of life, they were really happy for their grandchildren. Basara. Oka-san, it's really nice that you're here she said with a beautiful smile as she hugged her parents. Izumi Issei's grandmother. Hello treasure, I haven't seen you in a long time she said hugging her daughter. Tenpei Issei's grandfather. Yes, it was really difficult to find them, but it made it easier for us when you told us that they lived in a mansion in a common neighborhood, he said somewhat happily. Basara. Yes, well we are happy that you are here she said happily. Red. It's a pleasure, gentlemen he said appreciatively behind the chestnut. Tenpei. And this is it? Red. Hello, my name is Big Red he said, greeting the gentleman politely. Izumi. Ara, and Goru. Basara. Is no longer there, but it doesn't matter, here is Red-kun he said happily. Izumi. What? Is your boyfriend? Red. For his. Before he could continue speaking, Issei placed his revolver on Red's head, making him nervous. Issei. Of course not he said seriously. Tenpei. Jojo, hello Issei, how are you he said happily while they both gave each other a hug. Issei. I'm fine, how has everything been for the grandfather town? He said looking at the chestnut tree. Tenpei. Everything is calm as always, although there is a school where there are very schoolgirls. Before he finished the sentence his wife hit him hard on the head. Izumi. What are you saying honey? She said while she gave a somewhat frightening look at her husband. Tenpei. And nothing sweetheart he said something fearful. Time skip night. Later after Issei spoke with his grandparents along with his other siblings, the student council had arrived, Ria's and Sona's parents had also arrived, Venilana was talking with Issei's mother and Sona's mother, while Zioticus was next to Red and Surzich's. And Azazel had also arrived with some bottles of liquor, Issei just smiled when he saw that. Zioticus. So tell me boy he said looking at Issei have you already done it? Issei. Sigh no sir, his daughter is not pregnant, he said with some tiredness. Zioticus. What why not? Venilana. Honey, calm down, we already talked about this she said looking at her husband. Issei. Well, you can blame the low birth rate on demons, who knows? She said with a somewhat mocking smile. Zioticus upon hearing that just fell to his knees while he cursed the very low birth rate in the demons. Rias. Dad, could you not make a scene in front of everyone? She said somewhat embarrassed while the boys laughed a little when they saw how Zioticus hit the ground with some frustration. Venilana. It can't be helped, your father has always been like this she said, caressing her husband's back while still hitting the ground. Tenpei. And that's Issei. Issei. He is my father-in-law, it's something strange she said looking at Zioticus. After a while, everyone ate at the mansion's large table while exchanging some unopened gifts. The Gremory team went to the top floor of the residence to spend Christmas with the rest of the team, Roswis, Ravel, the team of Valerie who had also arrived, even the Citri team were also there. Rias, Akeno, Sona and Tsubaki talked about the university they were going to and then changed the conversation to how they were worried about the well-being of the school since there was no one to supervise the school, fearing what the albino would do. Some of them thought that without Sona to scold him he would surely dominate the school and others thought that he would just get bored and would surely go to the university to see them sometimes. While the Christmas spirit began to invade everyone, Irina, who was drinking some punch, noticed how the albino was sneaking to the roof and decided to follow him. When Irina arrived she saw how Issei was looking at the somewhat cloudy sky with a small smile. Irina. Issei-kun. She said she's getting this one's attention. Issei. Ooh hello Irina, sorry, she was just watching the snowfall she said looking at the sky. Irina. But it's not here. The girl, before saying more, felt something cold touch her forehead. When she looked at the sky she saw how tiny 9 flakes were falling from the sky in snow. She said she is surprised because the weather forecast only mentioned a cloudy night. Issei. You see, it's snowing, he said happily. Arena. Issei-kun. Snow. She said she is happy until she started to feel cold. Issei, seeing that she took off a jacket that she had on for the occasion and put it on Arena. Issei. Arena. Yo, you shouldn't go out unsheltered, he said, looking Arena in her eyes while he hugged her so she would be less cold. The girl, feeling Issei's warm hug while she looked into his eyes, blushed. Issei, seeing that, just smiled as he hugged her tighter. Arena. Issei. Do you believe in miracles? She said, looking at the albino. Why I do. You know, when I was a child I prayed every night for a friend. I thought God had not heard my prayers, but then I met you. She said, remembering how the brunette defended her from some children. And even when we walked away I always asked him to let me see you again. I realized that you had become a hero. Personally I was afraid that you would die in the end, but I prayed again. I know it seems silly, after all God died. And he wouldn't allow such a thing, but here we are. Issei. I don't think it's stupid, Arena. More than once I lost faith. Hope. But when I lost it I regained it. Thanks to you, he said, looking at the girl with a smile. Arena. Issei-kun. She said she is hugging very affectionately while her face was on the albino's chest. When I was in heaven with that man threatening my father and the former Mao was threatening with killing us, I was afraid. Not only for my father, for Asia, Zenobia. And above all, afraid. Of not being able to see you again. And I prayed, if I was going to die, I wanted to see you again. And you appeared in the same heroic way as the first time you appeared in my life. And in the end. There you were, said the brunette, looking at Issei with tender eyes. The albino, looking into the girl's eyes, had lost himself in them, and when he came out of that trance, he realized that she was stealing a kiss from him. He had kissed her in a very gentle and passionate way. When they separated they were still looking each other in the eyes while Issei smiled. Issei. So this is an angel's kiss. Arena. Even though he is one of many, he doesn't feel so different than the first time. Issei. First time? Arena. Gigi, of course, the only difference is that. Now you're awake, she said, looking at Issei. Issei. When? She said, and then heard some bells. Arena. That's. Issei. Santa. In the sky they saw how a sleigh was flying through the air while it was being pulled by reindeer. They could hear Santa's typical laughter in the background, but in a bad turn, it fell to the terrace where both young people noticed that it really wasn't a saint, but Azazel drunk and dressed as Santa. Azazel. Ho ho. Hip. Merry Christmas everyone. Hip. Issei. Azazel, you're drunk and what the hell are you doing? Riaz. It seems like he really took his role seriously, he said, appearing with the others. Arena. Riaz and D, since when? Akeno. All the time, Fufufu laughed, remembering the cute moment when they both shared feelings. Asia. Is that Santa-san? I thought it was more. Filler. Asper. And with horns. You. No, that's not Santa. Gasper. Azazel. Jojo. Hip. Of course I am, said Azazel, still stuck in the role. If not, how do I explain them to Rodolfo? He said, pointing to his reindeer, that he wasn't actually a reindeer, but Barakiel dressed as a reindeer while having a red nose and antlers. Akeno. Odo-san. But what? Barakiel. A long story, he answered simply. Kaneko. About what? Barakiel. A bet. We bet how long it would take Issei to escape from that prison and bring a Hexi girl. Whoever lost would dress as Rodolfo. By the way, Merry Christmas. He said, lighting the red root of it. Akeno. Fufufu laughs with joy. Issei. Well, as long as I have gifts I don't care who Santa is, he said happily. Yuri. You don't mind. I thought it would disappoint you. Issei. I've been my own saint for several years, so I don't care much about that, she said simply. Azazel. Ho ho. Hip. Well, here come the gifts, I hope you guys have been good this year. Hip. Said this one while taking a giant bag of gifts out of the sleigh. He took a gift out of the bag, and while he was staggering a little he approached Issei. Azazel walked towards the albino, but without realizing that behind the albino a strange 2.5-meter creature began to appear. Azazel. But what the hell? Stood out like burning coals. Bruearg. Issei. Krampus, this man said happily while looking at the giant. Saji. What, the royal Krampus? Azazel. He belongs to an ancient and extinct family of demons that resided in Scandinavia. I never thought he would come here for Issei, he said, while seeing Issei look at him, while the giant simply looked at Issei. Sona. Maybe a Harante. Riaz. What do we do? Akeno. He doesn't just go after bad children. Barakiel. I think Issei is considered one, he said, watching as Krampus began to take something out of his back. A somewhat chilling melody began to play in the place. Some goblins and somewhat terrifying creatures began to appear. These had macabre and twisted faces. The boys, seeing themselves surrounded, prepared to fight, but at that moment the voice of a woman stopped the possible conflict. Sorry for being late, Issei-chan. In another side, the other adults were still inside the house mansion. They noticed the presence of the demon that was on the roof and a mysterious woman dressed in white, but they simply ignored this, thinking that it was a small party planned for them. Little by little people drank punch, which was mostly alcohol, and especially the women began to get drunk, and that was a very bad thing according to Tempeh. Tempeh. We have to get out of here now, he said looking at Red and Zeoticus. Red? Why? Tempeh. You don't understand, my wife and my daughter are very strange when they are drunk, please let's go, he said with some fear. Before anything else happened, the adults heard something break, and at that moment they saw Izumi with a big smile. She approached her husband and started hitting him for some reason. Izumi. Honey, you already know what's going to happen, right? She said looking at the gray-haired chestnut. Tempeh. Please no, I want to live, she said, trying to escape. Zeoticus. But what? I can't finish this one since a drunk Venelana had ripped off his clothes. Kai. Venelana. Izumi Abasan gave us a good idea. Hip.so darling. Hip.hope. You don't mind that, what now? Hip. Goes, let's go, she said with a beautiful smile, but the bad intentions were evident. Asara did the same with Net, and the three adults just hugged each other with some fear, while Serziches ran away when he saw what they were doing. But Issei and the others, the boys were shocked to see a woman with beautiful white hair, pale skin and an equally white dress. She was hugging Krampus affectionately, while he apparently had a smile, and his terrifying face changed to a kinder one. Issei. Mrs. Perchta, you are still the same as always, she said looking at the white-haired woman. Perchta? Ara, look how you have grown, Issei-chan, you are already a man, she said with joy, while she caressed Issei's head as if he were a child. Krampus roared again, but he coughed, clearing his throat, so that a thick and somewhat terrifying voice came out of the demon's mouth. Krampus. That's right, you've grown a lot, Brad, he said with a smile. Bria's eyes, what's wrong? She said something scared looking at Krampus and the woman. Yui. They are Master's old friends, right? She said looking at the woman. Lin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Perchta, she said bowing a little. Perchta. It's a pleasure too, thank you for taking care of Issei-chan. Azazel. The great and ancient goddess Perchta, what is she doing here? She said looking at the woman. Perchta. Ara, I'm just coming to visit Issei-chan with my husband, we already missed him since last Christmas, she said with joy looking at Issei. All. Husband. Issei. Krampus is Mrs. Perchta's husband, he said simply while the demon greeted friendly. Everyone. Yeah. Perchta. Phew, that was the same reaction that Issei-chan had years ago, it's really funny, she said with a big smile. Krampus. I don't know why you're surprised, I'm very handsome and a stud, she said with a sharp smile. Asia. K. Krampus-sama, Perchta-sama, do you know Issei-san? Krampus. That's right, on some Christmases he gave him gifts and visited him, she said happily. Yuri. Why? Was Issei-kun bad? Perchta. Quite the opposite, he was a very good child, but unfortunately he had bad luck when it came to helping those in need. Krampus. And by getting into fights and stuff, my idiot brother put him on the blacklist. Bucking idiot, he said annoyingly, remembering his obese and idiotic older brother. Irina. Is Santa his brother, Mr. Krampus? Krampus. Unfortunately, our mother had an affair with a demon who was my father, and that's where I was born, we really don't get along very well, he's just an idiot who doesn't really know what's right or wrong, so I have to interfere, he said seriously. Akeno. Ara, and how exactly did you meet Ice-kun? Perchta. Well, since Issei-chan was on the blacklist, they didn't give him gifts, and my husband didn't think it was fair, so he decided to give her some gifts, like giving her some clothes, toys, and video games. Issei. Hence my great liking for them. Office. So Issei is his friend. Perchta. That's right, sorry for not coming in a few years, if we come often, Claus can notice, and well, he's stupid, it doesn't matter, she said with a smile. Krampus. And as always, I came to give you a gift, Brady said, taking out a somewhat damaged box from one of his giant pockets, but it seemed that what was inside was well preserved. Issei took the gift with joy and quickly opened it in front of everyone. When the albino saw what was inside, he was surprised, and when he saw that he simply shed a tear. In the box there was a small photo of him as a child with Krampus and Perchta flying in the sky on Krampus's sleigh. When Issei saw the small photo, great happiness and nostalgia invaded him, while he also saw both adults with a smile. Issei. Sniff. Thank you. Really thank you for this. Sniff. I will treasure it forever, he said with a smile. Perchta. I know you will, my pretty Issei, he said wiping Issei's tears with his hand. Issei quickly hugged both adults and they returned the hug. The goblins, upon seeing that, started to hug Issei as well. These separated only saw one last time before a demonic sleigh of a black and red color with some worn things came down from the sky. Some saw that the reindeer, which were zombies, were the ones that moved the sleigh, and when they saw Issei, they licked him a little as a sign of greeting. Krampus. Well, it's time for us to go. Bye brat, take care of yourself, he said stroking Issei's head before getting on his sleigh with his wife. Perchta. Goodbye Issei-chan, maybe we'll see you next year, he said with a beautiful smile, while a few small tears appeared in his eyes. Krampus gave a great and final roar to fly out of the place with his elf and disappear into the sky. Seeing that, Issei smiled again as he turned to look at his friends with a smile. You. Well, it's official, it's the strangest Christmas I've ever had, she said, a little surprised by what happened a few minutes ago. Asper. It was amazing, she said happily while she had a big smile and she gave a big gift to senpai. Yui. Master, is it okay? She said looking at Issei that she only saw the sky and the photo that both adults had previously given her. Issei wiped away his tears quickly while nodding with a smile. Issei. Yes. It's just that. It was a great gift, he said with a smile. The boys, seeing Issei's smile, also smiled and after a few seconds they went down the stairs. As he went down to where the other people were, he noticed how Surziches was sitting in the hallway with some fear, avoiding listening and entering the room. Issei. Surziches, what's wrong? Surziches. I say something is happening with your mother and your grandmother. They put strange things in my mother's and Sona's heads, and now they are. Issei. Wow wait. Were they drunk by any chance? Surziches only nodded for Issei to open the door somewhat tiredly. Upon entering, they only saw the men acting as strippers against their will, while the women continued drinking while watching the show. Issei. Sigh. Yes, a normal Christmas I guess, said while leaving with his other classmates. Surziches. What will happen to them? He said pointing at Red and the others. Issei. They'll be over tomorrow, for now let's go to sleep. The Keno. Ara, that sounds good, and we can give our special gift to Ice-kun, Fufufu, he said happily. After that magical and, for some, crazy night, the kids went to sleep, leaving the adults to enjoy their own Christmas. Hard 89 New Year. It was New Year's Day and in Kyoto you can see our companions being at an important temple to celebrate the New Year. They were walking through the streets of Kyoto, although it was sunny, the streets were full of snow, and among the large crowd you can see an albino who caught the attention of most of the women. This was seen by men and girls, some thought it was someone famous, and others, like some girls, did not care about that, and they only tried to start a conversation with the albino, but the girls were quickly scared away by the albino's girlfriends. Yui and Lin were in charge of pushing away the girls who tried to approach Issei, while the others took him by the arms and took him to a VIP room in a section with some yakes. When they arrived they only saw some yakes like kitsunes and others waiting for the celebration to begin. Issei. You girls seem very excited, he said looking at most of his harem. The Keno. Fufufu, of course, it's our first New Year's party together, he said happily. Rias. That's right, our family has expanded and we have to celebrate it properly, Happy also said. Issei. How should it be? Kiba. I just hope Christmas doesn't happen again, she said trying to block her trauma. You. Don't remember, when it wasn't the women in the room still drunk torturing Red and the others, it was Issei having fun with the girls, he said as a shiver ran down his spine. Kiba. Yes, although I think it left more scars on some, she said looking at Red, Zeoticus and Tempeh in the fetal position in a corner totally traumatized by the Christmas party. Greg. He still thinks they're just asleep. Kiba. Although as I heard last night after they took Surziches and Issei's grandmother did something to him, she said, so that a shiver ran down his spine. You. Our grandma is scary sometimes just like mom. Issei. It's a good thing I hid Gasper in his room, by the way did he spend the night with you? He said looking at Yu and Kiba. You. When our rooms were no longer safe we had to hide in some gift boxes, luckily using magic we could expand the space in them, although it was still somewhat uncomfortable, he said, remembering how the women had a big hangover and the men had traumas. Issei. Well that's what happens to them for not getting a girlfriend, he's already 17 years old, get one. Even Gasper has a mini romance with Valerie, she said to make the little vampire blush. Gasper. And it's not a romance, he said all blushing. Issei. Come on, you don't have to be modest, Gasper, I'm proud of you, but not of you idiots, he said looking at Kiba and Yu, who were just getting depressed. I didn't want to go to this point, but now. At that moment some chains held both boys and Issei with an evil look saw his two friends. The boys quickly tried to escape, but Issei quickly placed some necklaces on each boy's neck and then released them. Issei. Believe me, this amuses me more than it seems, ha. Those necklaces will cut your neck if in less than 24 hours you haven't at least managed to receive a kiss from a girl, he said, looking at both with some mockery. Both. What? Kiba. Take this away from us now. You. You're crazy. Tempeh. Jojo, it seems like you really considered my decision, he said looking at both boys. You. Grandpa. Tempeh. I'm sorry, but this is for your own good, no offense, even if you were gay I would love you as always, but I really refuse to have a member in my family who has not even been with a pretty girl, he said seriously. Issei. So you know what you have to do, but you can't just ask anyone, it has to be a girl you really like. If you manage to at least receive a kiss from them, the necklace will fall off and thus you will keep your dreams. Next, good luck guys. Both boys only cursed Issei, but they didn't have time and quickly left to look for the right one girl according to them. The girls next to Issei were chatting and laughing while in the distance a small figure moved its fox ears and tail, her face was blushing, and she kept seeing a certain albino in that place. Isaka. So what do you think Kunu? Would you like a father and a brother? She said blushing while she looked at Issei seductively. The little fox upon hearing that just made a huge jump and ran in the direction of our protagonist. Issei, laughing, did not notice how someone was tackling him. He received a huge headbutt in the stomach while he heard the voice of a certain girl scream. Kunu? No, he is mine, he said hugging Issei. The albino was breathless due to the blow, while the tender yakai only screamed that she would not lose so easily. The Keno. Ara, it seems like someone misses Ice-kun. Isaka. Fufu, it seems like you get along very well with my daughter Ice-kun, she said as she appeared showing her voluptuous and beautiful figure, but it's still very early for her, you may have to wait until Kunu grows up, and if you can't wait, I can be your partner, Fufu, after all Kunu would surely like a little brother she said, while she slightly showed her huge breasts, while Issei caught his breath. Kunu? Nuo she said hugging Issei tighter. Issei had finally recovered his breath and he only saw little Kunu hugging him tightly, while Yusaka put her breasts close to Issei's face. Isaka. Kunu has a strong desire to monopolize it. Network. Monopoly. It's more like a war, and Issei is the ground to get she said, looking at how Rias and the others were upset when they felt how Yusaka was trying to seduce Issei. Isaka. Well, Ice-kun's main wives, do you agree? She said looking at Yui and Lin. Yui. We are glad that you recognize our position in this hierarchy, but unfortunately for both of us. Taking out a pair of chains from her shadow. Lin. We would never let our master have two more candidates. He said creating a pair of swords of light. Issei. Girls, could you calm down? Rias. Hey, if I remember correctly Kunu will transfer to our academy next year. Issei. Really? Kunu? Hi, I would like to be in the same school as you Issei Senshi said this while blushing while she moved her tail. Issei. Well, it will be a pleasure to have you as my pretty kohai Kunu-chan she said, giving him a smile. Seeing Issei's smile, the girl smiled tenderly while in the distance through a window, you can see Kiba and Yu talking to a couple of girls. Time skip. After that the boys went up to a shrine at the top of a snowy mountain, while Kunu transformed into a little fox and Issei had her in his arms. Isaka. Whispering excuse me, wives of Ice-kun, but you had said that we were candidates, tell me what kind of process is needed to be accepted. After all, if the goddess Hela and Tiamat managed it, I think I would too she said something curious. The Keno. Fufu, well you need to send a request to Ravel-chan to analyze your places and then review the documents, Rias Butchu will interview you personally, don't you think so Butchu? She said jokingly. Rias? Sure she said sarcastically in fact in a few minutes I will have an interview. At that moment Sona arrived with her entourage, surprising Yusaka. Isaka. That's how many girls wow, Ice-kun really is a womanizer Fufu. Rias? It was just a joke. Sona. Did I arrive at the wrong time? Rias? No, it's nothing Sona had heard that you were coming to Kyoto, but I didn't think you would exactly come here she said, looking at the black-haired girl. Sona. It's obvious, the girls and I have to be with Issei, and maybe have a wonderful night like Christmas again she said, while a silly smile appeared on the girl's face along with a blush. The Gremory group and Citri were starting to talk, but at that moment Issei had caught Chico's attention. Issei. Hey Saji. He only turned around to see an Issei with a snowball in his hand. Issei. Snowball fight. Issei had thrown the snow globe, Saji instinctively dodged it quickly, but the snowball had collided with Sona's face, leaving Saji and Issei a little shocked. Issei. Sona, are you okay? She said something worried about what might happen. Sona. Wow. It seems like Issei needs some discipline she said, taking a snowball right girls. Sona's entire entourage had each taken a snow globe ready to throw them, and the Gremory entourage had done the same. Issei only watched as Sona had a somewhat evil smile as she approached Issei. Sona. Come on, Issei, don't be afraid, I just want to return the favor he said, while Issei was a little afraid of Sona's smile. Everyone. Snowball fight. When shouting that, each of the girls had thrown many snowballs towards Issei. He dodged with Kunu who was with her. Issei with a smile began to hire, but little by little, it seemed that he was losing until he was cornered by the girls. Sona. Last words my cute Issei. Issei. Yes. I still have one last move Shinobu-chan. On a small mountain you could see a Shinobu with a giant snowball, she was lifting it with her two small arms and she was throwing it towards the boys. Issei smiled when he saw this, but he realized that the snowball was very big and would also crush him. Everyone tried to run but it was too late. The giant snowball crushed everyone, leaving them buried. Before Shinobu went down into the pile of snow a flare came out of it showing Issei with a smile. Issei. Ha 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 ha, that was fun, ha 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 ha. Issei's other companions came out of the snow also laughing, while Akunu hugged Issei happily. After that little fun the boys arrived at a temple, and there the boys began to say a couple of prayers. The first were Kaneko, Gasper and Benia. Gasper? What did you ask for? Kaneko? Lots of sweets and Issei kittens. Benia? You too. After them came the trio from the church, and after giving her prayer, Irina began to smile mockingly. Irina? What did you girls ask for? Zenobia? A son of Issei, she said with a twinkle in her eyes and a victorious smile. Asia? Son? How did it not occur to me? Zenobia? One step forward always, as Tiamat would say. What did your Irina ask for? Irina? Obviously spending more time with my darling. Both. Darling. Irina? That's right, Issei is now my darling, she said with a big smile. Asia? It seems like you guys tried a lot. Girls, I didn't think about those things. Zenobia? What did you ask for, Asia? Asia? To be Issei-san's ideal wife, she said with a determined look. After a while, the next ones to pass were the boys, in this case Kiba, Saji, Yu, Issei and apparently Red. Kiba? What did you ask for, Saji? Saji? A girlfriend, and you? Kiba? Don't let the necklace that Issei put on me kill me. Yu? Same, what Issei's request open? Saji? Or better yet, let Red open the order. The boys at that moment saw Red still praying, really concentrated. He didn't really believe in his wish being granted, but he had to at least try. Red? Please let Issei let me have a relationship with her mother. Issei, after making his wish, just sighed, but out of pure curiosity, he decided to enter the temple without anyone seeing him. Upon entering, he noticed that apparently there was a beautiful girl with pink hair and a very well-built body that he had recognized. Issei? What? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in heaven with Michael? The pleasure, Issei hyoudou, my name is Ikaros, to serve you, said the pink-haired girl, and in answer to your question, today I was in charge of the wishes of humans, at the request of Gabriel-sama. Issei? What? Wishes? Ikaros? The prayers of humans are stored and selected by some angels, in my case now I have to select some of the prayers of humans, and make them come true, he said seriously. Issei? And do you always do this? Ikaros? Normally not, but at Gabriel-sama's request this is my first time, so be nice to me. Issei? Please don't say that. Sigh. Well, haha, can I lose a wish? With the rest. After the boys said their prayers they were talking, but little Kunu had noticed Issei's absence. Kunu? Hey, and Issei-san. At that moment everyone tried to find him, but he had apparently disappeared. The boys were about to go look for him, but at that moment they heard screams from some girls. DIRL1. Kai. DIRL2. What's wrong with my panties? Little by little the girls' panties began to come out of their place. These for some reason, as if they were birds, began to fly through the air. The panties of Issei's harem also began to fly, while a certain albino appeared with Ikaros. Issei? It worked, it really worked. The birds' panties began to fly through the skies, but some of them approached Issei. The albino could recognize some, such as Ria's red underwear with black embroidery or Asia's white underwear. But one of them all seemed somewhat childish, and it had a bear in it. He took it with some curiosity, but at that moment little Kunu with a blush and trying to cover her unprotected part with her kimono pulled on Issei's shirt and caught his attention. Kunu? Issei-san. Please. Don't see my panties, she said totally blushing while she hugged Issei's leg. Ikaros? Are you happy with your wish, Issei-sama? Rias? Did you ask for this? Lin? Master pervert. Yui? Master, you don't need this, we can show you our panties whenever you want. Sona? Wait, that's Ikaros, the weapon of heaven. Issei? Oh yes, I found her inside the temple, apparently she fulfilled people's wishes and well. Let's say that as a wise man said, she takes advantage of the bug. Ikaros? I'm glad she's happy with her desire, she said while the girl's panties formed a flock of birds and began to fly away. Kiba? Where are you going? Issei? Home. Kiba, home. Asper? Isn't her true home the crotches of her owners? Yu? Maybe they go to where they were manufactured. While Issei laughed, he did not notice how the girls looked at him in an annoyed manner, while Ikaros simply seemed satisfied with her task. Isaka? Ara, she even took my panties, look at her, she said, pointing to an underwear that was a little more mature than the others. Issei? Guys, do you know what this means, she said looking at her male friends. Yu? That we can order whatever we want. Issei? Exactly, time to fulfill some wishes. Yui? No way. Lin? That is prohibited. The girls quickly took Ikaros and took Issei and the others away from her, while she looked somewhat confused. Time skip. You can see Michael with a small vein on his forehead, while Azazel and Surziches laughed like crazy. Michael? Yes, I understood. Out of curiosity, you went into the temple and there you found Ikaros fulfilling some of the humans' wishes, right? Issei was with some chains all over his body as if he was being judged by Michael, while Gabriel and Ikaros watched what was happening next to Surziches and Azazel. Issei. Yes. Michael. And then you decided to test those wishes like you said and ask Ikaros to make the panties of the girls around us have a life of their own and fly through the sky like birds. Issei. Michael. Do you know how stupid that was? Do you know what a stupid and huge loss of power and ability Ikaros lost thanks to you? Issei. If you say it like that you make me look bad. Michael was about to hang Issei, but at that moment Ikaros spoke. Ikaros. Michael-sama, with all due respect, I don't think Issei's wish would have been as bad as she says. Michael. What do you say Ikaros-san? Ikaros. As I understand it, many people who see this miracle will surely come more often to the temples and maintain faith in heaven that favors us and also that Issei-sama, according to him, fulfilled the dreams of each of the men. Giba. Well you have a point. You. And you're right, I always wanted to see panties fly like birds. Azazel. It's dot ha 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 dot really, funny dot ha 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 ha. Gabriel. Ani-sama, I think you are right, I think Issei-san is innocent. Not completely, but thanks to his actions, he did a lot of good. Issei. Yes Michael, why don't you free me now, after all that he didn't hurt anyone he said, while having a mocking smile. Michael just sighed to release Issei, who still had a smile on his face, but before continuing his actions, Ikaros caught the boy's attention. Ikaros. Issei-sama. Issei. Yes. What's happening? Ikaros. Could you give me your hand? Issei. Sure, but for what? He said while giving his hand to the boy. The angel, taking Issei's hand, only began to lick it, surprising everyone. She began to lick Issei's fingers, angering her harem, but it seemed that Michael and Gabriel were intrigued by what would happen. Ikaros. Collecting. Analyzing. Analysis complete, confirmed. Issei-sama seems to be a pure being. Michael. What? Gabriel. Surprising. Issei. Edo. What exactly is happening? Ikaros. Issei-sama. From today. I will be his personal servant and if you want concubine, please treat me well she said, bowing to Issei. Everyone. Wachui. Heart 90 Angeloids. You can see all of Issei's friends in shock along with Albino himself. The reason is that now a certain girl with pink hair was hugging Issei, as if she were a lover or girlfriend. Ikaros. Take care of my Issei-sama he said as she hugged Issei's chest. Yui. Hey stay away from our masters. Lin. We are the only ones who can do that. Both girls took the pink-haired girl away from Issei, while the other girls interested in Issei were jealous. Issei. Ikaros right. Tell me why do you want to be with me? Ikaros. It is my duty and it is programmed in me to get the strongest angel and give birth to his son in order to create a new god of the Bible, he said while looking at Issei, and you Issei-sama are the most suitable for that, since he is also his descendant. At that moment everyone saw Michael who was just massaging his neck while he tried to calm down. Michael. Ikaros, you can deactivate that protocol, there is no need. Ikaros. I have strict orders from Gabriel-sama and you Michael-sama, I cannot disobey that order. Gabriel. You can deactivate that protocol Ikaros-san, you are allowed to do so, she said a little blushing. Ikaros. Understood, deactivating. Issei, being close to the girl, noticed how her eyes seemed to have thousands of numbers and information passing through her eyes, as if hers were a computer, until he finally completed what was requested. Ikaros. Completed, I'm sorry Issei-sama, I hope you don't get angry at this change of attitude. Issei. It's okay. After that moment in which the girl sighed and calmed down, Issei called Michael and Gabriel's attention again by asking a certain thing. Issei. Well, now that we've resolved this it's better to move on to what's important. He said getting serious. Tell me Michael, do you have something to tell us? Michael. What do you mean? Issei. Come on, don't play dumb, Azazel and Serziches would surely ask you the same thing. What exactly are these types of angels? Ikaros. Made panties fly like birds. We both know that normal angels can't do that. Even me, I can't do that. So tell me, what exactly is she? He said looking seriously at Michael and Ikaros. The blonde sighed to quickly activate a barrier around everyone present and began to think about the albino's words. Michael. They are called angeloids and they are not only designed to destroy but also to help create. Our great scientist Daedalus investigated and discovered extraordinary things that I still do not dare to say. Please do not judge me, I know that you also have some cards in sleeve. He said looking at Serziches and Azazel who smiled with some pride. But like with the servants of demons, angeloids are programmed to follow orders, fulfill requests no matter what. Twisted or strict as they may be. Azazel. I believe that heaven only needed men of goodwill to have loyal followers. Michael. The goodwill ended a long time ago, in all factions there are traitors including ours, but the power of destruction of the angeloids does not worry me, what worries me is something else he said seriously. And what is that? Issei. Isn't it obvious? They are afraid that they will transform them into weapons of mass destruction. Just look at the possibilities. They can use them to give birth to powerful babies. Or they can even make them kill humans if you want. There are thousands of possibilities, and really Michael, you are so stupid not to create a security system against this kind of thing. Michael. Sorry. Issei. Sigh. Well. That's where I come in. Issei quickly pulled out a laptop and a long cable resembling a USB port from her shadow. Issei. Ikaros, do you have a place where I can analyze your brain? Maybe a USB port in your brain or something. Ikaros. I have a USB port on the back of my neck, he said, removing his hair, which when removed showed its port. Issei. Strangely convenient. Issei quickly connected the cable to Ikaros' port and began to see all the information in her brain. Thousands and thousands of data that were in the pink-haired girl's brain were transferred to the computer, and the albino had also gotten into his bat of data. Issei. Do you need a password to enter? Gabriel. What exactly does Issei-sen do? I asked curiously. Issei. I fixed his problem so that what happened in heaven a few days ago would not happen again. They let that idiot control the other angeloids with his command codes. He had authority over them, so I'm just trying to see if he also has some code or type of authority in your head that is not yours. You. Since when have you been a computer expert? Issei. Since I saw Anonymous answered simply. Michael. Well, the cons. Issei. Ready, come in. Michael. How? Issei. You are very simple, Michael. For your password you put God of the Bible. That was the first thing an angel would think, and also the thing that people would think you put. While Issei continued looking at the information, he noticed that there were thousands of protocols against many things. There was even a protocol against himself. Issei liked me more than disliking him, since if they put a protocol for him, it means that he is one of the greatest dangers. In fact, it had Issei protocol written on it. It was impossible not to notice it. After a few minutes in which Issei was programming some things, he finally disconnected his computer from the Ikaros database, and it was apparently restarting. Azazel. Tell me, what exactly did you do? Issei. You already know. Ikaros quickly started up again, but his eyes no longer seemed empty and boring, they had light, as if he were a normal person. Gabriel and Michael, when they saw that, were surprised, and Ikaros spoke again, but this time not with that boring voice, but rather like a somewhat shaky and shy voice, as if she were a normal girl. Ikaros. Nice to meet you. I'm Ikaros Angeloid. A pleasure to meet you all, he said, bowing a little while having a small blush from the embarrassment of being the center of attention. Everyone was shocked when they saw that, and Issei had a big smile. Issei. Hello Ikaros-chan, tell me, do you recognize me? Ikaros. Hi Issei-sama, is the descendant of the god of the Bible, and the demon king, an ally and possible threat to the world. He has the power to equal Great Red, and you are also nicknamed the Shinigami or the Harem King, he said without hesitation. Gabriel. Issei-san, what did you do? Issei. Easy, just activate her emotions and give her her own thoughts. That will prevent her from being manipulated by any idiot who has her command codes or something. Also revoke some things like some angels' command codes. Just leave Michael's and Gabriel. So now you two, and I can activate Ikaros protocols and give him orders, he said, shocking most of them. Azazel. Wow, Surziches. I have to watch that series that says Issei. Gabriel. I have a question, she said, raising her hand like a girl. Issei. Yes, Gabriel-chan. Gabriel. Why exactly do you activate his emotions? Won't that be a hindrance in battle? Issei. She has the ability to suppress her feelings at the time of battle if she so wishes, and activate her emotions basically so she knows what is right and what is wrong, she said simply. Riaz. I don't understand very well. Issei. What I'm trying to say is that the angeloids are not human because they have no feelings. They suppress their emotions like this, making them not know what is right and what is wrong, like children. Basically, by activating their emotions they now know or feel what is wrong and what is right or good in reality. This way we will prevent her from doing something crazy without me noticing, like attacking and exploiting a thief or something else. She also has self-control, basically everything a human being has. Azazel. Awesome. Isaka. Ice-kun is a great catch, Fufufu. Ikaros. Please take care of me, he said, bowing. Surziches. And why does she act so shy? Issei. Saying that I gave her personality is something very unorthodox. Apparently she already had a defined personality that was deactivated along with her emotions. I simply activated it. Ikaros. That's right. Issei-sama only activated my feelings and my personality that are dormant. My creator gave a personality to the angeloids, but these were suppressed since they said it wouldn't be necessary. Issei. A serious mistake that they didn't see Terminator. You. I understand, by having her feelings activated she feels empathy, pain, love and other feelings. Kiba. I guess it's a way to make sure she's not just used as a machine or an emotionless soldier. Issei. Indeed, my dear Kiba, and you. Asper. Senpai is great, she said with stars in her eyes. Issei. Well, I think that's all, so I'm leaving, she said as she stood up. By the way, what are you doing here? She said, looking at Yu and Kiba. You? What do you mean? Issei. You don't remember what the necklace on your neck will do if you don't kiss a girl, right? At that moment both boys turned pale and quickly went back to their old ways, while Issei just laughed a little. Michael? Really, thank you, Issei, I guess you saved us from a possible problem. Gabriel? And so Ikaros-chan looks prettier, said, hugging the pink-haired girl. Ikaros? Gee, Gabriel-sama. This is something embarrassing, she said sadly. Azazel? Whispering, shit, discreetly giving money to Surziches. Surziches? Whispering, it seems you were wrong, and Issei won't have another girl for you. Azazel? Whispering, shut up, don't claim victory yet. Michael? Well, then we're leaving. Happy New Year everyone, we would like to be with you, but unfortunately the damage in the sky is not completely fixed, so we have to. Ikaros? Michael-sama. Before we leave, can I ask you something? Michael? Sure, what is it? Ikaros? I want to stay here. With Issei-sama, she said, somewhat embarrassed. Azazel? Ha 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 ha, I win, give me my money, Surziches, she said with a big smile. Surziches? Shit, she said, giving money to Azazel. Michael? What do you mean by stay, Ikaros? Ikaros? I have a lot of information about the earth, but that for me is not quite enough. I want to learn more. I want to meet interesting people. Have friends. Do you know how Issei-sama and his friends feel? That's what I want. I want to learn what it means to have a normal life, and I want to see with my own eyes the exciting and interesting things, so please, Michael-sama. Gabriel-sama, let me stay next to Issei-sama, she said, bowing in front of both angels. Both angels were surprised when they heard that, but after everything she said, it was impossible not to allow the girl to fulfill her dream. Michael? Sigh, I can't believe I'm about to do this, but… Issei-san, please, I leave you in charge of Ikaros, she will live with you, so please take care of her while we are in the darling. Issei? What? Oh really? Gabriel? It seems good to me, with Issei-san supporting Ikaros, she will surely achieve her goal, she said happily. Ikaros? Thank you both for supporting my decision. Michael? Issei, don't even think about doing something dirty with Ikaros, understand? Issei? I won't do anything she doesn't want, Michael, but if she wants, that's another thing, he said with a mocking smile. Surziches? Double or nothing, let's see how long it takes Issei to seduce her. Azazel? Jojo, so you chose the path of death. Michael? Sigh, well, we're leaving, goodbye, she said, a teleportation circle appearing. Gabriel? Goodbye, Ikaros-chan. Both of them eventually disappeared, while Azazel and Surziches had apparently closed the bet. Time skip night. After a few hours the boys began to celebrate the end of the year, while Issei taught Ikaros some things like alcohol and other things like how to socialize better with people. On the other hand, Kiba and Yu apparently had a little date with a couple of girls, in which it ended with a kiss which made the necklaces not kill them, relieving them a little. After the boys celebrated their new year, it was already after midnight and some people were still celebrating, but for our protagonist, he was sleeping next to all of his girls who were a little sweaty and with silly smiles of satisfaction. Seeing those smiles, Issei only smiled tenderly to caress the head of each of them. In the end, Issei had fallen asleep, but he apparently had a strange dream. Issei's mind, this was between those two paths again, where this time he could see those people who saw him more clearly. Those two people were his version of angel and demon, each one looked like his transformation, but they seemed to have a life of their own. They both approached Issei, but he was only trying to get away from them, as if he were afraid. He fell to the ground trying to move his legs that seemed to be shaking. He tried to look for his revolver, but the white Issei stopped him. They both took Issei again, and both looked at him. Issei, before being dragged or attacked by the two versions of him, a light illuminated the ground, moving the two versions away from him. Issei was dragged by that light until he took him to a green meadow. He was lying in the meadow. The albino got up and noticed how the breeze invaded the entire place, along with the characteristic smell of the trees and plants. I see you're already here, said a beautiful blue-haired woman who was sitting next to the albino. Issei. Where are we? I cannot tell you. Issei. Can you at least tell me your name? Daedalus, he said, responding simply. Issei. And tell me, why am I here, Miss Daedalus? Daedalus. According to what I heard, you are very strong, so I have a favor to ask of you, looking at Issei. Issei. And specifically, who told you that? Daedalus. Listen, Issei, hyoudou, we don't have time, I need you to promise me. Issei. A promise? Daedalus. Promise me that you will protect my daughters. Issei. Your daughters? Daedalus. I need you to take care of Ikaros. If it falls into the wrong hands, I will never forgive myself. Issei. Wait, are you Ikaros' mother? And you want me to take care of her? Will someone come for her? Daedalus. That's right, please take care of her, he said as he disappeared. Issei. Wait. In the end, Issei only watched as the angel disappeared and he was left alone in that place. Issei. Now how the hell do I get out of here? Out of Issei's mind elsewhere, you can see a Daedalus using a sphere which turned off while the woman just sighed. At that moment a blonde girl entered the room, which was Gabriel. Gabriel. Do you really think he's okay with it? Won't you go look for her? Daedalus. He did what I couldn't according to what you told me. He gave Icaros a way to live his life better. That is enough proof that he is the one. He is also one of the strongest supernatural creatures that exists apart from being the descendant of our late father. I don't think there is a better person to take care of Icaros than him. Gabriel. His wish also revealed his location to synapse.and not only them Daedalus-an, I hope you are really right and he was saved. Daedalus. I hope that too, and I know that too, but I know Minos, I know how he thinks. He will not be able to use all his pieces if he wants to continue maintaining control of Synapse. After all, he is being sought by all the factions, and his pride does not will allow you to ally with Millennium. Gabriel. You allowed him to stay with an Angeloid to give us the location of Minos. That can be very risky. Daedalus. Why him? Daedalus. Because he is the only one I trust. Plus after all the good things he has done, it is difficult for me not to trust him. Also, according to what you told me, he is pure of heart. I just hope he has the power necessary to protect them. Gabriel. According to my brother, he says that he can beat Big Red. I guess he can without problems. Daedalus. Sigh. Sometimes I envy humans. They live without problems, ignoring all this, without knowing what really happens in the shadows. Gabriel. I won't blame you if you seek to live as a human once again. I just ask you before that you help us finish this. Part 91 Corruption. After a few weeks in which Issei and his classmates had been celebrating the new year, they finally returned to their daily lives and their normal school routine. Apparently in a few months the graduation of the third-year students will be celebrated, which entails the farewell of Rias, Azara, Akeno, Sona, and Tsubaki, since after graduating, they would go to university. Of course, they were also sad, but they couldn't do anything. Things continued moving forward even if one didn't want them to, and for our albino it made some sense, since he and his classmates would go on to third grade, or most of them, after Ria's graduation and the others. It caused our albino a slight discomfort, since he wouldn't spend much time with them anymore, and he really was a little jealous and envious that some idiot at the university would try to date them. That and a few other things bothered him a little, but there was something that bothered him or missed him, something personal that he had neglected after he became a god. Now you can see the boys in the occult club, each of them had a different look, but they all saw the same person. You? Brother, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly call us? Issei. I have a problem, he said seriously. Tiba. Aside from the fact that they are still being watched by some of the factions after the disaster of the Deviluk and their king. Issei. Well, I have two problems. Asper. And what happened to Makina-san and Ikaro-san? Issei. Well, I have a lot of problems. Arena. Darling, please don't be angry, just calm down, and we'll explain what's happening. He said while hugging Issei's chest. Issei. Well, I don't know what to do with my life, he said seriously. Everyone. Zenobia. What do you mean? Yui. Master doesn't know what to do after graduating, he said while taking his human form. Lin. We told him that he didn't have to worry about choosing a profession when he went to university, but he still insists on it, he said, looking at Issei thoughtfully. Issei. I just don't want to stay lazy at home while you guys work, that's all he said, while still thinking. Maybe I'll become a painter or a musician, I'm nothing bad at those two. You. And why aren't you an underwear model? Tiba. Or an actor? Issei. I had already thought about it, but if I am a swimsuit model I will surely have to show my scars, and I don't want to make up an excuse for how I got them. And being an actor is something I prefer not to be. The actors have a lot of problems and strange things, he said simply. Sigh. Well, if I can't choose then I'll go for Plan M. Yuri. Plan M? Issei. M for Mafia, since the boys and I took over Italy and other countries, and I have received a lot of income into my account, maybe I will become the definitive leader of the Mafia, he said thinking. You? Please no. Issei. Sigh. And I will also miss the girls, in a few months they will graduate. Arena. That's right, and Asia-chan will be the new president while Riaz is away. Asia. I will try my best to be the president, she said a little nervous and blushing. Yuri. Also next year, little Kunu, Benny and I think Ikaros-chan will enter the school, since she said that she wanted to experience socializing with humans. Issei. Sigh. It will be fun to have little Kunu here, although I think a certain girl should do the same, she said, looking at her shadow from which Shinobu appeared. Shinobu. I'm a former legendary vampire, I don't need to go to school, it's a waste of time. Issei. Yes, whatever you say. After a while in which the boys talked about their daily lives, Riaz, Akeno and Azara had entered through the door, along with Azazel and the Citri group, who were serious. Issei. And here we go again, she said looking at Azazel. Azazel had sat at the desk where Riaz was before as usual, he looked seriously at the boys, while Issei had a bored look. Azazel. First of all, I hope you have started this period correctly. Unfortunately, the news I am going to give you is actually not very good, although so, it is better that I tell you, shake it up before things get worse or something bad happens. Issei. I really don't know if it's because of my lifestyle, but I think I've gotten used to this kind of thing, she said simply. Azazel. Well, after things calmed down, I have been holding talks with various factions of the church, some believers, and apparently, mainly warriors, have attempted a coup recently. He said seriously. At the end of last year, there was an attempted coup d'etat in the Vatican. You could say that several incidents have happened with its warriors in recent months, more specifically, since the alliance between angels, demons and fallen, we could say that the warriors who are dissatisfied with the alliance, Issei, they try to get that alliance destroyed. Sigh. This strangely reminds me of a movie. Azazel. On the other hand, while some warriors feel relief to have support with some demons and angels, but there are some who feel betrayed and frustration ready to explode, and as that feeling increased further, it resulted in the coup d'etat. After all, when they learned the truth of the sky incidents, it is as if their way of living will be taken away. The way of living that they had had all their lives, he said. Well, the boys found some sense in it, since Zenobia was previously equal. Zenobia. Due to the teachings of the Lord, the warriors of the church have come to offer their lives on the battlefield. When they are given a mission, they are willing to die in order to fulfill it, and knowing the truth is normal that they lose the will to live. The girl said those words as if she had lived them, and she was really right, even though there could have been a new way to live her life. Issei. How annoying, it only gets like this when they discovered that God is dead. Or was it because they discovered that angels are not as pure as they believed? You? Maybe both, who knows? Hiba. Surely it's most likely. Azazel. Well, it's not like that matter has been out of control either. Most of the rebels have been captured, including some of their leaders, some were detained, and they gave information about those who lead that small rebel cell. Issei. So the bishops are corrupt? It really resembles a movie to me, he said, mocking a little. Azazel. Apparently their leaders are 3 bishops, apparently they are leading the exorcists who were expelled for various reasons. Issei. So a high command can be an exiled warrior, Azazel. Only on rare occasions, but well, the 3 leaders are the cardinal bishops, Vasco Estrada, Teodoro Legrenzi and also Yul Crisaldi. When the boys heard that, a certain Redeed put her hand on her mouth with some surprise. Riaz. Are they seriously doing that? Hineko. Are cardinal bishops very important among the church? Ashino. Of course, he said, entering the scene with Revi. The cardinal bishops are the next in command, of course, after the pope. The deacon bishops are in another section, they are like a parliament. In any case, any member of those parts is a fish church fat man. Issei. Wow, it's true, before you became an angel you were an exorcist. Ashino, you must know everything, right? Ashino. I don't know everything, I only know what I know, and yes, I know how the Vatican is laid out. Meetings were boring, and the only fun was when we got drunk on wine. Tiba. So in other words, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in command of the church faction are the ones commanding the coup, right? Azazel. That's right, in fact it's easy to understand why they do it. Zenobia was a warrior of the church since she was a child, and although she is currently a demon, she still retains some of her hierarchies of power within her. It should be easy, and Arena is a sky warrior, so it's easier to understand. Revi. Vasco Estrada. That idiot is like 87 years old, and yet he is still the strongest in the church, even though he is a human. Apart from that. Zenobia at that moment closed her eyes, and the whole atmosphere changed to that of a cold and serious person. Revi. That old man Estrada is Crisaldi's teacher. Asia. Really? Issei. So that old bishop is another bishop's teacher, He said, looking at Zenobia, who was smiling nervously. Ashino. It would be more logical since he is the former bearer of Durital. Azazel. That's right, it is said that he has been the user who has had the best affinity with Durital. His ability to handle it is exceptional. It is said that he created the idea of getting more users like this, and that is how the project known as Holy Sword, that was made for the sole purpose of achieving another wielder with an affinity like Vasco's. Issei. Yes, but he's already old, right? According to him, he is already 87 years old, that must have been a long time ago, right? Ashino. Don't underestimate them, with age comes wisdom, and with wisdom comes power. Surely that idiot has preserved his old bones in a good way. While the talk was going on, a certain blue-haired girl was in her serious mode, paying attention to the conversation with all her attention. Tiba. He's still alive and he's like a living legend, and those legends are known to lose their strength over time, right? Ashino. Maybe, reaching 80 years old is already a feat for humans, but something tells me that that idiot still has something up his sleeve, he said, while smoking a cigarette. A certain blue-haired girl with a serious look at that moment intervened in the conversation, drawing everyone's attention. Zenobia. He is. strong, durable in the Second World War, he was able to face Kakabiel alone. He severely damaged his leg and cornered him until he forced him to retreat, and his current body can compete against that of a young demon. He is more than just a normal person he said it would be. You. Well, that's why we have our own tank he said looking at Issei who smiled. Azazel. He's right, even if he is a strong human, I doubt he would do any harm to Issei in hand-to-hand combat. Issei. You flatter me, my dear Azazel, but on this occasion I must disagree with you. He said, drawing everyone's attention. Human beings may be weak by nature, but even if they are weak, they can do incredible things he said with a smile. Azazel. Well, maybe you're right. But well, since the Kakabiel incident recently, Vasco is the bearer of Duradel, there has been talk of turning him into an angel, right Irina? Irina. That's right, but Uriel Sama and Raphael Sama couldn't have a rank lower than that of a reincarnated. Besides, Vasco Estrada Dono himself refused to accept the position. He said that living and dying as a human is the best. Issei. He sounds like a good guy. You. Did you forget that he is responsible for a coup d'etat in the Vatican? Issei. Just saying. Asia. I met Estrada-san when he was still in the Vatican. He really was a kind and easygoing person. He is surprised that he is part of a coup d'etat he said, thinking of the old man. Irina. Personally, I don't want to face Crisaldi-sensei. He was the one who taught me how to swing the sword and train with Excalibur. He is a person to whom I owe a lot he said it would be. Zenobia also nodded and gave the same opinion as her with what was happening. Azazel. Well, surely those people must have it difficult, apart from us who will try to stop them. I am sure that Millennium or someone else will intervene. Above all. Issei. Us the DXD team he said with a smile. Azazel. That's right, with all of Millennium's problems, and so on, they've probably made some of their moves discreetly, but it's time we stop them he said with a smile. Ashino. That's right, in fact Griselda has been trying to contact us, she must have done it a few days ago, but unfortunately she hasn't been able to contact us, something must have happened to her, and we have to rescue her he said, looking at letting the smoke come out of his lungs, what a nuisance. Azazel. Well, it's not as if this had not been foreseen, in fact heaven already thought that something like this would happen to the Alliance, so they took precautionary measures for these cases. Although the battle was in the Vatican, there were only injuries. More undead, these are just the result of the discontent and anguish of some warriors, he had to pay sooner or later he said simply. Sona. Anyway this is what had to happen, and although fortunately there were no deaths, it is unknown when his next move will be, and if we see the glass half full, we will be lucky if Rizvan is not involved in this. Azazel. He's right, in order to hurt us, that madman will surely do anything, and in the worst case, scenario. The initial blow failed, that means that the Kuo Academy could surely be threatened again by the sacred sword he said seriously. You. Again. Azazel. Maybe, although it is something I really wouldn't want. Last year the academy was destroyed because of that is still in our memories he said seriously. Issei. Hey Kiba, the thing about the sacred swords doesn't affect you anymore, right? Kiba. Not so much anymore, in fact he no longer held a grudge against them he said looking at the albino. Issei. Well. Ha, it's time to act then he said with a smile. Yui. Master, what do you mean? Issei. Well obviously to stop the Vatican coup d'etat he said with a smile while he had everyone's attention. Sona. But we don't know where they will attack. Issei. Ooh, my pretty and innocent Sona he said, stroking the girl's head who was now blushing. Of course we know where they will attack, it's just too obvious and stupid, that makes it very unpredictable. Azazel. Wait, you're not talking about. Issei. We will go to the Vatican. Part 92 Vatican. It was morning and you can see a certain albino along with his companions walking through the streets of Rome. As they walked they saw the charming city, the girls took some photos and Issei and his male companions simply had fun joking and doing other things. Issei was walking through the streets with his friends, and also with him was a Makina, office and an Ikaros looking at the place. The Keno. Ara, why is Makina-san here? He said looking at the chestnut. Makina. Surzich's dono offered me a new job, and that is to watch over Issei. Plus, it was that or stay at home with Red and that brunette woman. Office. Aren't you afraid that I will do something to your Issei mother? He said looking at the albino. Issei. Sigh, there's really nothing I can do, I know those two feel something, so I just give this little advantage to the idiot Red to propose to my mother. I warned him that if he doesn't and return would avoid any type of attachment or courtship that he tried with her. Azara. So in the end you accepted it Ani-chan, I'm glad. Issei. Yes, although if he becomes mom's boyfriend it will be even more awkward and weird. Sarah. Surely. Became. Well, it doesn't matter, as long as you're happy or okay with it, it's fine, for me she said hugging one of Issei's arms. After walking for a while the boys had reached their destination, the Vatican. Issei along with the others saw the great place, although some of them like Ria's had slight headaches being there. Issei. It's beautiful, don't you think? he said looking at the building. You? Since when do you care about that? Issei. Hey, in the future they will pray to me and worship me like they did with God, so I have to appreciate my future things, she said with a smile. The boys entered the place while a few guards escorted them. As they walked through the halls of the place they saw many interesting places, but Issei's favorite was where they had some works of art in one place, in which one of the paintings was some dogs playing poker. Issei. Ooh, beautiful piece of art, he said while looking at the painting. Riaz. Why do they have a painting of dogs playing poker in this place? Issei. It's art, it doesn't have to have any explanation, just admire it, she said looking at the painting again. Would it be bad if I took it home? Tiba. Seriously, you want to steal a painting from the Vatican? Issei. Don't judge me. After a while the boys arrived at what seemed like a large place where they had a statue of Jesus in the center. The demons, being in the place, felt a slight headache, although Asia, Zenobia and Irina had their hands joined while they looked. The statue apparently giving its prayers, although Zenobia and Asia felt a headache every time they did so. While the boys were seeing the place, a young nun with white hair had received them, welcoming them. The Pleasure DXD group, my name is Alice Nicholas, it is a pleasure, she said bowing. Issei, looking at the girl, only saw her swirl-shaped eyes. It seemed as if her eyes were bottomless whirls, and when her ruby-colored eyes collided with hers, the girl gave him all her attention. To Issei. Alice. You must be Issei hyoudou, Griselda-san has told us many things about you, she said looking at the albino. Issei. I don't doubt it, but tell me, where is she? Alice. Before I tell her where she is, you have to see my two brothers, they are the current leaders of the Vatican apart from the dad, they are looking forward to you, she said while taking the boys to another room. The boys present in that place had to admit it, the place was huge, the hallways were long and splendid, while everywhere they had pictures of Jesus and other things like swords and shields hanging on the walls. The albino nun knocked on the door twice to hear her come in. She opened the door showing two young people of at least 20 or 22 years old, next to an old man. Ooh, it's good that they're here, said the brunette with glasses. It's a pleasure, DXD group, my name is Hiraga Joseph Koo, said the man with glasses. And my name is Robert Nicholas, it's also a pleasure to meet you. Both brunettes looked at the group seriously, but a certain old man who was apparently the Pope got up and went straight to see Issei. Dojo, it's a pleasure, young Issei, my name is Francisco, it is an honor to be in front of you, he said, while bowing a little before Issei. Issei. The honor is mine, father, from what I saw in the hallways and room you have a great sense of art, he said with a smile. Robert. It's also an honor, I guess our demon and angel allies sent them to help us, right? Issei. In fact you just want to come and see the Vatican, and this was a perfect excuse to come and see the place, he said with a smile, while his friends had a bead of sweat on the back of their necks. Francisco. Jojoho, well, still, thank you for your support. Joseph. Well, sit down, we have to talk, he said seriously. Issei took a seat next to the others who were paying attention to the two young people and the father. Robert. Well, as you may know, our previous leaders woke up and formed a small cell of rebels trying to take power in the Vatican. Joseph. All this was caused with the secret of the death of God and that angels are also corrupt, so to speak. One of our best warriors, Vasco Estrada, started all this, he convinced some exorcists to join his cause, and now we have a few less exorcists, it's really annoying, he said with some boredom. Robert. That's why we ask for your support, we need help to defeat Vasco and his allies, since they were our best warriors, he said seriously. Zenobia and Irina, who were formerly exorcists, felt somewhat uncomfortable and downcast upon hearing all that. Francisco. Young Issei, will you help us? Issei. For his part, just leave it to me, I'll help you in any way I can, he said with a smile while he raised his thumb. Robert. Well, my sister Alice will accompany you on her journey, please take care of her. Alice. It will be a pleasure to be next to her, Issei-sama, she said bowing in front of Issei. Riaz. Well, the problem now is, how do we find them? Issei. Haha, I already have something in mind, he said with a smile, but first, where is Griselda? Alice and the others apparently took the young people to the medical room where there were many beds, and in one of them was an injured Griselda with some bandages on her body. Asia. Griselda-san, what happened to her? He said looking at the woman who was almost all bandaged. Griselda reacted to the voices of her classmates to see the DXD group as somewhat weak. Griselda. Issei-sama. She said weakly. She is trying to reach out her hand, but Issei stopped her while she looked at the black-haired girl. Ashino. Who did this to you, Griselda? You are not so easy to defeat, he said looking seriously at the woman. Griselda. It was Vasco, he attacked me. He ambushed us and also wounded some more exorcists. Luckily there were no deaths, it seems that he still has some hold on us. Honey, that or he will just need us for the future. Sorry Issei-sama, I failed him, she said somewhat downcast. Issei using her flames quickly healed the wounds on the woman's body, leaving her as good as new, she is now pain-free. She opened her eyes completely and looked at the pleasant and warm smile that Issei gave her. Issei. You don't have to worry about that, you did everything you put in, rest easy Griselda. Hearing those words, the black-haired woman just smiled and fell asleep again to recover her lost strength. Issei. Guys. It's time to hunt down that son of a bitch, she said with some annoyance while looking at his friends. Time skip night. Our protagonists were walking through the streets of the city. They saw how the streetlights and other things illuminated the beautiful streets of the city. Some people were also walking through the streets, while Issei had bought an ice cream with Gasper in office. Akeno. Ara, are you sure about this ice kun? Riaz. Yes, it really is almost unlikely that when they see us walking through the streets, they will suddenly come out and try to attack us, he said looking at the albino. Issei. That's why I'm sure it will happen, plus they won't miss the opportunity to hurt the people who try to stop them, he said seriously while eating his ice cream. For a moment the boys turned a corner passing through a non-residential area. At that moment the boys felt an immense pressure on them, which made everyone become serious and on guard. While the boys were alert, a gigantic shock wave came out of nowhere and went straight towards Zenobia. She with her sword blocked the violent attack, she was almost able to block the powerful attack, and Issei, taking out his revolver, pointed it in the direction where the attack had come. Issei. Come out, I know you're here old man, he said seriously. From among the shadows a large figure appeared. He was a giant dressed in clothes that made him look like a priest, and his giant muscles were what surprised those present. Haha, good reflexes, sons of demons, said the giant who gave great pressure to the environment. Issei. I suppose you are Vasco Estrada, right? I really thought you would be older and without steroids all over your body, he said seriously. Vasco. And I guess you must be Issei hyoudou. I really didn't think you were so young, although I have heard many stories of your strength. I'm really curious how strong exactly you are, he said looking at Issei. Alice. Estrada Dono, please stop this once and for all. Vasco. I'm sorry little Alice, I can't do that, I have my reasons, and although it hurts me to face you and your brothers, I have a reason to do it, he said seriously. Issei. Yes, of course what they say, but why don't you tell your friends to also come out of hiding, it's really annoying that they're watching me while they're hiding. Two more men emerged from the shadows and stood next to Vasco. Wow, it really is as they say, but I wonder if it really is as strong as the stories say. He said looking at Issei. The two figures that appeared had hoods on so they could see their faces, but Issei and his friends could guess who they were. Issei. I guess you idiots are Teodoro Legrenzi and Eward Crisaldi, right? Eward. He seems to be impressive Issei hyoudou, as much as they say, it would really be an honor if he were on our side, we would definitely win with his support. Issei only looked seriously at the two subjects who had just appeared. According to reports one of them was a supposed prodigy blessed with talent, and the other was just as dangerous as the other two. Issei noticed that in Teodoro's eyes there was a fighting spirit equal to Sarajevo's, no, even greater, everyone was aware of it. Yu and Kiba were prepared to fight against them, especially Kiba who looked serious at Crisaldi. Zenobia, Irina and Asia saw those three as somewhat downcast because even though they were no longer exorcists and part of the church, they still kept the memories and the good times they had as one. Issei. Wow, and to think that the big guys would come at me all at once, he said seriously. Vasco. Haha, we couldn't pass up the opportunity to see the supposed descendant of the god we previously worshipped. It's really incredible to see him in the flesh, in fact from here I can feel his strength, he said with a smile, and we also wanted to propose something to you. Riaz. Propose something. Vasco. That's right, but before that, we would like to have a little fun, he said while cracking his knuckles. Zenobia. Estrada Dono. Vasco. Warrior Zenobia, I hope you can show your mastery with Duratal, only then can I call you a Duratal user. The three exorcists went on guard while the others also went on guard. Issei looked serious at the three of them, he only clenched his fists, while Kiba and Yu stood next to him. The albino had to ask something before starting the battle. Issei. Before we start, I want to know something. Who? Vasco. Who? Issei. Which of you bastards hurt Griselda like that? Issei raised his head, showing his eyes which were full of fury. The three exorcists shuddered at Issei's gaze, but Vasco, seeing that, only smiled a little. Vasco. I guess I'm responsible for her, I'm sorry for hurting her so much, but she didn't want to join us, so I knocked her out for a while. Issei. I see. So, you don't mind if I kill you for that, right? The great black energy began to come out of Issei's body, altering the three warriors. They saw how black flames came out of Issei's body, and before they could notice it, Issei had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Teodoro and Eward were surprised by that, but they heard how something was hit very hard, turning to see their leader Vasco, being shocked to see how Issei, totally angry, hit the old man, and then sent him flying due to the blow. Yu and Kiba took that as their signal to attack and at great speed, they launched themselves against the other two exorcists. Yu fought Teodoro with quick and agile slashes, sparks flying from the clash of metal. And Kiba at a greater speed fought against Eward, giving the exorcists a feeling of weakness before those two young men who accompanied Issei. For the exorcists it was truly incredible that two people could keep up with them, experienced exorcists. Viewered. It's really impressive, they are very strong, he said while Kiba clashed swords against him. Kiba. We've faced worse things, idiots, surely if you were in our place you'd shit on your stupid robes. You. Besides, we are totally sure that we are stronger than you, since we can match even gods. Before the battle began, Irina along with Zenobia intervened by getting in the middle of both of them. Irina. Enough, Crisaldi-sensei, please stop, she said looking at one of the exorcists. Viewered. I'm sorry, Irina, but that's how things are, you have your reasons to stop us, and we have your reasons to defeat you, that's how it is now. Viewered, one of the best wielders of the Excalibur, the supposed best at mastering the Excalibur, had spoken. The two best bishops stood on their guard, and the two girls next to Yu and Kiba did the same. The exorcists were at a disadvantage, but they did not care, since it seemed something more exciting to them, and they quickly attacked the young people. With Issei, our albino was fighting hand to hand against Vasco Estrada. Actually, on several occasions he had blocked one of his blows, and Issei had to admit that he was strong. He already knew why he had hurt Griselda. The son of a bitch, according to Issei, even had the strength to fight against Sarajevo. That didn't really worry him, he knew he could defeat him. But what made him nervous was if that mountain of muscle tried to do something to his companions. Vasco. You really are very strong, he said, wiping a trickle of blood coming out of his mouth. No one has made me bleed in a while, this is really impressive. Issei. Yes, of course, whatever you say, but you will still die for hurting Griselda, you idiot. Issei lunged at the old man again, and he counterattacked by throwing a punch. Issei put his arms in X to block the attack, and when he received the blow he felt his bones creak. The old man was very strong, he could even say that he surpasses Sarajevo if he didn't have his armor. Issei backed away as his knuckles cracked. Yui. Master, don't you need help? Lin. If he uses us he will defeat him faster. Issei. No, I'll give the old man a taste of his own medicine, so let's dance, idiot. With the rest, the battle between the two exorcists and the swordsmen of the DXD group was bigger. Waves of air flew out as the boys clashed swords against the exorcists, sparks also flying around the place. Kiba saw Eward and Teodoro angry because of their past, and although Irina and Zenobia knew that they had to face them, they felt somewhat discouraged when doing so. Eward at one point recognized Kiba, and he only saw him annoyed while they were still fighting. Eward. Hey, aren't you the survivor of the Holy Sword project everyone's talking about? The right hand of that albino boy who fights against Estrada. Kiba. It's an honor that you recognize me, but that still won't save you from being killed. Kiba pushed the exorcist away, while Teodoro did the same with you. Eward. Maybe you can match my swordsmanship, but a person who attacks his enemy with anger and hatred has a greater chance of losing. He launched himself at Kiba, but Kiba's sword lit up while flames came out of it. The flames pushed the exorcist away, while he surprised the two warriors. Kiba. Maybe you're right, but that won't stop me from breaking you in half, you idiot. Yu and Kiba had prepared to attack again, but before they could follow, a giant full of steroids fell from the sky crashing onto the pavement. Vasco quickly got back on his feet after crashing, while Issei descends gracefully from the sky. Vasco. You are really strong, boy, it was to be expected from the descendant of God and the king of demons, he said, while wiping the blood that came out of his face. Teodoro. Estrada Dono, are you okay? Vasco. Yeah, I'm just kind of hitting, that's all. Alice. Estrada Dono, please stop, this will get you nowhere. Vasco. That is not yet fully defined, so, I want to ask you something. He said looking at Issei at the others. I challenge you, do you accept the challenge? Riaz. What? Issei. You're kidding, right? Vasco. I would never play with something like that. Well, I think we have to go. The noise and banging caught the attention of the officers around, so I hope they think about our challenge. They may prevent a war or provoke one with a decision they are going to make. Saying that, the other two exorcists stood next to him, and before leaving Vasco said a few words to a certain blue-haired girl. Vasco. You disappoint me, Zenobia, if you continue like this, you won't be able to surpass me, it's better that you improve quickly. Zenobia, upon hearing that, lowered her head with some annoyance and sadness, while the muscular old man disappeared into the darkness with one jump along with his two companions. Issei just sighed tiredly, and leaving the annoyance behind him while the others calmed down. Zenobia still looked sad, Irina had a complicated look, and Kiba still looked a little upset, but seemed to calm down little by little. After that the boys quickly left to return to the Vatican, while a certain albino understood what Zenobia and Irina felt, even Kiba, but unfortunately he did not know how to help in this situation. The only thing he could do is give support to the two girls and Kiba. Heart 93, a new family member. After the meeting of the three former Vatican leaders with our protagonists, they had returned to the Vatican, while in a VIP room, you could see Azazel and Michelle in hologram form, listening to what had happened with the boys. Azazel. I see, they really have a difficult time, he said looking at Issei and the others. Michael. I feel kind of bad putting them in this kind of trouble. I have been monitoring everything that happened from the sky. When I found out who the leaders were, I asked for it to be a job for the DXD team. I really didn't believe that no other team had the ability to achieve it and also why they want to battle against you. He said seriously. I guess the little battle they had today was just a test. Issei. And why against us specifically? Azazel. As you know, this city is very important for the Alliance. This was where the Human Alliance was formed, and also here are the three cooperative forces at the same time. It is a place with a moral value for the people who agree with the Alliance. Peace. Alice. So they do it because it is a hard blow to the Alliance. Azazel. I'm afraid so. Michael. But even for them, you guys from DXD are very strong, he said looking at the team. Issei. But this is strange. He said, drawing the attention of those present. I don't understand why there is so much hatred for the Alliance. If they don't want an alliance, why destroy others? Issei's doubt also entered the heads of those present, but a certain nun who had already recovered appeared to solve that mystery. Griselda. I think I understand a little why they do it. She said appearing, drawing the attention of those present. Most of them are from a very different time. Before, demons and vampires were considered little less than the worst plague that could exist. Therefore, the warriors of the church grew up with that idea in their heads. That is why, when an alliance was formed between factions of the church, many of them felt betrayed. After everything, not everyone can say welcome fellow demon so easily. That is why this coup d'etat took place. Why some cannot accept coexistence with their enemies in some times. The nun had a somewhat sad look when saying that while Irina seemed thoughtful at what was said previously. Irina. I understand the reasons. I think I understand them better than anyone. She said drawing the attention of those present. The believers, more specifically the warriors, are willing to die on the battlefield if they do. They can keep their beliefs safe, but there comes a time where you are so dependent on your beliefs that if they are taken away from you, you may lose the will to live as well. You end up exploding, so to speak. The brunette girl had said those words with a serious look. She had shared her opinion to those present, and the boys that way could really see why they did such a thing. Issei. Maybe you have your reasons. But I don't know, can it stay in the past? He said seriously while everyone was listening to the albino. They have to know that some demons and vampires are good people, that they are not simply enemies. They have to learn to leave things behind and take a different perspective, something they can rely on. Robert and Joseph upon hearing Issei's words for some reason felt happy and supported the boy. They knew it was complicated, but they knew they had to try, and a certain albino nun upon hearing Issei's words also smiled. Azazel. Well, the fact is that we have no choice, and if we want to prevent a civil war in the Vatican from suddenly breaking out, she said with a serious look, we also sent some allies to support. At that moment a magic circle had appeared in the room and from it, a Revi came out along with an Ashino. Issei. Ashino Revi, she said with a smile as if she were a child. Ashino. Haha, how excited are you? Tell me something good happened to you? He said with his typical smile. Revi. Hello again. Alice. Revi-chan. Seeing Alice, the girl was surprised, and Alice hugged the girl as if they were old friends, while Robert and Joseph greeted Ashino. Robert. I haven't seen him in years. Ashino-san, I'm glad to see him well. Joseph. It's really nice to know that someone like you will support us. Ashino. Haha, it's also a pleasure to see you again. I haven't been part of the Vatican for years now, but still, it's a caress to the soul to see you again and set foot in this place, he said with a smile. Alice. Revi-chan, I missed you so much, she said hugging purple-haired girl. Revi. Likewise Alice, you really grew a lot since the last time, she said returning the hug. Issei. Do you know each other? She said looking at Alice and Revi. Revi. Of course, I grew up with her in this place before becoming an angel with my uncle Ashino. It's really nice to see my only friend again in this uptight place, she said with a smile. While all this was happening, Issei saw this with a small smile on his face, and after a few minutes in which the reunion was over, Michael spoke again. Michael. Well, you know what to do. I really wish I could participate in this. Azada. Michael, you are a symbol that represents paradise. If you make any move, it would be chaotic for everyone in the world. Even with everything in this chaos, the best thing you can do is stay where you are. Besides, you may leave yourself get angry and run the risk of falling, which we cannot allow. Maybe you have fixed a hex in Los Angeles thing, thanks to Issei. But they still can't let themselves go without their wings being dyed black, he said seriously. Alice. Thanks to Issei-sama, angels can mate. Fiba. Yes, it's a long story. You. And kind of weird. Michael. Azazel, I know it's true, but it is my responsibility that the DXD group is involved in this matter. After all, Estrada, Crisaldi and Legrenzi are my subordinates in the church, and they are very faithful and trustworthy. I am sure that they will not initiate the coup d'etat just because if, say, make another explanation for this, someone must influence them to do it. Joseph. I understand your idea, Michael-sama, thinking that his direct subordinates are the culprits of a coup d'etat is hard to believe. Robert. Those two have been in charge of the church for many years, it is difficult to believe that they would initiate a coup d'etat, even for us it is difficult to believe it, he said seriously, plus one of them is still a child, so I doubt it is one of the masterminds of this. Michael, as if he had read the brunette's mind, answered quickly. Michael. Teodoro Legrenzi, also called the child prodigy, you could say that he is a miracle of miracles, a child with almost unlimited potential, that is why we could only give him that position, he was also called the Holy Child. Issei. Holy Child. Michael. That nickname is because he turned out to be the son of an angel and a human, in short he is half human and half angel. Issei. Are there more people like that in the church too? Robert. Well. Revi. Sure, Alice is half demon, she said, surprised to everyone. Asia. Huh. Riaz. Wait, she's half demon, he said, looking at the albino who was somewhat embarrassed to be the center of attention. Robert. Sigh, that's right, her mother abandoned her, the church. Even if she knew it was a demon, she couldn't leave a newborn baby on the street, so they took in Alice, she was raised with Joseph and me, taking us as hers brothers, although she is something more special than a normal demon, he said, looking at the albino. The albino lowered her head with some shame, as if she would suddenly think that everyone would hate her simply for being a demon, but she was surprised when Issei had caressed her head. Issei. I guess we are the same, she said with a smile. Alice. I same. Issei. Yes, I was also abandoned by my real parents and well, but it doesn't matter and thanks to that, now I guess I have a very big family, he said, looking at his friends, so don't be ashamed of being what you are, keep your chin up. Alice also. I think you're great, she said with a smile. The albino saw Issei's smile and heard the albino's words, she was alone, she blushed. Well, for the first time in front of so many people, she felt proud of being what she was. Azazel. I see, I guess that boy was born thanks to the invention that Michael created a long time ago. Issei. Invention. Azazel. Michael created a kind of key or handle similar to that of a door in which there will be a room or a kind of dimensional space in which angels can procreate safely without fear of their wings turning black. Arena. Wait, something like this? She said, showing a kind of handle which looked like a door handle. Azazel. Wow, I didn't think you would use that, Issei, she said with some mockery. Issei. I barely knew what that was, idiot. Arena. I haven't done that kind of thing with darling using this. Said, showing the handle. My father gave it to me a few days ago when he went to visit us, I guess he didn't know about it. The new system in today's Los Angeles. The Keno. Ara, were you going to keep a secret of such a great advantage, Irina-chan? She said, looking at the brunette who blushed. Issei-kun, how about we use that next time? He said with a flirtatious tone. Irina. Stay away, it's mine, he said while hugging Issei and the magic key handle which he had in his hands. Issei. Are you saying that Michael had created a hex dungeon or an erotic room? Wow, what a pervert, Michael, he said with a mocking smile. Well, I guess even angels like you have those needs. Michael. See, shut up, I didn't do it with that intention. Office. Michael pervert, he said with a serious and somewhat childish look. Ikaros. Michael-sama is a pervert, she said, she is blushing. Michael. Of course not. Time skip. After a while in which the boys continued arguing, Michael and Azazel broke the news to the boys that thanks to Team DXD some factions that also had problems with the magical terrorists had been solved, or at least most of them, making them want a solution. Alliance. Issei. By the way, Azazel, how are Valerie and his group? Azazel. Lately I have had very little contact with them, but it is nothing that worries me, that is usually how Valerie is. I learned that since the DXD team was formed, many other factions that are affected by terrorism or are afraid of the idiot Rizan have intentions to join us. Issei. Great, the Avengers are going to serve more members, he said with a smile. Azazel. In addition, you could say that Valerie is on one of his exploration trips, although she doesn't care. We can always contact her thanks to Kuroka and LaFay who are at your house, he said simply. LaFay, apparently since she had made the contract with Issei, has been acting a little strange. She was embarrassed whenever Issei was around her, and she ran quickly to the bathroom on some occasions. On the other hand, Kuroka was just lazy, and I spent it sleeping at home. She always said I'm a wild cat, so I don't know how to do that kind of thing. But if you want to be around, I can pay you with my body, Naya, and I would quickly reject her and tell her that if I wasn't going to do nothing, please don't get in the way while they were cleaning the house. The Nekomata got very upset every time Issei rejected her advances in such a normal way, and the other girls in Issei's harem simply smiled with some mockery when they saw how the albino rejected Issei. The black-haired woman, especially her younger sister, since she felt superior according to her. Azazel. Well, returning to the topic, I think you are strong enough to face them, but I don't know, trust me, Crisaldi and Vasco are not the strong ones in your group, they probably have more high-caliber exorcists, so no. They trust all. Hi, Michael. Well, we're leaving, good luck he said as the hologram disappeared from him. Issei. Well, who's hungry? He said looking at his companions. Office. Me. Ikaros. Me too. Robert. Well then follow me, we will give you something to eat so you can regain your strength. After a while the boys were taken to a kind of giant dining room, some exorcists and members of the church were eating together and at a table was Francisco who with a smile invited them to sit at his table which looked like that of a great king. Shinobu and Office began to devour the food as soon as the boys sat down. It was incredible how much food those small bodies could digest. Issei and his companions only laughed while they ate and so they had spent a couple of days waiting for the group to eat. Of Basque appeared again. Time skipped 2 days later. Issei and his friends had apparently received a visit from Tannen. It was a somewhat strange visit since he had a human form and now they were in a VIP room at the Vatican. Issei. And tell me Tannen, what did you want to talk about? He said looking at the dragon. Tannen. Actually, I wanted to ask you a favor he said looking at the albino. Issei. A favor? Tannen. As you know, my territory is a place where dragons who seek peace can live in peace, but when it comes to a rare dragon, everyone is surprised. It turns out that we recently had an egg of a species very rare called rainbow dragon. Issei. An egg from that rare dragon. According to Red I have heard that this rainbow dragon is one of the rarest there is. Tannen. That's right, but unfortunately it can't stay where it is. You see for that baby to be born certain conditions must be met and one of them is the wind. You see in the place where I am there is a lot of wind so that the dragons of the place feel free and fly more calmly, but the dragon cannot hatch in a very windy place, so I want to reduce the risk of that egg to the minimum possible. That's why I wanted to borrow a space in the basement of the Kuo city. Issei. I'm sorry Tannen, for now the city of Kuo can be somewhat dangerous because of everything that is happening, and if the terrorists find out that there is such a rare creature, they will surely try to catch it. The dragon was saddened by the albino's response, but Issei knew that he could not deny the old dragon his help since he was a very good friend. Issei. But. Specifically does it have to be in that place? Tannen. Not exactly, another possible place is at the bottom of a cliff where there is no wind and nothing dangerous, plus the rainbow dragon has strange hatching habits, so we must protect the area to avoid any problems it may cause. The dragon on the surface and to prevent people from harming the hatchling. Issei. I think I have an idea he said with a smile. Time skip. You can see Issei's friends chatting while they were in a kind of inner courtyard. It had a dome on the roof only letting in sunlight, while everything around it were plants and trees. They were chatting calmly, but at that moment the door was kicked open, drawing everyone's attention, wherein Issei came out with a big smile while Tannen was at his side. Issei. Guys I shout, getting everyone's attention I'm going to be a father. Everyone. Tannen. You're exaggerating boy, you will only be his babysitter until he is born said the dragon. Yui and Lin took on their human form while having a smile already knowing what was happening. Bizarra. Ani-chan, what are you going to do, father? I ask, she is somewhat surprised. Issei. Apparently Tannen needs me to babysit, so take care of a dragon egg until it hatches she said with a smile as an egg the size of half of Issei's body came out of her shadow. The boys at that moment saw how a rainbow-colored egg appeared while everyone was surprised. Issei. Isn't it beautiful, my cute little baby will be born as a big dragon in a few months he said with a smile. Rias. Ice how did this happen? Issei. Well. Flashback. Issei. I think I have an idea. Hyoudou about I take care of the egg. Tannen. Really? Issei. Of course, plus if I put it in my shadows, it won't receive even a hint of wind he said with a smile what do you think? Isn't it better than leaving it on a cliff? Tannen. Well, I think you're right, that's fine. The dragon at that moment made its tail hit the ground, causing a purple magic circle to appear. This transported the dragon egg which was huge. Issei. It's huge so this is a dragon egg, huh? Tannen. I hope size isn't a problem. Issei. Not at all, just leave it to me he said with a smile. Then flashback. Issei. And that's what happened. The boys had understood Issei's decision, so they only accepted that Issei was her babysitter. The girls saw and caressed the large egg of the rainbow dragon, while Issei had a big smile. At one point Office arrived next to the egg and began to inspect it. In the end Office just laughed a little to hug the egg. Tannen. It seems like you got attached quickly he said she with some mockery. Office. The birth of a dragon is very important and you know it, so I will guard this egg with my life she said looking at Tannen. Tannen. By the way, Krom Kruich said that he also wanted to see the hatching of the egg he said he caught everyone's attention. Issei. That idiot. Because. Tannen. According to him he told me, he cares more about his fellow dragons than the small group of terrorists he is involved in, maybe he helps Rizan, but it seems like he cares a lot more about the dragons he said seriously. Issei. I see he said seriously and somewhat thoughtfully. Tannen. Yes, it seems strange to me too, but it seems that the guy has a real dragon spirit, even if it is an evil dragon. Issei. I see, well, when the baby is born we will have to give him a baptism, right? Hiba. I don't think that works for dragons. Issei. Well, now as a father I have to think more responsibly, he said something serious. You're kidding, right? Issei. Yes. Issei was still teasing a little, but Office got up and started hitting Issei's chest, tenderly getting her attention. Office. Don't make fun, the birth of a dragon is important, we must take care of this egg, he said looking at Issei. Issei looked at Office, who seemed very determined in her words. Issei, upon seeing that, just smiled and decided to answer. Issei. Okay, then, I'm counting on you to help me raise this egg, darling, he said mockingly. Office blushed when she heard that, which was strange to those present, while Issei made fun of the lowly dragon a little more. Office. Whispering Baka. Part 94 getting ready. After Tannen gave the rainbow dragon egg to Issei, the albino along with Office had taken care of the egg very well. Issei even asked Tiamat for advice, who was resting at home with Hela and Rainer for the adventure. Pass. Issei liked taking care of the egg for two reasons. The first is that he had an excuse not to do some things he didn't like going to boring meetings, and the second is that he really liked taking care of the egg, and he wanted to know what kind of dragon would come out of this. After a day after Tannen has given him that responsibility, and Issei can be seen sleeping, he moved from one side to the other, he seemed to have a strange nightmare, and he woke up quickly sweating. The albino saw that he was surrounded by his girls who were fast asleep, although he noticed that a certain blue-haired girl was missing among them. Issei stood up, and after walking for a while he had reached a hallway with a view of the sky. He saw Zenobia, who had a thoughtful look while he looked at the sky. The brunette felt how she was being watched, and when she turned around she met Issei's gaze. Zenobia. Issei-kun, what are you doing up in the middle of the night? He said looking at the albino. Issei. I could ask you the same thing, he said with an ironic smile. Zenobia. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to look at the stars. These days have been kind of strange. Issei. No way. Issei saw how the brunette trembled a little because of the night wind. The albino, seeing that, quickly hugged her from behind, wrapping her warm arms around her waist, thus giving the girl a little more warmth. They were both looking at the stars, but the brunette had spoken while she had a sad look. Zenobia. Issei. Issei. Yes. Zenobia. With everything that has happened, Millennium, and now Vasco. I have wanted to surpass my predecessor. Even as a warrior or student at the academy. So why not? Issei quickly interrupted the girl and asked her a question. Issei. Zenobia, a while ago they told me that you wanted to be the new president of the student council. So tell me, why do you want to be? That was something you never told me. The brunette was silent for a few seconds and then satisfied. Zenobia. The school I attended was horrible, so I never went. I only learned to read and write. I also learned about the catechism, but when I was reincarnated as a demon, Riaz proposed that I enter this school, and everything was completely different. The classes, the teachers, the classmates, the extracurricular activities, the clubs, the school trips, the break events. Everything was incredible. It was a refreshing and wonderful feeling. I love it, I like school a lot, he said with a small smile. Issei. It's kind of boring for me, especially classes, she said with a somewhat bored look and smile, well, the answer had made the brunette laugh. Zenobia. Gigi, this school is very wonderful, so much that I would never want to leave it, but that is impossible, so I decided to give something back to the place that gave me so many happy moments. I want to do that for the school, for our school, he said with a determined look. Hearing that answer, Issei just smiled while she looked into the girl's eyes with a smile. Issei. I understand you, I also have a great appreciation for the school, not as much as you but enough. It was the place where I was run over, and so I changed. If it weren't thanks to that school, I guess I wouldn't have met Yui and Lin, where I was with all of you, where for months maybe I was bullied and beaten, but at the end of everything, thanks to that I changed. If it weren't for that damn crazy school I wouldn't be what I am now, so I understand, he said with a smile. Zenobia, upon hearing that answer, just smiled, and for a moment both of them stared into each other's eyes, Issei looking at the beautiful eyes of the blue-haired girl and Zenobia looking at the eyes of the albino. Issei at one point saw how a blush covered the girl's cheeks. She was pulling on the shirt that Issei wore to sleep, as if she was saying to kiss her, and Issei, before paying attention to the girl, had said some nice words. Issei. I trust that you will do a great job, both as a warrior and as a student and future student council president. When the brunette heard those words she only shed some tears. She really needed emotional support at this time, and Issei had really been helpful to her in ordering her ideas. Zenobia. Thank you, Issei, you really are the best boyfriend in the world, she said with a tender smile, while she wiped away her tears. Issei. I don't want to brag, but yes. Maybe I'm the best in the universe, she said with a smile. The boys laughed a little, but a kiss was quickly stolen by Issei. The blue-haired girl was surprised by what the albino had done, but she quickly reciprocated the kiss. Little by little the kiss became more intense until they both separated due to lack of air. Issei with a smile had stolen a kiss from the blue-haired girl, making her blush even more than she already was. Issei. I know you'll have to give a speech to the students when we get home for the elections, so this is for good luck, she said with a smile. Zenobia had quickly kissed the albino again, while when they separated they left a thread of saliva between them. Zenobia. I think that won't be enough luck for my speech, so. I think I need more, she said. She was about to kiss the boy again. Before they kissed, the door to the room where the boys were staying opened, showing a pouting Irina next to a sleepy Asia carrying a stuffed animal. Irina. Why you do these things with Zenobia, but not with us? She said with a pout while Asia yawned. Asia. Issei-san, come back to bed with us, okay? She said while she was still sleepy. Hearing that, Issei just smiled next to Zenobia. Issei. Shall we go back to bed? She said looking at the brunette. Zenobia. Gigi, yes, come on, she said holding Issei's arm. Issei and the three girls returned to sleep, this time with Zenobia's consciousness calmer. The albino was happy, while his girls were happy, but for some reason, he felt. Incomplete. Time skip. Next day. The day was the decisive day in the battle against the members of the church coup. After some negotiations they decided on the day of the battle. Now you can see Issei with his black trench coat and typical hood covering his face. Next to him were Ashino, Rivi, Robert, Alice, Joseph, the Citri and Gremory group, along with Griselda, Dad Francisco and Dulio, who had joined boys. The boys were now in a magic circle preparing to go to the battlefield while the boys argued. Joseph. Are you sure you're going, Alice? Don't you think you could? Alice. If I do, at least I'm sure they'll stop me. That doesn't matter. Now, what's important is the Pope's well-being, she said, looking at the old man who was smiling. Francisco. Maybe I can't do anything with this old body, but I'm sure I can support and motivate my allies, he said with a smile while moving his arms. Issei. Dad, I respect him a lot, she said with a smile. Griselda. Well, Tobio will arrive later. He said that he would be on the lookout if something or someone tries to sneak into the battle, she said it would be. In another magic circle he had appeared while an Azazel came out of it. Everything was normal, except that Issei had noticed something that the others did not. Issei. Wow, the old crow still has claws, huh? He said with a smile and looked mockingly at the crow. Office. I thought your thing wasn't working anymore, she said looking at Azazel. Rias. What do you mean? She said curiously. Issei at that moment pointed to the crow's neck, which had a hickey. The crow quickly covered himself with his shirt, while Issei and his male companions laughed. Issei. Ha 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 ha, tell me who is the lucky one? She said mockingly. Azazel. No one you know or care about, he said looking at Issei. Issei. We definitely know her. Letc.she must be a somewhat more mature woman than the others, so she. Maybe. You're son of a great horse, she said looking at the crow, realizing who Azazel's special girl was. Tiba. We're still in the Vatican, you know. You. Saying those things in this place is a very big sin, you know. Issei. It was also destroying the sky with a special ship, and look where I am. Both. Touché. Yuki. What's wrong, Ice-kun? Issei. You. Do you tell him or do I tell him? He said pointing his revolver at the crow. Azazel. Well, Yuki. Yuki. Azazel-sensei, why does it smell like my mother? Innocent question. At that moment everyone understood what Issei was referring to, and everyone looked at the crow with an accusatory look. Azazel. Okay, yeah, I slept with Yuki's mother, sorry, he said, leaving some like stone. One thing led to another, and well. Issei. It's better that you write your will, idiot, he said while he saw how Yuki had his gaze covered by her hair. The crow was already expecting the black-haired woman to stab him, but in the end nothing happened. Yuki. Well, it doesn't matter, it's not surprising since my mother is a single succubus, he said sighing. Azazel. Really, there is no problem. Yuki. Well, if she would bother me for every time my mother slept with a man, she was a grump, he said simply. Issei. This time you were saved, but I don't think you'll be so lucky next time, he said with a smile. Azazel. Well, very good. Today is the day we face the leaders of the coup d'etat. The battle will be on a field designed for it, a field of the raiding games that was given to us by the underworld. The opponents know it too, so don't expect the element of surprise. Sona. Saji, you have access to the magic circle. In case someone is injured, it is your duty to remove them from the battlefield. It is clearly an advantage for us against them. Your sacred gear can give you some time to withdraw to whoever gets hurt. Azazel. Well, let's not get too carried away about that, they are relentless. Issei. Yes, and knowing them they could have a plan to find magic or against demons, possibly they have holy water or crosses, so you have to be careful. Saji, having that responsibility, felt nervous, but Issei calmed him down with a few words. Issei. Calm down, Saji, remember, you are more than a coward or a nervous wreck, we trust you. Hearing that, the blonde just calmed down a little and smiled a little. Saji. Hi. The agreed time arrived, the magic circle began to shine, it rose from the ground and turned into what seemed to be a mirror. The moment they saw that mirror, they also clearly saw the battlefield. Roswis. Well, this is a battlefield that we created, copying from the city of Rome. The battlefield extends for 10 kilometers around and is an exact replica of the city. We have been using it for test drills in case Trihexa wakes up and attacks the city. We wanted to know if the seal we continue to design would have any devastating effect on the city, but I think we'd better put it to this use. Issei. Then it becomes more complicated for us, he said seriously. Yuri. What do you mean, Ice-kun? Issei. They know the streets of Rome perfectly, we don't. They know which alley to enter and which street would be best to ambush someone. We are in trouble, but at least we have them, he said, looking at Robert, Alice, Francisco and Joseph. You will be our guides, each group will take one of you, and thus we will be even. Joseph. Sounds good to me. Alice. Count on us. Saji at that moment began to report what was happening in that missing copy of Rome. Saji. 2 medium-scale enemy troops can be seen, possibly Vasco Estrada and Crisaldi who lead those troops. Sona. Then we will also divide in 2. Joker, I want you to take care of Crisaldi, Irina, Yuri, Yuki, Sarah, Revi, Robert and Kiba will also support you. This is why you know the way of fighting of that guy. We Citri we will take care of Teodoro, together with Joseph, Griselda, you and Akame. We will need a little more support to be able to defeat him, and the others will take care of Vasco. Issei, you are the strongest here, so you will take care of Vasco. He will also focus on Zenobia, and I know he has to resolve some issues, so I'm entrusting them to him. Issei. That idiot hasn't taken enough hits yet for what he did to Griselda, so I'm going to disfigure her face, he said with a sharp smile. Kiba. Edward and I have something to add, so I'll make sure to kick his ass, he said seriously. You. I won't be left behind either. I'll spank that conceited brat. I'll show him that effort and hard work surpasses any blessing or innate talent, he also said seriously. Robert, Joseph and Alice looked at the 3 boys impressed. They could see that they both gave off great presences and that each of them took it very seriously. Sona. It's because of Excalibur, right? He said looking at Kiba. Kiba. That's right, I heard that Crisaldi was the promoter of the project as a sacred sword, so I have some things to say to that idiot, he said seriously and somewhat annoyed. Sona. Yes, you could say that he is no longer active these days, but in his time, he was a born possessor of Excalibur. He mastered 6 with incredible mastery. In order to create more possessors, boost training centers and the sacred sword projects, those places were where guys like Fried and Siegfried came from. Kiba looked upset knowing this perfectly, and the others knew it. Ashino. It's been a long time since he fought. I hope I'm not rusty, he said while moving and stretching a little. Revi. Haha, that brat won't know what hit him, he said taking out the guns from him. Riaz. I heard that the church had managed to clone holy swords after receiving the copy of the holy demonic sword that hyoudou gave them, but there was one detail, the strength of it. The strength of the sword must be half or less. In any case it is not the full strength of the original sword. Issei. Besides, you are much stronger with the swords I gave you. Alice. Estrada Dono must have a copy of Duradel, but knowing that it must be inferior in strength to the original, she said looking at Zenobia. Zenobia. I know I could against Vasco. No, I know I can, she said determinedly. Issei. Well, before this starts, I guess as the leader I have to say some motivating words, he said seriously. Saji. Who said you were the leader? Issei. Sona said it when she said that I am the strongest, she said simply. Well, you Kiba, I want you to know something, she said, drawing attention from both of them. If you dare to lose, I will beat you to death, you understand me? Both. Hi, both said. Issei. So don't you dare lose. I together with Gasper will take care of the idiot Vasco. If necessary I will use Azara to blow his face in. I trust all of you, and I know you can defeat those crazy people, so do your best. All. Hi. After a while the circuit began to glow, indicating that the battle had already begun. Issei. Well, it's time for action. Part 95 Sword Fight. The time for the fight had already arrived. Our protagonists entered a magic circle and were teleported to the combat zone. When the boys arrived they saw that they were in Rome. As Azazel and Michael had not lied, it was an exact copy of the city. They even had some details like newspapers on the ground and some leaves. It was really impressive. Issei. Wow, it's an exact copy, he said looking around. Sona. As Azazel sensei told us, it is an identical copy of the city of Rome. It is impressive, he said looking around him with the albino and his other friends. In the sky a kind of countdown appeared. The boys looked and noticed that they had only 3 minutes to finish preparing and that the match would definitely begin. Sona. Everyone already knows what they have to do, just take care of your leaders and all this will end. Revi. Hey, killing is prohibited, right? Sona. Unfortunately no, this is a more real battle than we thought, and the result of that is that some exorcists demanded that they be allowed to kill their opponents if necessary, so please be careful. Revi. Well, if they won't have mercy on us then we won't have mercy on them either, he said with a sharp smile. Ashino. How annoying, haha, but it seems more fun than being at home, he said while smoking a cigarette. Issei. Well, it's time. He said looking at the fact that there were only 20 seconds left. Each one go with their respective team. I guess we'll see each other when all this shit is over. Good luck guys. You. Ha, we don't need it, he said with a smile. Hiba. We'll show those old people who's boss. After that little talk, each group went in different directions. On the right was the group of the Citri, Yu, Joseph and Akame. On the right was the group of Kiba, Yuri, Robert and Irina, and the rest went along with Issei. Center. You could say that it is foolish to separate, but each of the groups was chosen because they shared some feelings towards the people with whom they would fight. With Group B, they were walking through some slightly narrow streets, some alleys that were in a questionable state. For some reason there were some rats and pigeons around that apparently were not real, but a kind of illusion. Kiba walked seriously, each of his senses were at their maximum power. Since he was facing a really dangerous person, he would have to have all his abilities at 100%. They walked until Irina had felt some presences with Revi. Some exorcists had launched from the roof to ambush them, but Revi had quickly prevented most of them from doing any harm to the boys with his pistols. Robert had also taken out a pistol from his robe. It looked old, but for some reason it emitted great power. When he pulled the trigger, a bullet had gone through the shoulder of one of the exorcists, but that was not all. The bullet seemed to have life itself, began to move and pass through the bodies of the exorcists, who were still trying to attack them. Robert. They know perfectly well that they can't beat us even if they ambush us, they are really stubborn. The bullet from the gun after achieving its goal returns to the barrel of the gun, as if it were a normal thing. Revi. Beautiful lady you have in your hands, boy, he said looking at his gun that had some inscriptions and had a drawing of a cross on it. Robert. Thank you, it's the Queen Isabella the first named it because the drawing reminded me of a famous queen. Kiba. How does it work? Robert. The bullet moves at will as if it had a life of its own. As long as you maintain concentration and control it can move in all directions. Irina. It seems to be very convenient, she said she felt some presences in the distance. Julio. It seems like he's leaving a trail for us. I guess the boss will be waiting for us at the end, he said seriously. Kiba. It's better that we move and finish this as quickly as possible, he also said seriously. With Group C, you can see Yu with his group walking through apparently large areas of the city. It seems that they were walking through the tourist and commercial areas. Around them you could see some clothing stores and some cafes. Yu and Sister Griselda walked at the front of the group. Sona remained alert with his entourage, and although one of them did not say it, he was very nervous. Saji. Are you sure it's this way? Yu. Are you really afraid? You know that if you activate your breaker balance you can even face Issei, right? Saji. See, shut up, I'm not scared, I'm just a little nervous, it's the first time we're doing something like this. Griselda. Don't worry Saji-san, it may look dangerous, but it's even more dangerous than you think. Saji. That doesn't calm me down. After a while they had reached a square where there was a fountain in the center. They stopped for a moment to try to rest from walking so much, but at that moment an arrow had touched Saji's cheek, scaring him. Saji. Should burn, he said feeling great pain in that small cut. From some of the roof some exorcists with crossbows had appeared. They had arrows dipped in holy water to do more damage to those who were demons. Griselda. Your arrows are bathed in holy water, don't let it touch you, he said while under his skirt he took out a pair of knives. The boys were ready to fight, but at that moment they heard the voice of a certain exorcist they knew. Teodoro. Wow, 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 but look what we have here. He said, appearing with some exorcists next to him. I guess they fell into our trap. Griselda. Trap. Teodoro had taken out some crosses from a small bag. He threw the crosses into the air so that they would quickly begin to create a kind of barrier which covered those who were present. Teodoro. That way they won't be able to escape. You. And who said we would escape? Obviously we're here to kick your ass, you idiot. Teodoro. Ha 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 ha, well I hope so, then let's start with our meeting. Yu and the others could hear how the exorcists loaded their dates ready to be thrown towards those present. Yu. Saji. Saji. Yes. Yu. You better put on your armor, he said seriously. Saji. Balance breaker. As he said that, a large flare of black fire came out of nowhere so that the exorcists could see how a black armor with tentacles of the same color appeared in the sky. Saji. Come for me bitches. With Group B, Tiba and Robert walked at the front of the group eliminating the exorcists who were trying to ambush them. These had already encountered more exorcists. Apparently according to Robert, ambushes and silent attacks are the type of behavior in the Battle of Eward. The man would surely attack like this until several of us fell or were injured so that later he would appear and give us the coup de grace. After a while of walking and eliminating some exotics, they had arrived at a kind of rough neighborhood. The walls seemed damp and about to fall. It also smelled like sewers and other things. Tiba. Damn, what a stench, he said covering his nose. Robert. I haven't been to this place in a long time. Even if it's just an imitation, it brings back memories, he said, looking around. Irina. Where are we? Sarah. And why does it smell so bad? He said with displeasure covering his nose. Robert. This was my old home, before I became an exorcist and part of the Vatican. The first was just a poor street child. I looked for food in the garbage cans with Joseph to be able to survive, he said. Looking around, the smell of this place was already an everyday thing, so I was used to it. Eward. I'm glad you remember that. At that moment the boys turned and saw the exorcist. He had an ice cream for some reason and seemed to eat it with pleasure. Eward. This was where I found you with Joseph. A day like this was the day his destiny as an exorcist began. It is truly incredible that so many years have already passed, he said with some nostalgia. Robert. Crisaldi-sensei. Crisaldi. Haha, now look at us, we fight for very different things. It seems like the world is already going crazy, he said, while finishing eating his ice cream. Irina. Crisaldi-sensei, please stop, I know we can reach an agreement if we talk. Crisaldi. Talking at this time no longer makes sense, he said while taking out his sword. This is now a battle of convictions. Whoever has the strongest conviction will be the winner. The group prepared for battle well behind Crisaldi, and around him a group of young people. Many exorcists appeared. Crisaldi. Hyoudou Kiba, I wanted to finish the battle we had days ago. What do you think about a sword duel, just you and me? He said, pointing his sword at Kiba. The blonde just pulled out his sword and preparing to fight. He smiled. Kiba. I accept the challenge. This will be a swordsman battle. Let's see who is the best, he said with a challenging smile. Crisaldi. Sounds good to me, then let's see which of us is better. Both swordsmen at one point took a step forward to suddenly disappear. They again at great speed began to clash swords, creating large waves of air, along with sparks which flew out as metal collided with metal. With Group C, Asagi could be seen burning the arrows that the exorcists threw, while Rugel and Benia attacked the exorcists. Benia only made light cuts on their legs and arms, using her scythe to not reap their souls, while Rugel crushed the exorcists with his superhuman werewolf strength. The Citri girls used their powers to defend themselves and eliminate the exorcists from a distance, since they knew that if they tried hand to hand they would surely lose. On the other hand, you could see a Joseph throwing flames of fire while he had a book in his hands. Apparently he had a grimoire or something similar that made him a very powerful sorcerer. He used many attacks and magic to eliminate most of the exorcists, while in the middle of all that chaos, you could see Yu fighting Teodoro. Both of them clashed swords, causing sparks to fly everywhere and some airwaves to come out and shake around them. The young exorcist seemed to be in some ways better than Yu, especially in speed and strategy when fighting. Yu had already reviewed some cuts by the exorcist, and the brunette had to curse how fast he was since sometimes it was almost impossible for him to defend himself, and also the tremendous pain when he felt the cuts of the exorcist's sword, since his blade was bathed in holy water. Teodoro. Wow, you are very good, not many can keep up with me, he said smiling. Yu. Don't worry, brat, in a few seconds, I'll surpass you. Little by little the encounter became bloodier. Yu could no longer keep up with the exorcist. Unfortunately the wounds next to the holy water had taken their toll, and now the brunette was at a disadvantage. The brunette fought with some difficulty against the exorcist, but the brunette knew that if he continued towards him he would lose. Both of them dodged sword blows with great agility, while the exorcist little by little increased the intensity. At one point he cut the brunette on the cheek, which made him move away. Teodoro. Haha, I'm sorry for you, but I'm much more agile and faster than you. Maybe you surpass me in strength, but that's of no use if you can't touch your target. The brunette quickly moved away from him while he was breathing heavily. He looked around him and saw how all of his companions were giving their all when it came to fighting. The brunette only squeezed the handle of his sword tightly as he once again stood up. Stood up. Teodoro. Do you really think you will win? Or are you so stubborn that you can't even give up without him cutting off your limbs? He said looking at the chestnut tree. You. Shut up, idiot, this isn't over yet, I'm just warming up, he said with a smile. Teodoro. Well, what a pity, why does this warm up end now, he said while he put himself on guard again. You. I was planning to use this against my brother, but it seems I'll have to use it on you, he said with a smile. Theodore. What are you talking about? The brunette only clenched his fists while with all his strength he shouted the name of his technique. You. Itushura. The gigantic current of air along with an almost transparent bluish aura could be seen around him. The exorcist, seeing such power, was surprised, while some of the chestnut's companions, sensing his power, caught his attention. You. I haven't completely perfected this technique yet and it will probably push my body to the limit, but I don't care, just to kick your ass. It's enough for me, and I have more than enough. As Yu took a step he felt like all the time around him stopped and little by little he became even faster. The exorcist tried to react, but it was impossible, now the brunette was unstoppable. Yu as if he were a bullet shot at great speed towards the exorcist. The brunette could feel how his muscles and bones were overexerted, but he did not care since the battle would be decided at this moment. The exorcist couldn't even see when the chestnut had reached his side, and the swordsman with a single slash left the exorcist with a large long wound in his chest. Theodoro. I am possible. This can't be. He said as he fell to the ground totally defeated. Yu deactivated the technique by falling to his knees. He felt like his muscles were burning, and he also felt like his heart was going to come out. Some exorcists, seeing their leader fall, only remained in shock while feeling afraid for the group. Griselda along with Joseph and Saji pointed at the exorcists with spears made of light, flames of fire and some spells. The remaining exorcists could only resign themselves knowing that they had lost and only raised their hands in surrender. Griselda. Yu-san, are you okay? He said looking at the brunette who was just kneeling on the ground breathing heavily. The boy only raised his thumb in victory, which made his companion smile, while Griselda, with her magic, caused Teodoro to be trapped in a pillar of ice. Griselda. That way he won't do anything stupid, then we'll hand him over to the authorities. Sona. That's right, for now we only captured the exorcists who were conscious. Saji. What a long day, he said tiredly. With Group B, the Kiba could be seen fighting against Eward. They gave quick sword blows and cuts, while the others took care of the exorcists who accompanied him. Both of them moved fiercely, little by little the intensity of the battle increased. They both moved faster and more fiercely, both cutting each other, while a certain brunette watched her former master fight the blonde. At one point the exorcist had become invisible thanks to the ability of his Excalibur. Kiba had a hard time knowing where his attacks would come from. If it weren't for Issei's crazy and intensive training, he would surely have died a long time ago. The exorcist gave the blonde some blows and cuts, causing him to draw some blood. The blonde was on the ropes, but before anything else could happen, an Arena had intervened. Arena. Kiba, calm down. Kiba. No. Cough. Go away. This battle is mine, he said seriously. Eward. I admire your fighting spirit, you are someone important, but you will lose boy, he said while he became visible again. Kiba quickly stood in front of the brunette while he spat some blood onto the ground. Kiba. Don't be arrogant idiot, I'm not serious yet, so shut up already, he said while he wiped the blood from his mouth. Eward. I see, then, I will push your body to the limit, he said while becoming invisible again. Kiba tried to look for the exorcist with his eyes, but it was impossible, he couldn't see anything. The blonde began to receive a good beating from the exorcist. The real blonde who was cornered, he didn't know what to do, but before he could close his eyes an idea or light had crossed his mind. The blonde quickly stood up straight and closed his eyes. He only took a deep breath to put himself on guard while he had his eyes closed. Little by little the blonde tried to use his senses to be able to look for the man. He was simply trying to concentrate and at one point he heard a footstep along with the sound of the wind being cut. Quickly, Kiba, using his sword, stopped the exorcist's slash at his head. Eward. I am possible as. Kiba. Maybe you can hide your body, but not your presence. I can hear your footsteps, your breathing, and even if I concentrate more, I will be able to hear your heartbeat. In short. Your magic trick is no longer of any use. Kiba quickly pushed the exorcist aside quickly to start a sword battle again. The exorcist was incredulous, he never thought he would meet someone as capable as the blonde, even he was. Afraid of the boy, and afraid of what could happen now. Kiba. It's time to end this. The blonde little by little for some reason began to emanate small rays from his body. The rays began to expand, while the exorcist was nervous when he saw that. When the blonde opened his eyes he could feel great power, while the exorcist could see how the blonde's eyes seemed to be full of light and electricity. Kiba. Inazuma no Iaki. Saying that, a great discharge of lightning ended up covering Kiba's body, while everyone present saw the blonde for such power. Kiba. You and Issei always find a way to become stronger, and as their friend and rival, I can't be left behind. This is my new power, the power of lightning. The exorcist tried to avoid the attack by becoming invisible, but Kiba didn't seem to lose track of him. Kiba. It's impossible for you to escape now, I can see you clearly with this power, it's time for this to end. Gruuyag. The blonde roared loudly so that in a burst of speed, he was thrown towards the man who didn't even have time to react. Kiba was already on the other side of the battle cape while he sheathed his sword. Eward. And no. This can't be. I'm an exorcist. Kiba. That's right, but I'm much stronger than you. When the sword, being fully sheathed, made click, everyone saw how an X cut had appeared on the exorcist's chest, while he fell to the ground defeated. Then music. Kiba, on the other hand, when undoing his technique had fallen backwards to the ground, he had forced his body too much, and the recoil of the technique had affected him greatly. His other companions who had already finished off the exorcists went to help Kiba who was breathing heavily. Eward. Cough. Damn. I didn't see this coming. Arena. Why did Griseldi-sensei have to do all this? She said while looking at the exorcist who looked like he was about to faint. Eward. It's something complicated. Arena. I understand that many want peace. We2. It's a need for everyone. The problem. It comes when your definition of peace is different than ours. You.Are the new generation, who made possible an alliance between three factions that are enemies by nature. That is why, we old people, do not we have a place in this world. We were raised in an era where demons, vampires and fallen angels were nothing more than a pile of scum. Scum that had to be eliminated. That's why many warriors are dissatisfied with the alliance and now. Knowing that even God is dead. I don't know what to think. Now we receive his sworn enemies with open hands. Arena. But we can talk. Word. It's useless. You should know, there are few warriors like you who are willing to ally themselves. With their enemies. For the good of all. With you it is different since you have friends to lean on, but the others don't. That is why dialogue is useless in these situations. Arena. It's true, I have my good friends on the side of the demons, and living with them makes me happy, but it's a shame that you sword wielders have to end up like this, she said, somewhat saddened for the future of her teacher. Word. Cough. It is as it should be, generations must replace their ancestors, it is a natural process in life, she said with a small smile. Leo at that moment approached the man and extended his hand to begin freezing him. Word. I just want you to know. That I did this thinking about the good of everyone. Haha. Although it didn't turn out as I thought. Leo slowly froze the man's body while he said the last words to him before being completely frozen. Word. Goodbye my little apprentice, continue your master's legacy. When he finished saying that, Leo completely froze the man and left everyone with a bad taste in their mouths. Leo. Don't worry, he's just frozen, we'll hand him over to the authorities, and he'll be fine. Fibba. Then. Arrest we will leave to Issei, I hope he wins quickly, I want to go rest, he said tiredly. Hard 96 Dark Duriddle. You can see Group A walking through the center of the city. Issei had already felt the sudden increase in power of Yu and Kiba. The albino feeling how both had improved on their own only made Issei smile, and thanks to a signal in heaven from Dulio and Griselda, they had known that their battles with the other groups had been victorious. That was like a weight off their shoulders, and now everything was in their hands. The boys continued walking. It was really strange that the boys had not yet met an exorcist, in fact it was very strange. The boys continued walking until they reached a park where the boys sat down to rest. Zenobia. It's very strange, at least one exorcist is supposed to appear by now, she said something strange. Ashino. Vasco works that way, it's like a hunter you could say, first he tires the prey of him and then attacks stealthily with some trick, be careful and keep your eyes open, he said while taking out a cigarette. Issei. You're right, in fact I can barely sense some people around here, but for some reason I can't detect a presence near us, she said, while lighting the Ashino cigarette with her pinky. The boys stayed waiting and resting a little, but at that moment they saw how green bubbles began to fill the place where they were. Issei and Ashino didn't like what was happening at all, the bubbles were slowly beginning to get closer to the boys, and Asia out of curiosity, wanted to touch one of them. Asia. What are these bubbles? She said innocently while trying to touch one of them. Issei. Asia, don't touch them. The blonde had reacted late, the bubble that was near her suddenly lit up and exploded. Her friends watched in shock and fear at what had happened. They were not afraid of being hit by one of those exploding bubbles, they were afraid that they had lost to Asia. When the smoke screen dispersed, everyone saw with relief how a wall made of Asia's shadow was placed between the explosion and the girl, thus leaving the blonde intact. Issei quickly decided on the wall and took Asia in his arms to get away from her. Issei. Be careful, those bubbles are bombs made with magic, if we touch them we will explode, he said seriously. The boys listened and moved away from the bubbles, but that was not enough, the bubbles began to explore on their own, and little by little, the explosions began to reach our protagonists. When the boys saw that, they only began to run, avoiding the large explosions. Little by little they could see how the park where they were was reduced to rubble. At one point thousands of bubbles were guided by the wind towards Issei and the others, and in reality it was not wind, it was a kind of magic on the part of the exorcists, which Issei discovered were hiding a few meters in front of them and suppressed their presence with some artifacts. Issei quickly turned around, and with his black flames, he attacked the essence bubbles, exploding them all at once. The gigantic explosion had made a large crater in the middle of the city. It was truly incredible the crater that simple bubbles could have caused, although they knew that they were not simple bubbles. Vasco. Hahaha, it seems they are stronger than he thought. At that moment, the boys saw how a man they recognized came out through the smoke that still remained due to the explosion. Vasco. I thought the little blonde had died, what a joy it wasn't, I really don't like killing ladies, even if they are demons, he said simply. Issei. It seems that the boss finally makes his entrance on the scene, he said, looking at the muscular giant. Vasco. Haha, what can I say, I like unexpected entries, he said with a smile. Alice. Vasco don't know better, give up, we outnumber him, he said it would be. Vasco. I'm sorry little Alice, but I think you're wrong about that, he said with a smile. Saying that, an entire army of exorcists came out behind the exorcist. Thousands of soldiers appeared together with their weapons which they showed ready to fight. Vasco. We are the ones who outnumber them, he said with a smile. Issei. Maybe, but we surpassed them in power, he said with a smile. The shadows of Issei and his friends at that moment began to move. A Cerberus appeared together with creatures made of shadows resembling knights whose eyes glowed a red color that intimidated some of the exorcists. Vasco. Impressive, Issei hyoudou, the rumors about you are more than real, but now my battle is not against you. He said while pointing his copy of Duriddle towards Zenobia. What do you say? Zenobia, let's see who among us is the better Duriddle carrier. The brunette with a determined look stood in front of her other companions, taking out her Excalibur and Duriddle, using them at the same time as Issei did with Yui and Lin. Zenobia. I accept the Vasco Dono challenge. I will show that he surpassed it in every way, he said with a determined look. Vasco. Ha 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 ha, yes, I like that, so what are you waiting for, come for me, he said with a smile. Zenobia without waiting in a burst of speed shot towards the exorcist, while Vasco did the same. Both warriors clashed weapons while creating a gigantic shock wave. Issei, with a challenging smile, had also jumped into battle with his friends, while the exorcists did the same. The knights made of shadows began to fight against the exorcists. Some were defeated by their enemies, but they quickly regenerated and returned to battle. Some exorcists even carried out suicide attacks, but that did not affect our protagonist in any way. Asper in his beast form made monstrous creatures devour the exorcists who made suicidal attacks, while the others easily eliminated them. Yuri kept Asia and the Pope in the rearguard and protected them, while others like Yuki easily eliminated the exorcists with their assassination skills. On the other hand, Issei looked seriously at the battle. Vasco launched slashes and blows full of energy, and Zenobia did the same, at one point others. That had surprised Issei, especially since the boy knew that the brunette didn't have that level of control over her sword before. It seemed that now the girl had even matched Vasco's number, but Issei didn't like something for some reason. Vasco. You still need more training to surpass me. Saying that, he launched a punch full of energy which Zenobia had dodged, but as she did so she noticed how a building behind her had been destroyed. Now the building had a large hole in the middle, and that surprised Zenobia. The brunette without wasting time increased the level, and he began to attack more fiercely. The girl also threw punches full of energy. Vasco smiled when he saw that, and without problem received the receipts, even though his clothes were destroyed by the blue-haired girl's shock waves. Vasco. Ha 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 ha, impressive, that's how it is, keep it up Zenobia, keep leveling up, he said with a big smile. While watching the battle, the albino had noticed something, that Vasco seemed to be training the girl. He corrected the girl's mistakes in combat. Issei didn't really know why he did it, but he could only assume that he did it so that Zenobia would improve. On the other hand, the battle against the exorcists lasted less. Some of them were knocked out by the knights who gave strong blows and big cuts. Riaz launched giant spheres of destruction. Roswis also fought and bombarded the exorcists with hundreds of magical attacks. Azara with his armor eliminated the exorcists who cast spells. Although Alice for some reason was not trying to attack the exorcists, she with a small dagger made light cuts on the bodies of the exorcists without killing them, but she seemed to be holding back, that she was afraid of something, and the boys didn't know what it was. In a moment of the girl's carelessness, an exorcist tried to attack her from behind, but Issei had quickly hit and sent the albino flying. The albino girl just fell to the ground breathing heavily, while Issei knelt down to see what was happening. Alice. Issei sama. I don't know if I can. I have. Issei quickly hugged the girl, calming her down a little while the girl, feeling Issei's hug, returned it with force. Issei. Calm down, yes. You don't have to get like that, if you want you can go to the rear, you don't have to force yourself to do anything, she said, calming the girl. Alice. And it's not that, it's just that. If I had a bad side. What would you think if it came out? What would you think if I'm not completely normal? She said, something embarrassed. Issei. You know, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm a hybrid of an angel and a demon, and I'm also a dragon and a possessed vampire. And now my fellow demons, angels and humans too, are fighting against a man full of steroids and against an army of exorcists. I don't think that's entirely normal, he said with a smile. At that moment an exorcist tried to attack Issei from behind, but her sword when it collided with Issei's raincoat and skin just bounced off, as if she had been trying to cut a rock. Issei. Excuse me, I'm in the motivational and self-improvement speech, he said to hit the exorcist and send him flying. Cough cough. As I said, it doesn't matter if you're normal or if you have a bad side, I have it too, that's what makes us who we are, don't be afraid to bring it to light, but please. Stand up, we are in the middle of a civil war literally as we speak, he said, looking at his around which was a bunch of knights fighting a bunch of exorcists. The albino at that moment only laughed a little while she perked up again. Alice. Okay. She said as she stood up. Then here I go, she said, she finished. Issei. Wait, what exactly are you going to? The albino could not finish as she saw how a huge horn came out of her head, the nun's clothes were slowly torn apart, and Alice's body seemed to change. Issei was surprised, he saw how Alice had totally changed, and how she now looked like a demon. Issei. But what the hell? The albino roared as if she were a beast, and with a sharp smile she had launched into battle against the exorcists. Francisco. Jojoho, you really are a great person Issei-sama, you helped Alice-chan with her problem she said as she appeared behind Issei with a smile. Issei. What just happened? I ask while watching Alice literally open her fauces and devour a man. Francisco. Alice is a demon Issei-sama he said surprising Issei. Normally we don't allow even one to get close to us. But she is special, she is half human, and she is also from an almost extinct type of demon, in fact she is from your country, I think you call them Oni, we found her in some abandoned streets, and Robert and Joseph decided to adopt her as their sister. Thanks to the fact that she is half human she can pray and crosses don't hurt her, of course, unless she takes her demon form that she can suppress whenever she wants. But since she was little she believed that she was some kind of monster for being a demon, but thanks to you he has overcome his fear, thank you very much Issei-sama, I see why he is the descendant of the god who created everything, he always helps everyone he said with a big smile. Issei. It was nothing I guess he said a little nervously. After that scene little by little the battle lasted less, the exorcists retreated as their numbers decreased, but the battle between Zenobia and Vasco did not stop. Little by little the battle increased its level, and although both warriors fought with everything they had, they could not help but become exhausted. Vasco. Ha 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 ha, you are really impressive Zenobia you even managed to match my mastery over Duratal ha 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 ha. You are a prodigy he said with a smile, but you could tell that he was sweating and exhausted. Zenobia. Thanks for the compliment Vasco don't know, but this ends now he said it would be we both know that we are tired, but you are more tired, maybe you are a monster in strength and combat, but you can't fight against age. Vasco. That's right, although it may not seem like it, I'm still 80 years old, I know I'll lose to you if I continue like this, but I haven't used my ace up my sleeve yet. At that moment the exorcist had taken out a small glass bottle which had a strange liquid in it. The exorcist quickly drank it to start having some kind of weird effect. The man suddenly began to scream and for some reason he growing more and more and filling with muscle, until his clothes were destroyed and a golden aura emanated from him. Zenobia. But what? Vasco. Ha 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 amazing, right I have rejuvenated he said with a big smile, I know you are strong Zenobia, and I know that in my previous age, he would be defeated by you, but now I'm back to my golden age, there is nothing that can stop me ha 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 ha. Issei's companion saw this in shock, while Issei himself saw what was happening in the battle seriously. Issei. So that's what you were hiding, huh? Vasco. Haha, sorry for misleading you, but I can't allow myself to lose, plus my teammates have worked a lot in this position, I may have returned to my age in a couple of hours, but now they won't be able to do anything he said with a huge smile. Zenobia. Why? Why does Vasco Dono go so far he hates this alliance so much? Vasco. It's not that I hate it, it's just that it doesn't seem fair to me he said seriously after so many years of war, in which many humans suffered and not only them, but also angels, allies and fellow exorcists, because of the demons and vampires, do they think that suddenly, just because they want an alliance we will forget it? You know, Teodoro, thanks to the demons, thanks to the Mau, he has no parents, when he was born the demons quickly ordered his parents to be murdered, so that prodigious warriors like him would not be born, do you think that's fair? Let him forget that because of the demons he is an orphan sure it was the old faction, but still that kind of thing is not forgotten. Zenobia. But. Vasco. That's why we're against it some problems are forgotten, but others are not outrage is something we cannot forget the pain that was caused by those monsters. When Alice said that, who was listening to that, she seemed to be hunched over and had her head down. Vasco. That's why we. The man could not finish since Issei, with great anger, had quickly hit the man in the face until he slammed into the ground. The man was surprised by the strong and sudden blow, but what surprised him most was that his nose was bleeding from the blow. Issei. Shut up you bucking idiot he said looking at the man angrily. Maybe you're right, and maybe in your time the demons were idiots, but that is now changed get over, don't blame all the demons for something that only one did look over there he said, pointing to the side. The man did what the albino said and saw an Alice with tears in her eyes. Issei. Do you think she's a monster? Do you think she asked to be half demon? She never asked for something like that the only thing she wanted was a family too, and even though she was half demon Robert and Joseph saved her and gave her a family same with Teodoro, you gave him a family, and I know it's not easy to know that the idiot who killed your parents is still alive there, but that's no reason to kill an entire species simply because it's the same as him. Vasco. Issei hyoudou I know that you want to protect people and protect your loved ones equally, but still, there is no way to know that that is true, demons are deceptive and they are. Issei. Damn that shut the hell up already. Do you think demons are the most dangerous thing in this world? Do you think they are the only ones who can cause pain and despair? Well, you are wrong. There are many more things that can cause the same things, and I won't let you hurt innocent people simply because of an idiot, he said seriously looking at the man. Vasco. Good, so this will be a battle that will define who has more determination. If you defeat me. I will accept what you say and surrender. But if I win. You will give up, and no matter what you do you won't be able to do anything. Issei. Good, but I won't fight you this time. He said. Well, he turned his back on the exorcists and took Zenobia by the shoulders. She will do it. Zenobia. What Issei, not me. Issei. Of course you can, and I will help you, he said with a smile. Issei at that moment was engulfed by a pillar of black fire next to Zenobia. The black flames came out and covered both young men. Vasco was serious. He held onto his durable tightly, preparing for anything, and when the pillar of fire vanished, everyone saw how Zenobia now had armor, and her sword seemed to have changed. His hair became longer, and he emanated a black aura that scared the exorcists. Issei with a smile simply walked away from the battle zone, while Vasco looked at the new Zenobia with some nerves. Vasco. What did you do? Issei. What's not obvious? I gave a power up to Zenobia, he said with a big smile. Issei simply walked away while Zenobia pulled out the sword from him, showing how Duradel had changed and was now black. Zenobia. Dark Duradel. Saying that, the girl's sword was filled with black flames. The girl moved at great speed and hit the man with her sword. The exorcist was almost cut in half, but he blocked the girl's attack with his sword. But at that moment the man saw something. The sword he had was cracking. The brunette moved again, and this time at a speed bestial. The girl had hit the exorcist's face, sending him flying. The man, still in the air, was hit again by the girl who, with her overwhelming speed, managed to reach him and with one kick sent him into the air. The man, still unable to react, returned to his feet. Being hit by the girl who appeared in a blur of speed above him and with an axe kick, had sent the man crashing to the ground. The exorcist was destroyed. His sword had already been broken by the girl's tremendous strength, and he was completely defeated. The man had some ribs broken by the blows, and his jaw seemed like it was about to fall off due to the pain that the man felt in his chest. That area of your face. With his last breaths he tried to get up, but he only ran into the girl's now black sword. Vasco, seeing the cold look through the helmet that the girl was wearing at that moment, only showed coldness. He knew that the girl had defeated him, but there was something that made him smile, and it was that the girl had no intention of killing. Zenobia. Do you give up? Vasco only smiled a little to answer the girl's question. Vasco. If I give up, you win, he said, accepting his defeat. End music. The exorcists who were still in battle or were looking into the distance were shocked. Vasco Estrada had been defeated. Issei approached the man and with his flames healed the exorcist's wounds. Little by little he aged again, returning to normal, and when all of his wounds were healed, Zenobia took off her helmet and offered him her hand. Zenobia. Not all demons are bad. I have met many who seek the good of others and seek peace. I would like you, Vasco Dono, to support me in that search for peace, he said with a small smile. Upon hearing that, Vasco could only shed some manly tears as he accepted the girl's help. Vasco. Okay, as I promised, I will. The man at that moment only knelt before the girl while his head was down. We have made wrong decisions in this time. We cannot change the bad things we did, much less correct it, but if we can pay for it, at this moment, he declared that the coup d'etat is annulled, we surrender. The Issei group felt about that, but the albino didn't even smile. He could simply feel sad and angry, not for having won the battle, but for understanding what exactly the old Estrada wanted to protect. He knew that many warriors felt discontent with the alliance, even without him feeling it. He knew that the parents of many children who were in the training centers had suffered the same fate as Teodoro's, and those children were the ones he had trained, raised and seen grow up. For that reason, they had blind trust in him. He understood them better than anyone, so he decided that he could not let them down. This old man, in response to the complaints of the children and warriors, had dared to rise up against the very church he served, all because of those children who trusted him, and why he did not want to see more children suffer. The same thing that Teodoro were suffering, it is a really beautiful reason. That old man used his body as a weapon to protect the smiles of those children. Now, with a dejected face and a prisoner of his age, he continued standing, with the sole purpose of protecting those children. They took the role of leaders in order to assume all the blame, in case something happens. As Vasco stood up again he saw the remaining exorcists and responded. Vasco. My children, we were wrong, the path we chose was the wrong one, but fear not, I will take full responsibility for it. That's what purgatory is for when you die and go to heaven. We will meet again when I have atoned for my sins. The blame for bringing them down the wrong path is mine. Issei could no longer hold back his tears and only let them come out discreetly so as not to worry his friends. Issei. That's a real man, he said, crying. Issei quickly wiped away his tears and thought about supporting Vasco, but at that moment a voice known to Issei and his friends had been heard. Wolberga. I'm sorry, but I can't let it end like this. At that moment everyone saw that gothic loli in the air who was carrying an umbrella. Volberga. And to think that he would have to appear, I thought that old guy over there would be enough, but he turned out to be weak of conviction, he said with a sadistic laugh. The girl had a wave in her hand, and she is creating a magic circle teleporting several evil dragons. From the circle came 10, then 20, then 30, until they reached 100 and then 1000. The evil dragons began to cover the entire sky of the battlefield, while the evil dragon just smiled. Volberga tried to throw a purple fire cross, but quickly a slash of black flames had destroyed the attack. The person responsible for that was a Zenobia who looked at the dragon seriously. Roswis. Even if you manage to enter this field is to introduce evil dragons, let me tell you that it will not go well for you. We built and designed this field in Grigori. I know every part and it is made so that my magic is more powerful here inside, said with a confident look and smile. This field was also developed based on the information we obtained from the mass-produced evil dragons. So the evil dragons can't leave here either. Volberga. I see that they had everything planned. This is really a place that can be scary. But I think it would be better to stay for a while, he said with a mocking tone. In this place, we can find out what they are trying to do with our plans and thus develop a plan of action. Emergency, I thought they already knew. I only show up when I know I have the advantage. Bizarra. Are you saying you already knew all this? Volberga. No, but we imagine it anyway. I think my advantage here is not much, and having the majority of the DXD team gathered, I considered it dangerous to stay here, so I withdraw for now. I will leave these dragons here to entertain you a little. Goodbye. The woman at that moment tried to use a magic circle to disappear, but she couldn't. Every time she tried to use a magic circle it disappeared. Annoyed, she saw Tobio in the distance with his dog who deactivated the girl's magic circles. Issei. Haha, but you're the one who fell silent in our idiot trap. Did you really believe that we would have no countermeasures against you if you ever appeared? You can tell they are idiots, she said with a mocking smile. Quickly a black flame had come out of nowhere to try to kill the dragon. He quickly dodged it and saw where it came from, and when he did so he only saw Saji with his armor ready to fight. Saji. Hello bitch, remember me? Volberga. I think you're unlucky to meet me again, child. Saji. Maybe, but that's why now I have the perfect ally to fight women. He said pointing to Issei. Issei is the best ally to fight women. At that moment the rest of the DXD team came flying, while Adulio carried Kiba and Griselda carried Yu and Kiba. We confirm. At that moment Issei stood in front of everyone while he took out his wings ready to fight. Issei. Well. LET's dance. Part 97 Emotional Reunion. In the copy of the City of Rome, you can see how thousands of evil dragons were flying in the sky. These were controlled by a certain evil dragon dressed as a gothic loli. She looked at the DXD group with anger, while Issei smiled mockingly. Issei. Well. LET's dance. Volberga quickly launched a fire cross against the albino and his other companions, but he was stopped by Tobio and Roswis's barrier. Roswis. We already told you that won't work, he said, looking at the dragon. Tobio. Always so stubborn, Volberga. It's that same attitude that got you expelled from your magician organization, she said mockingly. When the dragon heard this, she got angry and called an evil dragon. From a distance it seemed normal, but the closer she got they could see that it was gigantic, about 200 meters long, and had a familiar appearance since it had 8 heads. That dragon was Yamada no Arachi, the dragon that was on the sword that Yugaki had. Rias. That thing wasn't eliminated by ice, she said looking at the giant dragon. Volberga. What we put on that guy's sword was nothing more than a part of the real Yamada. We saved it in case that idiot Ye. Whatever, he failed, he said with a smile looking at the group of teenagers. As she said that, the woman created a large amount of flames in her hand, as if she were some kind of dragon lengthening, her flames apparently taking the shape of a dragon with the appearance of a snake. Vasco. Incredible. I heard that the users of the Holy Cross were capable of changing the shape of the flames at will, but I never thought I would see it while alive, she said in shock. Volberga had created a fire dragon made of purple flames the size of Yamada. It stretched out from his hands and roared loudly as he stood next to the dragon. Seeing that, Issei just smiled while she stood in front of everyone. Issei. I find your technique very interesting, do you mind if I use it too? She said with a smile. At that moment a large flame of black and white fire came out of both of Issei's hands. It quickly took the form of 2 dragons in the shape of snakes. When you saw Volberga and her dragon they just roared, and Issei had a smile. Zenobia stood next to the albino and with her new power, as if it were a bullet, she was shot out of a small jump in the direction of Yamada no Arachi. Volberga tried to prevent the girl from attacking Arachi, but Asaji had hit her face hard, while that Issei attacked the girl's dragon with his 2 dragons. Saji. I think you're forgetting something, don't you? Issei. That's right, now. Both. You fight against us. Issei controlling his 2 dragons made of fire attack the dragon. Saji using his whips had made them trap the dragon, gradually absorbing her strength and vitality. To escape, the woman made Irachi and his thousands of dragons attack Saji, but they were intercepted by thousands of angels made of light with armor. Issei now in the sky showing his wings, he was next to Saji, and he eliminated the evil dragons around him. One of the evil dragons had used her claw to free her master from Saji's bonds. The dragon quickly attacked both boys with fury, while the evil dragons around her did not stop for anything. Zenobia, on the other hand, had hit Irachi with her sword, causing a large wound on her body. When she hit the dragon's body, a giant flame of black fire had burned the dragon's flesh. The black flames that came out of Zenobia's new sword burned and incinerated the dragon's scales and skin easily to the point of causing great damage. The dragon roared loudly while it quickly regenerated, causing it to regain its heads. Issei. What a surprise, I thought I had destroyed the sword that contained that dragon, it seems they had something of it saved right. She said looking at Walburga. Walburga. We are not idiots, we could not allow losing a creature as powerful as Yamada no Irachi, simply because of stupid revenge on the part of an already dead exorcist, that's why we divided the power of the sword in half, he said looking at the albino. Issei. I see, I guess that thing was for me, right? She said in a mocking way. Walburga. Don't think so much, it was simply a great creature to put an end to a simple exercise of exorcists, she said looking at Vasco, along with the other exorcists who remained on the ground watching the battle, we would use it when everyone was already weak to kill them more easily. Saji. Well, it seems that plan didn't work, right? Said mockingly. Walburga. We'll see about that. At that moment, large purple flames had emerged from the fauces of the gigantic dragon. It had launched its fire breath towards the exorcists and other Issei companions who were on the ground, but the flame had been deflected by a large current of air. They were closed by Yu and Kiba who, with their swords slashing the air, had created a great blizzard, thus protecting the exorcists. The dragon, seeing that, only frowned more, little by little they were losing, the evil dragons that were flying were quickly eliminated by Issei's angels, and the DXD group, Irachi was weakening little by little, and the albino along with the blonde, had her against the ropes. Zenobia quickly seeing how the dragon's regeneration was bothering her, quickly got under the creature's back and at an overwhelming speed, had reached her chest. She had quickly made a large cut in the dragon's chest so that some of her internal organs could be seen, but the brunette had seen what she was looking for, her heart. The swordswoman quickly launched herself towards the heart of the creature and with force, she stabbed the heart of the beast while letting out a great flame of fire that burned the inside of the beast. Irachi roared in pain as he felt how his organs were burned and incinerated. In the end, the Irachi had died, he had fallen to the ground while Zenobia crossed his body and made a hole through his lung to escape from the inside of him. The victorious beast. Walburga, seeing that, was surprised but knew that now without his best beast, he would be defeated by the DXD group. He desperately tried to escape, but Issei and Saji did not allow him. The albino quickly hit the evil dragon's stomach and had thrown her to the ground, she crashed against the pavement and when he raised her head trying to return to the battle, he only found Issei's revolver which was ready to attack. Shoot. The dragon, seeing that, just resigned herself and accepted her death, but she waited a few more seconds and nothing happened, she opened her eyes to just look at the albino's mocking smile. Walburga. W what's wrong? W won't you kill me? Issei. Yes, look, I don't like killing girls so I'll do something better, she said with a smile that little by little became evil. The albino quickly grabbed the girl's dress and, using her flames, incinerated it, leaving the girl completely naked. She is blushing and tried to cover her body using her umbrella, but Issei and Saji just laughed like crazy and made fun of the dragon. Issei. Tell me, how does it feel to be humiliated? Dragon Walburga. Kiba and Yu also laughed as they watched from afar, and Issei's girls simply sighed when they saw Issei's childish attitude, along with that of the other boys. Walburga, upon hearing Issei's laughter along with that of the others, only blushed. While they made fun of her nakedness, she alone became increasingly angry and ashamed. With small tears in her eyes, she tried to cover herself without letting the men see her body. Although it was too late, Issei had seen the girl's entire body, the albino had to say that she was beautiful, her pale skin made her look very beautiful, and her body had very good proportions. Issei. Wow, I didn't know that apart from being an evil dragon, you were also an exhibitionist, it seems like you are so bad. Walburga. See, shut up, she hated you, I will never forget this, she said. She was totally angry and blushing. The woman, while still being embarrassed, noticed how Tobio and her dog kept their eyes away from the girl so as not to see her body, and that was the evil dragon's opportunity to escape from her. Walburga. I will take revenge, did you hear me? You will regret this, especially your hyoudou, Issei, she said before disappearing in a magic circle. Issei. Yes of course, whatever you say. Sigh. It was really worth it, right? Saji. Every damn second, hahaha she said still laughing. Time skip. Everything was already over, the church warriors who were still conscious surrendered, the evil dragons were completely exterminated, and the leaders of the exorcists had been arrested and captured. Vasco. It is our defeat, we will not resist. The man with magical shackles said that as he walked towards a teleportation circle, before he left Issei had intervened and caught his attention. Issei. Old man. Said drawing Basque's attention. You don't have to feel bad, you are really amazing, and you have my respect. If I were you, I would be proud of everything I did, so don't be with your head down, keep your head up high, since you are also a great person. Vasco Estrada. Upon hearing that, the man only let out a few small tears and smiled quickly. Vasco. Hahaha, I see why you are so strong, it is because you are also a very good person. Issei hyoudou. I know that Zenobia is in good hands, so take care of her, okay? Issei. Don't worry, take care of her with my life she said smiling. After that little talk, Vasco, Crisaldi and Teodoro, who were unconscious, were transported by a magic circle before disappearing. When Issei and the others left the battlefield, the albino saw Valerie and his team next to Sarajevo, who for some reason was carrying a battle axe in his hand and had ridiculously large armor. Sarajevo. What? It's over. He said looking at the boys. Issei. Yeah, where the hell were you? He said looking at the black-haired man. Sarajevo. I had some family matters to resolve, plus this place is full of crosses, do you know the headache I have? Kiba. It's the same as us. You. Don't complain. An Azazel came out of a magic circle who had many cards in his hands. Issei. And what did you think? He said looking at the crow with a mocking smile. Azazel. Sure, I loved it when you gave. I mean, when they kicked those idiots' asses, yes that. Well, this is for you Asia he said giving her the many cards. Asia. For me? What is this? Azazel. It's from Vasco Estrada, he said that he had to give you a gift that he promised you 8 years ago. Asia at that moment saw the card still not knowing exactly what to do or how to react. Azazel. As I saw, they are letters of gratitude, they were sent by the people you had cured, even after you left, the letters continued to arrive, from all the people you cured. Asia, knowing this, looked at the cards in disbelief, while some tears of happiness came out of her eyes. Azazel. According to Vasco, he said that he wouldn't like to keep those letters since they belong to you, so he asked me to give them to you. According to him, when you were expelled, he was trying to locate you for a long time. No. I believed that you had become what they called cursed witch, but apparently he was wrong, since he said that you were still the same beautiful girl that he saw growing up. He is very proud of you Asia he said with a smile. Asia was already crying because of the Basque words that had been entrusted to Azazel. Azazel. There are also letters from distant towns and children even from other countries. If you have problems reading it, you can ask me for help he said with a big smile. Issei caressed the blonde's head to calm her while she hugged the card she had been given. Azazel. Well, leaving that aside, as he also told us, Rizan tried to convince them to ally with them, obviously they refused, he continued to insist a lot, he even sent bribes to make them change their minds, we knew that there was a traitor in our ranks, otherwise, Volberga would not have been able to go to that battlefield. The good thing about this is that thanks to the information we get from the evil dragons, Roswis's research will be able to advance a lot, that means that the Thahixa seal and its formula may be ready soon, he said with a smile. The Asgardian also smiled, she was really proud. Having a contingency plan in case the Thahixa was released will help us a lot, all the factions in the alliance were working to resolve this chaos. Azazel. And that old man also gave us a great gift he said with a smile. Riaz. A gift. Azazel. That's right, according to what he said, he was an incentive for them to join him. At that moment the fallen one had taken out a shiny piece, but that piece was a fragment of the Holy Grail. Issei. It's incredible, do you know what that means Gasper? He said looking at the little blonde. Gasper. That we can sell it and make a lot of money. Issei. It's a good idea, but with it we can wake up your girlfriend he said with some mockery. The little blonde, upon hearing that, smiled extremely excited to make his friends wake up again from that deep sleep caused by the grail itself. Asper. Hey please Issei senpai help me wake up Valerie. Issei. Only if you admit that she is your girlfriend she said making the blonde blush. Asper. Well. Yui. Master, please don't play with that said scolding her master. Lin. It's bad to do that he also said, scolding his master. Issei. Yes, sorry. While the boys continued talking about a magic circle, it seemed like a Surziches with two mysterious hooded people. Riaz. Ani-sama, who are they? He said pointing at the hooded men. Surziches. Before I say anything, I want to talk to you rather, I want to talk to Issei he said seriously. At that moment Kiba was surprised and walked in front of the others while seeing Surziches. Kiba. How do you know that name? Surziches. You better than anyone should know that nothing is impossible, especially knowing Issei. Apparently you were not the only one who managed to survive those sacred sword experiments, there were 2 more who also did it, one of them I think is acquaintance of yours said with a smile, do you remember a girl named Tasuka? Kiba quickly nods so that immediately one of the hooded men will approach Kiba, he took off his hood revealing a beautiful girl, she had white hair and braids, well she looked about 12 years old. Seeing that, the blonde just opened his eyes as tears escaped them. Hello, Issei, do you remember me? He said with a friendly and gentle smile. Kiba. Of course, Tasuka he said smiling, looking at the girl. Surziches. This girl has an extremely strong barrier sacred gear, it was thanks to her and her friend that they managed to survive. When Vasco visited one of the abandoned facilities he found them hidden in a corner, you are thinking that they were an enemy, they tried to stab him, but Vasco he calmed them down and took them out of there, his sacred barrier gear is still active, so age did not affect him, but his hair turned white next to his friends from the effort, perhaps it was because he was in suspended animation in the room all this time that did not change. The girl brought her hand to Kiba's cheek, gently wiping away her tears. Tasuka. You have grown a lot Issei, and you have become very handsome too she said looking at the blonde with joy. Kiba returned the caress with a smile while looking at the girl. Kiba. And you look just as beautiful as the time I lost you he said smiling. Upon hearing that, the girl quickly hugged the blonde while he hugged her back. Issei. Wait, is what I think is happening? Sariag. I think so. Tasuka. I thought we were the only ones to survive, that's why I didn't want to leave there, they were my only family, and I couldn't stand the idea of losing them, but then Vasco Dono found me and… Kiba. I have never forgiven myself for not helping them that day, but if you are alive, I think I can forget about it. Issei. By the way, and that one? He said pointing at the other hooded man. He moved his hood aside a little, revealing a girl with white hair and yellow eyes which shone. Surziches. This is Stella, she is a psychic and exorcist, apparently she was going to be an exorcist, but thanks to a premonition she decided to come here. The girl approached Yu and for some reason he felt a little strange in front of the girl. Stella. You're the boy named Yu, right? Yu. M.yes.why. Stella. You will be my husband in the future according to a premonition, so it's a pleasure to meet you, honey she said bowing. Yu. You know you're like 12 years old, right? Stella. Love has no limits or boundaries, so please take care of me, honey. Issei. Well, both of them can no longer say that they don't have a girlfriend. Congratulations guys. Time skip next day. After completely solving the Vatican's problems, it was time for the DXD team to say goodbye to the Vatican members. Well, Kiba had a new motivation, and Yu had a new problem. Joseph. Well, I hope you can solve these millennium problems and have a good trip. Robert. It was a pleasure meeting you all. Francisco. Jojoho, come back soon, we will gladly receive you he said with a smile. Issei. I also liked meeting you, it was really fun spending time with you, she said with a smile. By the way, where is Alice? Joseph. Issei-sama, please, I know that what I am going to ask of you is going to be a lot, but… At that moment an Alice with some suitcases and a small pink bag had appeared on the scene. Alice. Issei-sama, please let me come with you she said bowing. Issei. Alice. Your sincere words when fighting Vasco Dono moved me, so I want to learn more about my roots and what it's like to be a demon, so at least I'll stop fearing that side of me, so please, let me accompany you. Issei. Well. The albino at that moment saw the girl's completely determined eyes and in the end the albino could not refuse. Issei. You know you'll be in danger, right? You could get hurt, your life will even be at risk sometimes, are you okay with that? Alice. Yes, I know the consequences, but I don't care, still, I want to go with you. Issei, seeing such determination in the girl, could not say no, and with a smile, he accepted that the girl came. Issei. Well then, welcome aboard you are now a new member of the DXD group he said with a smile. Alice. Hey I won't let you down Issei-sama. Akeno. Ara, should we allow this? She could be a new rival. Riaz. I couldn't say no anyway, so we'll just try to prevent him from falling for Ice's charms. Hiba. We're talking about Issei, right? Yu. Within 2 seconds of getting home they will surely try to seduce her. Issei. I'm not a bucking womanizer you idiots. Both. Yes and no. After that scene and Alice joining the DXD team, they said goodbye to their other friends again and then disappeared in a magic circle. Heart 98 sincere tears. After solving the problems in the Vatican and the joining of some people to the DXD group, a couple of days had passed in which they were taken by Zenobia to prepare a speech for the student council elections. When the day arrived there were many people trying to be the new presidents, but by the time Zenobia had given her speech, she had moved many. By speaking with such sincerity she had won over the public, and in the end she had won the presidency, becoming the new president of the council, and after a great celebration by the young people for Zenobia's victory, for a certain blonde transvestite, the day that his senpai had promised him had arrived. Issei, along with Gasper and the entire Gremory group, had arrived at Azazel's research laboratories. When walking through the corridors, Issei had noticed many artifacts and other things, such as seeing a kind of green clock that could transform you into an alien by some reason. The boys continued walking until they reached a room, the intensive care room that was at the back of the main part of the laboratory. After walking and seeing how well cared for they had reached her and Gasper's destination along with the others, they now saw Valerie Tepes lying on a bed while she was protected by armored glass which surrounded her. Azazel. Only 2 people can enter, I'm sorry, but the others will have to stay outside the glass, he said looking at the others. Issei. Are you sure you can do it, Gasper? She said looking at the blonde. Gasper. Yes, senpai taught me how to be strong, and now I have to save Valerie, he said seriously and determined. Hearing that, Issei just smiled while he caressed the blonde's head. Issei. Well said, now go and save your girlfriend, he said with a smile. Gasper, upon hearing that, did not blush at the albino's mockery, he just took it seriously and, taking the fragment of the Holy Grail, he went with Azazel into the armored crystal. Gasper arrived with Valerie and gently caressed her cheeks and her hair. Issei, seeing through the crystal, saw this with some sadness. The albino knew that Gasper visited Valerie twice a day to tell her about his day, even when he was in a coma, even when they were in Rome, the little blonde had asked him that he will take him to Valerie so as not to stop his visiting routine. While Issei saw them both, a certain blonde vampire had emerged from the albino's shadow. Shinobu. So that's Valerie Tepes, I thought she would be taller, she said as she looked at the girl. Issei. I'm sure when I wake up I'll surprise you, maybe they'll talk about vampire things, who knows, maybe you'll get a friend, don't you like that? Ashino. I don't care about those things, as long as I have my lord that's enough for me, he said stubbornly. Issei. If whatever you say, don't you think you should get a friend? I don't know, maybe go to a park and build sand castles with kids your age, he said mockingly. Shinobu. Shut up, I'm hundreds of years old, don't compare me to a brat. While Issei was talking to Shinobu, Gasper was holding the Holy Grail fragment while Shinobu was hesitant for some reasons. Gasper. This dot will really wake up Valerie, right? Azazel. Hahaha, we think so, now give it to me for a moment. The fallen one took the fragment and combined it with magic with a couple of other things to create a necklace. He gave the necklace to Gasper while the blonde was somewhat confused. Azazel. That will be enough, Issei and I modified it a few days ago, when he touches Valerie's body, she will surely react and wake up. Gasper, upon hearing that, whispered his thanks to his senpai and with a smile and some tears about to come out, he placed the necklace on the still unconscious Valerie. Gasper gently placed the fragment of the Holy Grail on the girl's chest so that the fragment would begin to glow. A glow began to illuminate the room, while little by little the fragment dried people from the glow. When the glow stopped, the little blonde could see how the girl's eyelids moved, the girl's mouth also moved until she opened her eyes. The blonde was cut off by the ceiling lights, while Gasper, without holding back his tears, grabbed her by the top of her and looked her straight in the eyes. Gasper. Valerie, I'm Gasper, can you see me? The girl at that moment fixed her gaze on the blonde and regaining her sight, she clearly saw how the little blonde let tears fall while he saw her. Valerie. Dadu, hello Gasper, good morning, she said with a nice and beautiful smile. Gasper, upon hearing the girl's voice again, could only hug her tightly, while the girl did not understand exactly what was happening. Valerie. What happened to the others? Where I am? The blonde, without fully understanding her situation, began to ask about the country of vampires with a faint voice. Gasper. Valerie, I missed you a lot, he said as he hugged the girl tighter. Hearing that, the girl just smiled as she also hugged the blonde. Valerie. Wow, you haven't changed anything. You're still a crybaby, she said as she delicately wiped the tears from the blonde's face. While this was going on, Rubio's companions who were outside the glass were moved by what was happening. After so long, those 2 people had finally met and Issei had a smile on his face as he watched as Gasper continued talking to the girl. Vampire. Azazel sighed in relief as he left the room and saw Issei. Azazel. We were lucky, it was a risk to do something crazy like that, filling that fragment and diary with your power as the life force of such a girl. There was a small chance that she would not have assimilated the power and possibly would have died. This is like a clear stroke of luck, he said with a smile. Issei. Yes, but I was sure that wouldn't happen, he said with a small smile. Azazel. Yes, why? Issei. Because if it's Gasper who put the collar on him, I'm sure it would work, he said with a smile. Shinobu. You say that as if his feelings had something to do with it. Issei, who knows? Maybe you're right. But now, he said as he quickly entered Gasper and Valerie's room. Azazel. Hey wait. The albino quickly entered with a big smile, while Gasper and Valerie had been surprised to see the albino suddenly enter. Issei. Hello Valerie-chan, I'm Issei, remember? Hey, is it true that you are Gasper's girlfriend? He said mockingly as he looked at both of them. Gasper. Senpai please don't do that, he said while he blushed and covered his face in shame. Azazel. Hahaha, well Gasper, you have to take care of Valerie-chan now. From now on she has to wear the pendant forever and at all times, that is the price for which she was able to wake up, but I don't guarantee anything. At the same time, well we have not been able to stabilize most of Valerie's grail fragment, our technology is somewhat limited, she will not have all the facilities here. But that, she must be taken to Issei's house, she will surely feel more comfortable there being with you. Issei. Wow, Gasper will do perverted things with Valerie, he said mockingly. Azazel. We also implemented a barrier to the necklace, she cannot be recognized as a demon or vampire, so she will be fine. Issei. Yes, I told him that we should put glasses on him and put a suit of blue and red tights under her, but he didn't listen to me, she said looking at the crow. Gasper. So Valerie can't be fully awake yet. Issei. No, sorry, it's like a provisional awakening, when we recover the rest of the grail she will probably no longer need the necklace, but for now that will do. Azazel. Plus you also owe this to Vasco Estrada, thanks to the snippet he gave us this is happening, so I think we should give him a cake while he's in prison. Time skip. After a while Gasper continued talking and telling Valerie everything that had happened while in another room, you can see the rest of the group talking to Azazel. Azazel. Well, we really owe a lot to Vasco, if he had not told the truth, surely little Gasper would not have returned with his girlfriend now. Issei. It's true, shit, that old man is already an old geezer, but he helped us a lot, we should really send him a cake, he said with a smile. Roswis. That's right, but this is serious, if they manage to free Thahiksa we will be in danger, because it would be Rizavan's victory, and he will have done his will. Issei. Yes, although I think he won't bother much about it, he will surely try to make gods and creatures of great power join him, he will try to do a mega exercise that defeats even the gods who are on our side. Azazel. I believe the same to others. Lately we have found many corpses of recognized magicians and some other less important ones in some areas in the world, as if someone left them lying around, but the strange thing is that when they left them they were in shit, no in the sense that they were beaten, but their mana and blood was absorbed and some of their body members were missing, as if someone had devoured them. We know that it is the fault of the idiot Rizavan, but we don't know what exactly is happening, he said seriously. Issei. Well, anyway we just have to take the holy grail from him and then we can stop most of his movements, it won't be anything we can't handle, besides, he's just a crazy old man. Azazel. I agree, but we don't know, that madman must have something prepared, well, at least we have new reinforcements, plus Stella is a psychic, if something bad happens she will warn us. By the way, how are things going with your friend Tasuka Kiba? Kiba. She just needs to learn Japanese completely, her Japanese is somewhat more basic at the moment, it will be better for her to teach her to master it completely, so that she can relate to people. Azazel. And what happened to Stella Yu? The last time I saw her, she just asked me to get married, so it's good. I don't know. Issei. Aren't you happy? Now you have a girlfriend. She's like 13 years old, I don't think that's entirely correct, besides I like more mature girls. Azazel. Well, the two of them will live with you starting tomorrow, they have to make up for lost time, and they also don't know much about the outside world, they are in the same situation as Asia, Zenobia and Irina before, only we will have to start with them right from the start. Kiba. I will love that she lives with us, I will be able to spend more time with Tasuka, he said with a smile. Shit, does she really have to come? Azazel. I'm glad that everyone accepts this with emotion and joy. Well, let's move on to the next topic. Apparently the Phoenix clan was defeated by Emperor Balier, he said seriously. Bravo. What my brother lost. Azazel. Unfortunately, look. He said while a sphere came out of a magic circle and a recording of the battle was shown. They were defeated in minutes. When the boys saw the video they were surprised, Razor did not have the slightest chance against that man, but Issei noticed something strange, he could not identify him, but he felt that this man for some reason was very violent, as if he wanted his enemy will not rise. Lin. Master, I think the same, he said it would be. Yes, that man for some reason wanted to demonstrate his superiority, as if he was telling Razor in a primitive and evil way that he can't beat that man. Azazel. They are not wrong, you see after that Emperor Belial was arrested on suspicion that he is related to Rizavan, he turned himself in, and to be sure that he will not do anything we took Tiamat as a tank in case something happened, or if he refused to surrender. Issei. And he really is? Azazel. We still don't know, we interrogated him, but it seems as if that relationship that we suspected had never existed, he hid his trace as well, he said seriously. Riaz. And what exactly do we do? Issei. For now, nothing, we can't do anything, if we don't have clues or any evidence, surely the authorities won't be able to touch him. Azazel, if I had a crazy way to get the evidence they're looking for, would you accept? Azazel. Talk to me, he said looking at Issei. Issei. Well, I will send you the details in a few days, for now I want a good vacation after making the Vatican reunite, plus I have to train Alice, so that she does not have pity or fear of her demon side. He said something tired. Azazel. Okay, then I'll see you another day, I have something to do too, he said as he left in a magic circle. See you. After that the boys finished talking to Valeria while she was discharged, apparently completely recovered, and after that the boys returned home. Time skip elsewhere. In a prison you can see a chained Euclid, the door to his cell opened to show an Ajuka and an Azazel. Azazel. Euclid, are you going to tell us if Emperor Belial is an ally of Rizan? Euclid. Haha. Why do you think he would say something to them? Ajuka. So that your sentence can be reduced, what do you think is a century less? Euclid. Don't make me laugh, you won't get any response from my idiots. Azazel and Ajuka only sighed for them to leave the cell, leaving Euclid alone again. Ajuka. It's useless, he won't talk even if we torture him, at least we know that if he doesn't want to talk, we have a small clue that the Emperor is or was involved with Rizan. Azazel. You're right, at least it's that little hunch. Sigh. And tell me, what did you discover about the other? Ajuka. We have investigated, and it seems that we have some small data, it is too old to know if it is real or not, but anyway, we can ask her when the time comes. Azazel. So, she is related to that albino girl that Gondar and Issei mentioned. Ajuka. That's right, and not only that, apparently she also has a relationship with someone else, someone evil and powerful, someone who was killed and destroyed, but his essence remained alive. Azazel. Don't tell me that. Ajuka. That's right, she has a relationship with Cronus. Hard 99 time travel. You can see in the distance an Issei with his typical trench coat walking along a road, he walked with some fatigue while the cars came and went. The albino, after walking a couple more kilometers, had reached a kind of entrance, but not just any entrance, it was the entrance to a supposed abandoned sanctuary. Issei. It seems like this is where Ashino said to come. Sigh. All this to place a bucking seal. He said looking at a paper that he had in his hands. While no one was looking, a blonde girl had emerged from Issei's shadow, showing a shinobu who quickly hung around Issei's neck while also seeing the seal. Shinobu. That's what you get for listening to that stupid exorcist. Issei. Maybe, but he's still an old friend, so don't complain, I'm the one who walked about 10 kilometers to get there, you just stayed in my shadow until I got there, he said, looking at the blonde. By the way, please, what did you come? Shinobu. I have my reasons, besides, here is a store where there are delicious donuts, she said while she was drooling thinking about the delicious donuts. Issei. You're only interested in sweets, right? Shinobu. Don't judge me. Issei. Well, I'm hungry, do you want to go eat donuts? Shinobu. Yes, she said happily. After that the boys went to that place that Shinobu had mentioned. When Issei arrived he only saw a simple place for some reason in the middle of nowhere, there was literally nothing else around, just kilometers and kilometers of road. Issei. Why is this place in the middle of nowhere? He said looking at the store. Shinobu. What does it matter, I want donuts, he said entering quickly. Issei just sighed to enter the store. Upon entering they were both greeted by a somewhat older lady, who apparently was the owner of the store. Shinobu. Look my lord, donuts, delicious and round donuts, he said looking at the donuts on the counter. Issei. Do you really like them that much? Shinobu. From the first time I tried them, they fascinated me, they are delicious and fluffy, in short, magnificent, he said totally happy. Owner. Ara, it seems that her daughter is very energetic, sir, she said looking at Shinobu. Issei. Yes, of course, he said while Shinobu was drooling looking at the donuts. Owner. In fact they remind me of a certain couple from years ago, in my younger years, in fact they were very similar, tell me, are they your relatives or something? Issei. I doubt it, I think he's confused, well. Choose the ones you like, he said looking at the blonde. Shinobu. I want them all. Issei. Okay, choose just one of each one, she said looking at the girl. Time skip. After a while, Shinobu had taken the donuts from her, while Issei only watched her eat them. Shinobu. They are delicious, she said with a big smile. Issei. I'm glad you like it, well. When you finish we will continue with our work, I hope this thing doesn't have an expiration date, he said, looking at the paper he had in his hands. Sigh. And to think that he just wanted to rest after all. Shinobu. That's what you get for accepting that exorcist's work, if you had refused now we could have done something more interesting. Kaka. Maybe taking care of that dragon egg, or feeding your cute and beautiful maid. She said while she looked askance at the albino. Issei. Who is that cute and beautiful maid? I asked mockingly. Shinobu. Well, obviously I'm an idiot, she said, she annoyed. Issei. Haha, yes of course, don't be angry, she said while she continued smiling. Well, doing this was better than just staying at home, plus my home is now a bit more disastrous. Flashback, the drowning of our favorite albino was now much weirder than usual. The whole mansion had a honeyed and somewhat strange atmosphere. On one hand there was Kiba and apparently his friend Tasuka, both of them really were very close, and when I say very close it is very together, they both barely separated, they only did it when one of them had to go to the bathroom or they were waiting for each other. For sleeping. On the other hand, Yu had been chatting with that girl Stella, he discovered that she was not a bad person, she was just a little strange, and took her visions very seriously saying, if I don't make the things that happen in my visions, something bad may have happened to him. The boys thought it was something very exaggerated, but they didn't take it into account. And last but not least, apparently Rad had finally made his relationship with Kisara official. Issei didn't like her very much, but as long as his mother was happy he would be happy too, but I swear to Rad himself that if he made a single joke about how now he'll have to tell her daddy or something like that, he'd use all his strength to rip off her limbs and shove them up her butt. The dragon shivered and took the albino's words seriously, although what really mattered to him was that he would have no problem with him going out with the brunette. On the other hand, Issei and Office have been taking great care of the dragon egg. In fact, the dragon barely let go of the dragon, and every time she hugs it with Issei, the black-haired woman blushes. And now with the new member Alice, things were getting more interesting. When she took her demon form, she was very strong to the point of surpassing Kaneko herself in physical strength. The albino was sometimes happy because she liked the environment. Nice thing they had at home and she liked being with her new friends. After a few hours, Ashino and Rivai had appeared in a magic circle. Issei. Hello Ashino, how are things going in the Vatican and in heaven? Said while playing a video game with Office and Shinobu. Ashino. They're not bad, things are getting in order and you know. Things that don't really matter, by the way I have a job for you she said with a smile. Issei. Work. At that moment the blonde took out some kind of paper that had some strange inscriptions on it. Ashino. I need you to go to an abandoned shrine and place the seal on it, it's important, so I'm counting on you he said, while giving the paper to Issei. Issei. You're bucking with me, right? That's all. Ashino. Yes, just that, well you go Rivai and I will follow the game for you, he said as he sat on the couch and took the game controller by the way, you should take Shinobu-chan with you, maybe she will help you. Issei just sighed to put on his trench coat and together with Shinobu, prepared to leave the house. Issei. I hope you at least give me a good tip for this she said looking at the blonde. Shinobu. Yes, of course, whatever you say. Rivai. Bring some ice cream when you get back. Issei just sighed to leave the house together with Shinobu, while Ashino laughed a little. Rivai. Are you sure you send them? You know who's there. Ashino. We both have to fix some things, especially Shinobu-chan, that's why I did it, besides. What's the worst that could happen? He said with mockery. Then flashback, Issei just sighed as he remembered a little how Ashino went to give him a mission, if that could be called that, and then finished eating together with Shinobu and returned to his respective duty. Owner. Goodbye to both of you, have a good day he said, saying goodbye to both young people. Issei. Also, goodbye he said to leave the store. Owner. How strange, I could have sworn I had seen those two somewhere else she said a little strangely. But Issei. The albino was returning to the abandoned temple with a blonde, but the little vampire noticed how the energy of the place was stronger for some reason. Shinobu. How strange, it seems that the paranormal energy increased he said looking at the entrance of the temple. Issei. Paranormal energy? Shinobu. Well. You can also call it energy of eccentricities, but I think it's better to say it the other way. Calm down, it shouldn't be anything, let's continue he said, without taking it too seriously. After that little talk, both young people had begun to walk up the long steps that led to the top of the mountain. After a couple of minutes they had arrived, and Issei looked around them. Everything seemed to be destroyed, there was debris and broken wood everywhere, some trees seemed withered, and what looked like the temple was completely destroyed. Issei. Wow, this place sucks he said looking around. Shinobu. Well, it's normal, since we are in a tomb she also said looking around. Issei. In a grave. Shinobu. This is or was the sanctuary of the northern snake, here there was a snake god who was the god of this place, but it seems that the place was destroyed a long time ago, when people stopped praying to a god and they forget it, it dies, disappears and ceases to exist, of course, this only works with gods who are eccentricities. Issei. Can there be gods that are eccentricities? Shinobu. Of course, some gods are, in themselves, eccentricities, creatures made through human thought and imagination. It is nothing new that there are some than others she said simply. Issei. I see, well, we better finish this she said, taking out the seal that Ashino had given her. The closer the albino got, the more he noticed how the place seemed devastated, some collapsed and fallen trees were crushing some small houses or shrines, and Issei, looking to her side, saw a huge white tree. Issei. That doesn't look like a normal tree to me, and why the hell is a shrine destroyed anyway? Shinobu. Maybe time destroyed it, or just something or someone destroyed it in the past, who knows, he said simply. There is the main shrine, just place the seal, and let's finish this. Issei. Yes, of course boss. The albino approached the collapsed house in the middle of the sanctuary normally and placed the seal on it. When he did so, the seal lit up and blew and the supernatural energy in the environment began to disappear little by little. Issei. Well, that's it, it's better that we go now. Sigh. Damn, at least I thought it would be something more exciting, I don't know, maybe time travel or something like that. Shinobu. Do you want to? He said looking at the albino. Issei. Shinobu. What if you want to travel in time? Issei. Wait, can you travel in time? Shinobu. Kaka. Of course, I'm still a legendary vampire, time travel is nothing to me, she said proudly. Issei. Yes, I want to travel in time, come on, he said totally excited. The little blonde along with Issei approached the door of the sanctuary. The little Shinobu only began to stretch her body while Issei, as if she were a child, hoped with all her might to be able to travel in time. Shinobu quickly focused a lot of energy around her while Issei continued to watch. Shinobu, obey me, I am the queen of the night, you are my upload, give me power to fulfill my ambitions and arise. After finishing the chant, a portal opened in front of Issei and Shinobu, greatly surprising the albino. Issei. Wow, it's incredible. Although I think you could do it without saying all that nonsense about being the queen of the night, he said looking at the little blonde. Shinobu. Shut up. Issei out of curiosity began to touch the portal, he felt like it was somewhat muddy, but it really seemed incredible. Shinobu. Use enough power to travel just one day into the past, so we won't have any problems with anything. Issei. And what are we waiting for, let's travel back in time, he said totally excited. Shinobu. Yes, let's go, she said while taking Issei's hand. They both got ready and jumped into the portal. As they did so, a white flash illuminated the place, and when it left, our two protagonists were no longer there while the portal had disappeared. Time skip. Issei slowly opened his eyes while he felt some pain in his body. When he opened his eyes completely, the albino noticed that he was in the middle of the stairs of the sanctuary, his back had been hit by the hard concrete steps, while the albino complained of pain. Issei. Shit, what happened? He said as he stood up. We travel in time? Shinobu. Yes, we did, he said, drawing the albino's attention. Issei turned around and saw Shinobu with some bumps and scratches, but little by little these disappeared due to her regeneration. Shinobu. If we travel in time, look at the sky. The albino at that moment noticed that it was dawn, before it was night, but now little by little the sun was rising. Issei. Shit, he said while he heard his back creak, then why the hell does my whole body hurt? Shinobu. We literally jumped into the portal, when we came out the other side and fainted, we fell down the stairs until we stopped, I guess that's what happened. Issei. Sigh, I understand, then let's see if it's yesterday. Shinobu. That's why we did this, right? Issei carrying Shinobu on his shoulders began to quickly descend from the sanctuary to look for a newspaper or something that would tell him what the date of the day was. When they reached the road, the boys walked until they reached civilization again. When the boys arrived at the city again, they noticed how some students were walking through the streets, but something seemed strange to them, their uniforms were not that typical modern white uniform as always. These wore brown jackets which made them look somewhat more old-fashioned. Both of them saw this somewhat strangely, and they were seen somewhat strangely by the students. Issei. Since when do 21st century students wear those uniforms? He said looking at the students. Shinobu. Maybe your school is a bit old-fashioned. They both continued looking around, but at that moment a trio of girls approached the albino and the blonde. DIRL1. Look at her, she's so cute, she looks like a porcelain doll, she said, caressing little Shinobu. DIRL2. Yes, tell us, are you the father of this girl? He said looking at Issei. Issei. I'm not, I'm his older brother, and I'm barely 16, he said looking at the three girls. DIRL3. Hey, why are you wearing that black hoodie and trench coat? Issei. Because I looked great wearing it, he said with a smile. Hey girls, could you tell me what date is today? DIRL1. How strange are you that you don't know what day it is? Issei. Sorry I forgot, can you tell me? DIRL2. Well, today is Friday, specifically March 14. Hearing that, Issei became happy while she totally confirmed having traveled in time. Issei. Thank you, I appreciate it very much, but tell me. Their uniforms aren't something very old-fashioned. DIRL3. What are you saying? They are the most modern and fashionable uniforms out there. Issei. Don't they wear white uniforms? DIRL2. White uniforms. Hahaha, you're very funny, obviously not, but it's a good idea. Issei. Wait. I in fashion. Hey, what year is it? DIRL3. Yes, you ask strange questions. Well, obviously today is 2003, what year do you live in? Issei, upon hearing that, was shocked along with Shinobu. Both of them didn't know what to say, but they finally came out of their shock and quickly left. Issei. Yes, I'm a fool, well I think I have to go goodbye he said as she quickly ran away. DIRL1. What a strange boy. DOY2. Yes but I saw his face under his hood, he was very handsome he said with a big smile. DIRL3. I hope we see it another time. With Issei. Issei was now in a park while he looked at a shinobu who was embarrassed and nervous by the look that the albino was giving her. Issei. Shinobu.yo you didn't return us to the past one day.yo you returned us 11 years to the past. Shinobu. WW well it's the first time I'm doing this, what did you expect? Issei. How is this the first time you didn't mention that? Shinobu. Maybe I forgot. Issei. Ooh do not tell me. Shinobu. Calm down, we can return to the present whenever we want, for now let's just enjoy having traveled to the past completely. Issei. Wait. Complete we could have died. Shinobu. There was an 80% chance that one of us would lose a limb or a body part so. Issei. I will never listen to you again. Shinobu. Well. Leaving this aside, what do we do? Issei. Sigh I don't know, maybe do some things and see what everything was like at this time, I don't have many memories since at this time I was only 5, so HOW about we have fun. Shinobu. Okay, so what do we do first? At that moment Issei smiled evilly as something crossed his mind. Issei. Many things me Part 100 mistakes. In a certain part of the underworld you can see Surziches calmly entering his office, the Redeed seemed to be somewhat relaxed, but when he stepped into his office, a rope grabbed him, the rope lifted him up, and for some reason he shook him all over the office. A big scandal while in the end Surziches' pants had fallen down, and he was upside down in the middle of his office. Rafia, Zeoticus and Venelana quickly entered through the door, and the first thing they saw was the Redeed's underwear with hearts, while it was hanging in the middle of the room. Rafia. Surziches-sama, what happened here? He asked looking at the mess in the room. Zeoticus. And why are you like this? He said looking at the Redeed without pants. Surziches. Who the hell set up a trap in my office said annoyed. At that moment, a young Riaz had entered the room, and upon seeing her older brother like that, she began to laugh. Riaz. Jijiji, Ani-sama, why are you like this? Hahaha. Surziches. Who set up a trap in my office said annoyed. Riaz. Ooh, I think it was the white-haired Ani-san. Rafia quickly put Surziches down, and he quickly pulled up his pants while Venelana and Zeoticus continued talking. Venelana. Wait, someone was in our house she said something worried. Riaz. Yes, he offered me sweets in exchange for telling him where Ani-sama's office was he said innocently there was also that blonde-haired girl who accompanied him. Zeoticus. Who could that guy be? Rafia. I think I have the answer said showing a paper that was on Surziches' back hahaha you fell Surziches, have you remembered this for 10 years and at the end there is only the name of who apparently did this, said reading the note. Surziches. Who was the idiot I asked quickly. Rafia. A certain Issei, what a strange name and he didn't give a last name. Surziches. I don't care if it's 10 or 20 years, but when I find that idiot he's going to kill me he said annoyed. Riaz. Well, Odo-san, let's go now, you said that today we would play in the human world, let's go now he said pulling his father's clothes. Zeoticus. Well, it seems that it was just a practical joke, so nothing happens, me and Venelana are going to the human world, if they need anything they call us he said, while taking little Ria's hand to leave. Surziches. Damn I don't care who it is I will kill him can you hear me I will kill you when I find you idiot I shout from the rooftops while I was very angry. Elsewhere human world. An Issei can be seen laughing while holding a paper in his hand. Issei. That's 3, done, I played pranks on Michael, Azazel and Surziches in the past, I can now remove it from my wish list before I die he said with a smile. Shinobu. My lord, I'm hungry, and I want to eat donuts he said while pulling Issei's raincoat. Issei. You're not hungry, you just want donuts. Shinobu. So what donuts are like pizza, creations that God created for humans, and that we can enjoy he said while pouting I want donuts. Issei just sighed at the blonde's attitude, and he and Shinobu went to the donut shop they had previously visited in the future. Upon entering the store they noticed that the employee was a very pretty college girl and that she had a good body, assuming that she was the owner of the store from the past. Owner? Welcome. Shinobu. Donuts he said while running his cheek along the counter and drooling looking at the donuts. Owner? You have a very pretty daughter sir he said looking at the blonde. Issei. Yes, thank you, well I want one of each donut, lady. Owner? Right away. Upon giving the order to the young people, Shinobu began to devour them quickly, savoring every last bite of the donuts. Issei. Okay, now what do we do? We made jokes and played too, what can we do now? He said thinking. Shinobu. How about we go see some people in the past? We saw the demon girl Grimory as a child, maybe we can do the same with other people. Issei. Well. I think it's a good idea, maybe I can see my brothers as children or maybe make one more prank, it's really not a bad idea. Shinobu. Kakaka, of course, it's my idea after all, he said proudly. Issei. Stop laughing like that, that's not how your laugh was when you were an adult, he said, looking at the blonde in chibi form. Shinobu. Shut up, of course. Time skip. After a while the boys returned to the city and started walking. They were passing through Issei's neighborhood looking for his old house. On the way they saw some things like stores that would close or go bankrupt in the future. Issei had the idea to go to a horse race and bet on the winner and thus win money. But the minimum age to bet is 18 years old, so Issei would have to wait longer. After that the boys had arrived at Issei's old house. He saw that place with some nostalgia. It was a modest and really normal house, with nothing special, and in the front yard Issei next to Shinobu noticed something. There was a small brown boy that Issei recognized perfectly. Shinobu. My lord, that is. Issei. Yes it is. Both at that moment saw the 5-year-old Issei from the past playing boredly drawing some things on the ground with a branch. Shinobu. How cute, I want to take it home and have it for me, and only me, he said while she was slightly blushing and her eyes were rolling. Issei. That's kidnapping and it's a crime, she said, scolding the blonde. The screams of both had caught the attention of the Issei child and he approached both young people. Issei. And child Issei. Hey Ani-san, who are you? I asked looking at both. Issei. Hello, sorry, we were just passing through, but tell me, are you bored? Don't you want to have fun with us? He said with a smile. Issei. My mother told me that I shouldn't go anywhere with strangers, she said, moving away from the adult Issei a little. Issei. Well, that can be fixed, he said while taking off his hood and revealing his white hair. Nice to meet you, my name is Issei, what's your name? He said waving. Issei. My name is also Issei, what a coincidence, he said looking at the albino Issei. Issei. Right. Tell me, you seem bored, what's wrong? Issei. I was going to go out and play with my brothers, but it seems like they're taking a long time, I'm waiting for them. Issei. And tell me, don't you want to do something fun? He said with a big smile. Issei. Hi, I want to have fun, he also said with a smile. Issei. Well, come on, he said while Shinobu took his hand, blushing as the three left the place. In the end the boys had left while the girl Izara had gone out to look for her brother. Izara. Ani-chan, where are you? We're going to the park with you, she said looking for her brother. How strange, I thought he was here, she said coming back in. Time skip with the Issei. The adult Issei had gone to walk and play in a small nearby park that he remembered from his childhood. The albino had to admit that it was fun. He even gave some advice about life to his little self since he wanted him to grow up better. Of what he had done, it was like a feeling of wanting to protect that version of the child. Well, he had not yet gone through everything that the adult went through. It was even thinking and remembering all the bad times that he had gone through, and really if I had to choose, I would decide to be able to give him a better life than the one he had. But unfortunately this could not be done without causing a kind of paradox. After thinking and talking for a while with the child version of him, Shinobu was building a sand castle next to the child Issei, while the adult Issei was sitting on a bench watching the two of them play. Some mothers who passed by and were in the place saw the adult Issei with a blush since he had his hood down and saw how handsome he was and also why they thought that Shinobu and the younger version of him were his children. Shinobu. My lord, look, he said showing a big sand castle. Issei. Incredible, you are amazing, Shinobu-chan, he said looking at the blonde with stars in his eyes. Shinobu. Kaka, of course I am, he said as he puffed out his chest with pride. Some girls approached the sand castle, and when they saw the little Issei they tried to talk to him. Apparently the adult Issei had to admit that since he was little he attracted girls, which made him laugh. Seeing how the young Issei was quickly surrounded by several girls, Shinobu tried to quickly push them away, while some mothers tried to talk to the adult Issei. WOMAN1. Oh hey, she said drawing the attention of the adult Issei. You are the father of those two children, she said, pointing to Shinobu and the child Issei. Shinobu upon hearing that whispered a few words to the Issei child and they both smiled mockingly. Issei. Edo. Shinobu. Odo-san, who are they? Could they be our new mothers? She said, acting innocent. Issei. Odo-san, are you getting married? The albino Issei only looked at both children while he saw Shinobu's mocking smile, understanding that they were playing with him. On the other hand, the women had blushed a lot at the comments of both children, which made their imagination fly, and they imagined them being with Issei. Issei. You are some. The adult Issei just sighed to get up from the bench where he was and carried the two children like sacks of potatoes. Issei. Excuse me, I think we better go, he said while he looked at the adult women and the two children laughed. The albino Issei quickly ran out of that uncomfortable and embarrassing situation while some mothers were still blushing. Time skip afternoon. After that Issei had walked as far away from that park as he could while the two children next to him continued to laugh a little. After a while Issei had taken his young version to an amusement park where they had fun and in the end at sunset, Issei and his younger version and Shinobu watched the sunset while eating ice cream and were on that small bridge where he always relaxed, which was near Kuo Academy. Issei. today was an amazing day. I had a lot of fun, he said happily. Issei. I'm glad you liked it. Maybe in the future you won't be able to have fun like this, he said with some nostalgia in his eyes. Issei. Why not? Issei. Sigh, because when you grow up it is somewhat difficult to do things that you did before. Before you might not have worries, but when you grow up you have responsibilities and you think about more things like what to do when you are in school. University. Issei. I think you're right. Issei. Yes, unfortunately yes, it doesn't matter, just enjoy your life and well. Have fun, he said looking at the young Issei with a smile. Issei. Hi, I will have fun and make many friends, he said with a smile and determined look. The albino Issei only smiled at that response, while he slowly became dark. Issei. Well, I think it's time for me to take you home. Your parents must be worried, he said as he took the brunette Issei's hand. Well, they both finished eating their ice cream. Shall we go? Issei. Hi. At the end of the day Issei took the young version of him home, the boy before he entered his house, the albino said a few words to him. Issei. Hey, he said getting the boy's attention, no matter what happens, don't give up, if you keep going no matter what, I'm sure you will be someone amazing in the future, he said with a big smile. The little brunette smiled to nod and say goodbye to the albino and the blonde. When the little Issei entered his house, the adult Issei just sighed while he looked at the sky. Issei. It's time to return home, Shinobu. Shinobu? Are you okay, my lord? It seems a bit nostalgic. Issei. Yes, I'm fine, really. I accomplished one of my goals before I died too, he said as he started walking. Shinobu. And that's it? Issei. Get to heaven before falling to hell, he said with a smile. The blonde understood what he meant and could only nod her head while he followed the albino. Time skip sanctuary. After a few minutes the albino came out of a shadow next to Shinobu. They were back in the sanctuary while they were preparing to return. Issei. Okay, it's time to return to the present. Shinobu. Hi. The blonde this time without the chant opened the door and they both held hands again before entering. Issei. Ready? Shinobu. It's stupid for you to ask that since we've already done it before, he said with a smile. Issei. So come on, he said as they both jumped again. Both had disappeared again while the portal closed. In the end, not a single sound had left the place after Issei and Shinobu had left, but the two of them had unknowingly made a big mistake. Time skip present. Issei and Shinobu slowly woke up and they could feel great pain in their bodies, while both had scratches all over their bodies. Issei. Shit. I thought it would be fun, but it still hurts. Shit, he said as he adjusted some bones and his back creaked as he stretched. Shinobu. That's because of your stupid decisions, he said while his wound slowly healed. Issei. Well. It seems like it's daytime, he said looking at the sun was at its highest point, so I think it's time to go home. I want to rest and see if Surziches or Azaz'll remember the jokes from 10 years ago, he said with a mocking smile. Shinobu. Okay, come on, but Hey, don't you feel like someone is watching you? He said looking around. Issei. Now that you mention it, near the sanctuary I felt a small presence, but it was so small and weak that I thought it was an insect. Why? It's something bad. I don't think anyone is here, I don't feel any presence. The blonde looked up in the direction of the sanctuary and just shook her head to ignore that feeling. Shinobu. No, it's nothing, let's better go, he said as he climbed onto Issei's back. When they reached the road, the boys noticed that the pavement was somewhat cracked and there was a lot of vegetation around them. This was strange to both of them, but they didn't take it much importance. The boys continued walking a little, but they were still intrigued. The further they went, the pavement looked like to be the same. These were the first time she had arrived at the sanctuary, and in the past she was not so damaged. Something seemed strange to Issei, and she took out her wings to start flying quickly. The albino, seeing from the sky the city next to Shinobu, saw how it was completely emaciated. Most of the buildings seemed to be destroyed, the houses were the same, and great vegetation seemed to cover the entire place. Issei and Shinobu were shocked when they saw this, but Issei quickly began to fly in the direction of his home. When he arrived, he saw with the blonde that there was nothing, just that normal old house where Issei previously lived before living in his mansion. Issei knocked on the door and when he did so he fell to the ground. It seemed that even the locks were rusty, and in the end the door gave way and he fell to the ground. When Issei entered he saw nothing more than some plants that covered some furniture and dust. He went up to his room so as not to see anyone. It was completely empty, his sheets were dirty and worn. It seemed that no one had lived in that place in years. Issei. What's happening? Where we are? This is not the present we know, he said while looking at Shinobu who was the same as Issei. Shinobu? Do you think we travel far into the future? Issei. I doubt it, there are no flying cars, and this magazine is from 2 years ago, he said, showing a magazine of girls in bikinis. I remember when I bought it, and if it is from 2 years ago, although I don't know how long it's been, but. I think we are in the present, he said seriously. Shinobu. So it means that. This is the end of the world. He said looking around him. Issei. I don't know, but it's better to investigate, he said seriously. The boys left the albino's old property to look around again. Issei. Let's see what the hell happens. Shinobu. Hi. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.